Down-and-out office worker Lin Ye is shocked to learn that an accidental encounter 5 years ago during college resulted in him having 7 children. Even more astonishingly, their mother is none other than the famous, icy-cold female CEO. From that moment on, he activates the almighty super dad system and embarks on the road to the pinnacle of life while raising his children. Hashtag Chapter 1. I have 7 children. What? You're saying I have children, and not just 1, but 7? And they're all fraternal twins. Lin Ye stared at the woman in front of him with a strange expression. The woman wore a sharp business outfit, a high ponytail, and black-rimmed glasses. Yet her youthful baby face still made her look somewhat innocent and inexperienced. Yes, Mr. Lin. Your 7 children will turn 5 in exactly 1 month. If you acknowledge them now, you'll still make it in time for their birthday party. Annie smiled sweetly. Mr. Lin, can you come with me now? Lin Ye stood there with his mouth open for quite a while before finally processing what she had said. As an ordinary 9-to-5 wage slave, Lin Ye would naturally be happy if a pretty young woman came up and struck up a conversation with him. But when that woman suddenly told you that you had 7 children waiting to be acknowledged, and, most importantly, that you were the father, there was no way Lin Ye wouldn't be completely dumbfounded. Ahem, miss, your story is pretty bizarre, and I'm definitely interested, but I'm about to be late for work. Let's talk another time. With that, Lin Ye turned around and walked straight into the office building without looking back. What a joke. At least when scammers try to trick people, they would usually say something like, "You've inherited tens of billions in assets." But this one came straight out with 7 children. Did she think he was a character from Calabash Brothers? Only an idiot would go with her. Hey, Mr. Lin, don't go. You really do have 7 children. I'm not lying to you. This generation of scammers is getting worse and worse. Hearing Annie shout behind him, Lin Ye shook his head and quickened his pace. This is bad. If President Lin finds out I couldn't even handle such a simple task, she'll definitely be angry. Watching Lin Ye disappear, Annie stomped her feet anxiously. Bzzzt. Bzz. Just then, her phone rang. Oh no, it's President Lin. Annie looked nervous and quickly answered the call. Annie, how did it go? A mature woman's voice came from the other end. Her tone was calm, but it carried an unmistakable authority that made it difficult to disobey. President Lin, Annie lowered her head and stammered. I understand. I'll go there myself in 10 minutes. Beep, beep. Before Annie could answer, the other side hung up. Thank goodness President Lin didn't get angry. Annie let out a long sigh of relief. Looking in the direction Lin Ye had gone, she pouted. Lin Ye. I was being so sincere and adorable, yet you didn't believe me. Just wait until President Lin gets here. You're going to be in trouble. Morning, Brother Lu. Looking beautiful as always, Sister Song. Inside the office, Lin Ye greeted several co-workers with a smile. He walked to his workstation, skillfully turned on his computer, and began typing rapidly on the keyboard. 2 minutes later, a document was printed out. Application for permanent employment. Today was the final day of Lin Ye's internship. As long as he made it through today, he would officially become a full-time employee of Hualong Group. Although Hualong Group couldn't exactly be considered a major corporation, for a graduate from a third-rate university like him, landing a job there was already quite difficult. What was more, after becoming a permanent employee, his salary would increase by at least 1,000 yuan. Naturally, Lin Ye was thrilled. Holding his application for permanent employment, Lin Ye knocked on his supervisor's office door. Come in. The door opened. A greasy-looking middle-aged man with a slightly balding head was sprawled on the sofa. Supervisor Ding, I wanted to. Lin Ye, you came at just the right time. I was actually looking for you. Before Lin Ye could finish, Ding Chong pulled a document out of his desk drawer with a mocking smile. You were looking for me? Lin Ye froze. Could this be about his permanent position? A look of delight appeared on his face. Lin Ye, I'm officially notifying you now. You're fired. What? Fired? Lin Ye felt as though he had been struck by lightning. For a moment, he even wondered if he had heard wrong. This is the company's termination notice. Sign it, pack up your things, and leave. Slap. The termination notice was thrown onto Lin Ye. He jolted and finally came back to his senses. Looking at the document in his hands, Lin Ye was filled with disbelief. Why? Why what? Ding Chong raised an eyebrow. Supervisor Ding, I don't understand. For the past 3 months, I've worked diligently every single day. I completed every task assigned by the company, always going above and beyond and doing my best. I've never made a single mistake. Why are you firing me? TSK, do I need a reason to fire an intern? Ding Chong let out a disdainful snort. You? Lin Ye clenched his fists, anger flashing in his eyes. He treasured this job opportunity. For the past 3 months, he had gone to work early and returned home late every day, doing everything he could to perform well. And now, he had been fired for no apparent reason. How could he not be angry? Fine. You can fire me if you want, but you still need to pay me for these 3 months. Hey, your salary? Ding Chong sneered. Kid, the company regulations are written clearly. You only qualify for wages after completing the full 3-month internship. And you're 1 day short. You're committing fraud. I'm going to sue you. Lin Ye gritted his teeth and shouted. Ha ha ha. Go ahead and sue us. You didn't even sign a labor contract. I'd love to see what you're going to sue us with. Ding Chong laughed coldly. You? Lin Ye clenched his teeth. I refuse to believe there's no justice left in this world. Justice? Ha ha ha. Lin Ye, I didn't expect that after all these years, you'd still be this naive. A mocking laugh suddenly came from behind him. Hearing that voice, Lin Ye's pupils contracted. He turned around and saw a heavily made-up, glamorous woman walking toward him arrogantly, an LV bag hanging from her arm. Himimi. The woman was none other than Lin Ye's ex-girlfriend, Himimi. The moment Lin Ye saw her, he immediately understood what had happened. It was you. You were behind all of this. Half a year ago, while they were still in college, Lin Ye had discovered that Himimi was cheating on him with multiple men. Unable to stomach it, he had exposed her infidelity in front of everyone and ended their relationship publicly. Himimi was notoriously vindictive. There was no doubt in Lin Ye's mind that she had orchestrated all of this to get revenge on him. That's right. It was me. Himimi sneered. Lin Ye, let me tell you the truth. My boyfriend was the one who arranged this job for you. Otherwise, did you really think a loser from a third-rate university like you could get into a major company like Hualong Group? Wake up. You're nothing but trash. Himimi, it's been so long. Do you really have to go to all this trouble just to humiliate me? TSK. Of course I do. A sinister expression appeared on Himimi's face. Lin Ye, you were nothing but a pathetic simp. Who do you think you are? You actually dared to dump me, and you even humiliated me in front of the entire university. I swore back then that I would make you pay 100 times over. Lin Ye, aren't you short on money? How does it feel to work for 3 months without getting paid? Ha ha ha. Himimi. Lin Ye glared at her furiously. Seeing how enraged he was, Himimi became even more pleased with herself. Lin Ye, considering how well you used to please me back then, I can give you a chance. As long as you kneel down, beg me, and lick my shoes clean, I'll give you the wages for these 3 months. How about that? As she spoke, she arrogantly removed her boots. A foul stench immediately filled the air. Ugh! Everyone nearby instantly began gagging from the smell. Damn, that woman is seriously twisted. Lin Ye really must have been cursed to end up with an ex-girlfriend like that. Kid, didn't you hear Miss He? Hurry up and get down on your knees and lick her shoes. Ding Chong let out a cold snort. Go to hell. Get lost. Lin Ye glared at him furiously. Startled by Lin Ye's fierce expression, Himimi slipped and fell hard onto the floor. Miss He, are you okay? Ding Chong's expression darkened. Damn it, kid. You don't know how to appreciate kindness. Security. Throw this kid out. Yes. At Ding Chong's command, several security guards at the door rushed inside with unfriendly expressions. Stop. Just then, a sharp feminine shout suddenly rang out. Chapter 2. But I'm still a virgin. So beautiful. Oh my God. She has such an incredible presence. Following the voices, countless pairs of male eyes instantly widened. A tall woman wearing a black suit slowly walked down the corridor. Her long hair was tied up neatly, her willow-shaped brows slightly raised, and her thin lips were painted with pure black lipstick. Her expression was icy and aloof, while her curvaceous figure and every graceful movement exuded the mature charm of a capable woman. What do you want? Seeing Li Shirlan, Himimi frowned slightly. The woman in front of her wasn't just stunningly beautiful. Her aura was incredibly powerful as well. Standing before her, Himimi suddenly felt like a pheasant staring at a phoenix. Li Shirlan didn't even spare Himimi a glance. She walked straight toward Lin Ye. The security guards instinctively stepped aside. Li Shirlan scrutinized Lin Ye from head to toe before speaking in a cold voice. You're Lin Ye? You've got quite a bit of backbone. I'll give you that. What? She actually came here to find Lin Ye. No way. Lin Ye actually knows a top-tier beauty like her. Everyone around them looked astonished. Lin Ye was equally confused. The woman in front of him was clearly dressed like an elite, and her temperament was extraordinary. She was definitely the kind of stunning, wealthy heiress he would never normally have contact with. Cough, cough. Miss, may I ask why you've come to Hualong Group? Ding Chong finally recovered and put on his greasy smile. Li Shirlan slowly turned around. I heard everything that just happened. This was your fault. Apologize to Lin Ye. What did you say? You want me to apologize to this piece of trash? What a joke. He Mimi sneered disdainfully. Who do you think you are? Are you out of your mind? My patience is limited. You have 10 seconds. The consequences are yours to bear. After saying this, Li Shirlan raised her wrist. 10-9. Damn, this woman is way too domineering. Yeah, who exactly is she? Why is she standing up for Lin Ye? Everyone began whispering among themselves, their expressions varying from person to person. Looking at Li Shirlan's breathtakingly beautiful face, Lin Ye's expression became extremely strange. He was certain he had never met this icy, mature woman before. But why was she helping him? Could it be because he was handsome? Ahem, miss. Lin Ye was just about to speak when Li Shirlan waved her hand, cutting him off. The father of my children is not someone you people are allowed to bully. The father of your children? What the hell? 2 seconds left. I gave you your chance. Li Shirlan shook her head. You're fired. Pack up your things and get out. Fired? Who are you trying to scare? Exactly. Do you think you're the president of Hualong Group or something? Beauty, I suggest you mind your own business. He Mimi and Ding Chong both looked at her with disdain. I'm not the president yet, but I will be in a moment. Li Shirlan spoke calmly. Annie, acquire this company for me. Understood, President Lan. Annie pulled out her laptop and began operating it rapidly. Acquire Hualong Group. The entire office erupted in an uproar. Tisk, are you joking? Hualong may not be a major corporation, but an acquisition would still cost at least tens of millions of yuan. Can you even afford that? Exactly. Stop pretending. Just because you're wearing Armani, you think you're some rich woman. Who knows whether any of this is even real? He Mimi disdainfully waved her LV bag. If you can really acquire our company, I'll eat this bag. Before she could finish speaking, a greasy-looking, overweight man hurried out of the president's office. President Song, what brings you here? Seeing the fat man, He Mimi and Ding Chong immediately went over to greet him obsequiously. Get out of my way. President Song glared fiercely at He Mimi before rushing toward Li Shirlan, his forehead covered in sweat. Are you President Lan? I've already received the notice regarding the transfer of shares. From today onward, you are the largest shareholder and executive chairman of Hualong Group. What? She really acquired Hualong. You've got to be kidding me. That's insanely rich. Who exactly is this woman? The moment President Song finished speaking, the entire office exploded. Lin Ye was equally stunned. Acquiring a company worth tens of millions of yuan in just a few minutes. What kind of financial power did that require? No way. Absolutely impossible. This has to be fake. He Mimi's eyes widened in disbelief. What are you waiting for? Throw those two out. Annie shouted. Only then did the security guards snap back to their senses. The guards exchanged glances before immediately grabbing He Mimi and Ding Chong. Lin Ye. No, Brother Lin. It was a misunderstanding. Please. I was wrong. Oh. Their terrified cries gradually faded into the distance. Only after the two had been thrown out of the company did Lin Ye finally recover from his shock. Humph, Mr. Lin, can we leave now? Annie raised her chin proudly. President Song, someone will come later to handle the company handover procedures. I'll be leaving first. After saying that, Li Shirlan looked at Lin Ye. Mr. Lin, shall we? Oh, okay. Lin Ye froze for a moment before following Li Shirlan out of the company, as if in a daze. Virum. The deafening roar of an engine immediately drew everyone's attention. Oh my god, is that a Rolls-Royce Wraith? What? A limited edition Rolls-Royce worth 50 million yuan. Seeing Lin Ye leave in a luxury car accompanied by two stunning women, the entire company instantly exploded with gossip. Could Lin Ye's real identity be that of some wealthy heir who came here to experience ordinary life? I think that's highly possible. Those two women might even be his housekeeper and maid. So this is how rich people live. That's insane. Lin Ye naturally had no idea that, in the eyes of his co-workers, he had already become a wealthy young heir from some cliché web novel who had been hiding his true identity. At this moment, he was still completely bewildered. Looking at the pair of long, slender legs sitting across from him, Lin Ye was filled with confusion. This is our first meeting. My name is Li Shirlan. As if she had noticed Lin Ye's doubts, Li Shirlan calmly extended her right hand. Li Shirlan, could you be that famous female CEO of Xingying Entertainment? Lin Ye's expression changed slightly when he heard her name. That's right. The very same Li Shilon you're thinking of. Li Shilon's voice remained indifferent, as though she wasn't surprised by Lin Ye's reaction at all. Lin Ye stared at this legendary businesswoman, his eyes flickering with curiosity. Xingying Entertainment was one of the several major entertainment giants in Nanjiang. It had numerous famous singers and celebrities under its banner and wielded enormous influence. Li Shilon herself was a legend. Starting from nothing, she had built a massive entertainment empire in just 5 years. She was truly a formidable businesswoman who possessed both extraordinary beauty and incredible talent. President Lin, you and I have never met before, right? Why are you helping me? Simply put, I have 7 children, and you're their father. Li Shilon answered calmly. Huh, President Li, are you sure you're not joking? Lin Ye stared strangely at Li Shilon's slender figure. With a figure like hers, she was claiming that she had given birth to 7 children? Who would believe that? Li Shilon didn't explain. Instead, she raised her hand and handed Lin Ye a document. Full-time dad contract. Lin Ye's mouth twitched as he read the title. For certain reasons, I need someone to take care of my children. I don't trust outsiders. You're their biological father, so you're the perfect person for the job. Li Shilon spoke with complete seriousness. Don't worry. Money isn't an issue. No, President Lin. This isn't about money. Lin Ye's face flushed red as he struggled to explain. But I'm still a virgin. How could I possibly have 7 children? Chapter 3, The Almighty Super Dad. Smack. Before Lin Ye could finish speaking, Li Shilon raised her hand and tossed 2 documents over to him. What are these? The first is your sperm donation record from the first hospital. Li Shilon remained expressionless. As for the other one, it's the paternity test confirming that all 7 children are biologically yours. This. Lin Ye glanced at the 2 documents, and his expression instantly became extremely strange. He remembered now. When he had just started college, he had actually donated sperm once to earn enough money to buy a computer. No way. I got lucky on my very first donation. And the mother turned out to be someone as incredible as Li Shilon, a gorgeous billionaire CEO. Looking at Li Shilon's perfect figure, Lin Ye's eyes flickered. Ahem. President Lin, don't worry. I, Lin Ye, may not be very capable, but I'm still a man of my word. I'll definitely take responsibility for you and the children to the very end. With a cough, Lin Ye picked up the pen and signed his name. You're thinking too much. Li Shilon's expression remained cold. Your job is simply to take care of the children. Other than that, you have no actual relationship with me or the children. Also, I suggest that you don't tell them your true identity. Why? I'm their biological father. Lin Ye was somewhat indignant. Heh. Li Shilon let out a cold laugh. Because your children are too outstanding. I'm afraid it will hurt your self-esteem. Lin Ye rolled his eyes. This woman was obviously looking down on him. I've said everything I needed to say. I hope you won't humiliate yourself. After saying that, Li Shilon closed her eyes and stopped paying attention to Lin Ye. Lin Ye's face darkened like the bottom of a cooking pot. He clenched his fists in frustration, but there was nothing he could do. After all, compared with the domineering female CEO Li Shilon, he really was far behind. Ding. Congratulations, host, on awakening the almighty Super Dad system. Newbie gift pack is being issued. Please claim it as soon as possible. Just then, an electronic voice suddenly rang out in Lin Ye's mind. Holy crap, I've been reincarnated for 25 years, and the system has finally awakened. Lin Ye's face lit up with excitement. Deep inside, he had always kept a secret. He had actually traveled from a parallel universe similar to this world. However, his memories from his previous life had been fragmented and blurry, almost like a dream. So even though Lin Ye knew he was a transmigrator, he had still lived a muddled life for 25 years. Claim the gift pack. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained enhanced memory. Lin Ye suddenly felt a flash of light pass through his mind. In an instant, all the memories from his previous life became incredibly clear. Not only that, but his 5 senses also seemed to have become sharper. It was as if he had gained a photographic memory. Awesome. With the system and the memories from my previous life, I'm about to take off. Kids, daddy's coming. Ha ha ha. Lin Ye immediately burst into laughter. #### Central Cultural Center. Countless spectators held glowing light sticks and cheered enthusiastically. Mirror, mirror, mirror. Amid the cheers, 5 children, 4 girls and 1 boy, bounced onto the stage. The 5 children looked as though they had been carved from the same mold. All of them were exquisitely adorable. We are the Mirror Band. The 5 children raised their hands and struck a pose before taking their respective positions and beginning their performance. Asterisk boom, 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 asterisk. The drums rang out. Accompanied by the passionate music, the lead singer with twin braids slowly opened her mouth. I want to fly into the sky, stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun, and change the world. Her voice was like the sound of heaven. At that moment, age seemed to have nothing to do with music. The 5 children's performance was full of passion and energy, instantly igniting the entire venue. Countless spectators began screaming wildly. Ichuan, Ichuan, Erhua, I love you. Love you. Wuha, you're the most handsome. Watching the 5 children perform passionately on stage, Lin Ye sighed with emotion. TSK. As expected of my kids. They're way too talented. Li Shirlan glanced at Lin Ye before slowly explaining. The lead singer is the eldest, Ichuan. The guitar and bass players on the left and right are Erhua and Sanchio. The keyboardist is Siua. The drummer is Wuha. As for the youngest twins, Lucier and Chila, they're still at school. Hearing Li Shirlan's introduction, Lin Ye's expression became strange. Spring, flowers, autumn, moon. When will it end? He narrowed his eyes and carefully examined the children. Although the 5 looked very similar, each had their own distinctive characteristics. Ichuan clearly had the demeanor of the eldest sister. Siua stood in the back and looked rather timid. Wuhan needed no explanation. He was the only boy among the 5, and his little dreadlocks looked incredibly cool. The only 2 children giving Lin Ye a headache were Erhua and Sanchio. They had identical twin ponytails and wore identical clothes. They looked practically indistinguishable. Congratulations to the Mirror Band for advancing to the finals of the Nanjiang Children's Music Competition. Mirror, mirror. The moment the host announced the result, the entire venue erupted into cheers, with thunderous applause echoing throughout the hall. Lin Ye excitedly clapped his hands. Amazing. As expected, they inherited my genes. These are my children. My children. Stop shouting. Li Shirlan rolled her eyes in annoyance and immediately dragged Lin Ye backstage. #### backstage lounge. The 5 children were immersed in the joy of advancing to the finals, chattering excitedly among themselves. Just then, the door opened. Li Shirlan walked in with Lin Ye. Mommy, Mommy, we made it to the finals. Wasn't my drumming awesome? Wuha, wipe your nose before you hug Mommy. The moment they saw Li Shirlan, the 5 children happily surrounded her. Of course Mommy saw it. You were all amazing. For once, a smile appeared on Li Shirlan's normally cold face. She lovingly took out a tissue and wiped Wuha's nose, then helped Erhua and Sanchio straighten their clothes. Watching this warm scene, even Lin Ye, a 25-year-old virgin who had been single his entire life, couldn't help feeling touched. A son and daughters. Isn't this exactly the family I've always dreamed of? Mommy, who is he? Ichuan looked at Lin Ye suspiciously. Ahem. Let me introduce myself. I'm your father, Lin Ye. Lin Ye grinned. You're lying. My mommy said my daddy is an absolutely handsome man. You're so ugly. You definitely can't be my daddy. Wuha put his hands on his hips and looked completely unconvinced. That's right. My daddy is an incredible genius who is proficient in music, literature, calligraphy, and computers. You look pretty dumb. Don't think you can fool us just because we're children. Lin Ye's face twitched. These little brats were way too rude. He could tolerate them saying he wasn't smart, but come on. He was at least fairly handsome. How was he ugly? Mommy, is he really our daddy? Ichuan looked at Li Shirlan suspiciously. Ahem. President Lan. Lin Ye looked at Li Shirlan expectantly. Li Shirlan smiled faintly and spread her hands, as if saying, You can't blame me for your lack of ability. Lin Ye, I'm going to pick up Lucier and Chila from school first. You'll take care of them. Have fun together. After saying that, Li Shirlan turned and left. Ding. System mission issued. Just then, another electronic voice rang out in Lin Ye's mind. Mission, call me daddy. Mission description, within 1 day, get all 7 children to call you daddy at least once. Successful completion will reward the host with a mysterious gift pack. Failure will result in 1 inch being removed. Does the host accept the mission? Lin Ye's eyes lit up. Did he even need to think about it? Of course he would accept. They were his biological children. Getting them to call him daddy was only a matter of time. With the experience of 2 lifetimes, Lin Ye firmly believed that getting a few little kids to obey him would be a piece of cake. Chapter 4, The Drunken Butterfly. Wuha, your nose is running again. Wipe it. Big sis, Erhua took my stuff. Wah! The car moved slowly down the road. Lin Ye stared darkly at the 5 children sitting in front of him. There was no doubt about it. He had been completely ignored. Only Siyue, who was hugging a little teddy bear, stared at him curiously. But the little girl was extremely timid and wouldn't speak to him at all. If this continued, he was afraid his first mission was going to fail. Sure, he had his strengths. But if he couldn't even complete his first mission, how was he supposed to raise the kids, increase his salary, marry a beautiful rich woman, become the ultimate super dad, and reach the pinnacle of life? All right, stop fooling around. Ichuan's twin braids bounced as she spoke with an imposing air. Erhua, give Sancho her hair tie back. And you, the nanny, go wipe Wuha's nose. The nanny? Me. Lin Ye stared at himself in disbelief. Who else? Ichuan pouted. Hurry up, or I'll deduct your salary. Lin Ye was speechless, but he still wiped Wuha's nose. After all, the kid was his own flesh and blood. But I really am your dad. Tisk. The 4 children rolled their eyes and ignored Lin Ye once again. All right, everyone be quiet. Meeting time. Huh? Another meeting? Big sis, didn't we just have one yesterday? Exactly. We just made it to the finals. Shouldn't we be celebrating? Wuha complained through his runny nose, looking extremely unwilling. Celebrating? You're getting proud way too early. Ichuan tapped her little finger against the table, her expression serious. According to reliable information, our opponent in the finals, TFBOYS, has invited the famous musician Huang Tian to write a song specifically for them. What? Huang Tian? The moment Ichuan said that name, the children instantly fell silent. Sniff. Wuha sucked his half-running nose right back in. Big sis, does that mean we're definitely going to lose in the finals? Yeah. TFBOYS already has more fans than us, and now they have a great song too. We're doomed. We're the invincible youth girl band Mirror. How can we not even handle a little pressure? Ichuan clenched her tiny fists and shouted in a childish voice. Youth means fighting. Only hard work can leave us without regrets. Big sis, but I'm a boy. Wuha sniffled and looked up at her innocently. Nanny. Ichuan finally lost her patience. Wipe his nose clean. Ahem. Lin Ye raised his hand. Guys, I have something to say. I'm not sure if I should. Instantly, all 5 children turned toward him. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes and gave a mysterious smile. I may not be much, but I know a thing or two about composing music. Huh? You're a nanny, and you can compose music? Erhua looked skeptical. Lin Ye's mouth twitched. Endure it. He forced a smile. If you need a song for the competition, I can help you. TSK. Even if you can compose music, our opponent invited Huang Tian. How could anything you write possibly compare with Huang Tian? Exactly. He's a professional composer. You're just a nanny. Looking at the children's disdainful expressions, Lin Ye simply smiled without saying anything. Of course he had heard of Huang Tian. He was a famous composer at Dilong Entertainment. One of his songs, Lost Pig, had even broken into the top 10 of the pop charts. Having someone of his caliber compose a song for a children's music competition was basically overkill. No wonder these kids had lost confidence. But Lin Ye had countless hit songs from his previous life stored in his memory. A little Huang Tian was nothing to him. Heh. Whether I can beat him or not, why don't we give it a try? 3 minutes later, the 5 children sat neatly in a row, each one staring suspiciously at Lin Ye while swaying their little heads. Lin Ye smiled faintly and began tapping his right leg. However far I fly, I can never escape this colorful world. Turns out I'm just a butterfly drunk on wine. That's it. Erhua smacked her lips and looked disappointed. It doesn't sound that great. No, wait. Sancho hummed along with Lin Ye for a couple of lines. Suddenly, her right leg began shaking uncontrollably to the rhythm. Damn, this song is addictive. Ichuan's eyes lit up. It really is. In an instant, all 5 children were infected. They began shaking their right legs along with Lin Ye's rhythm. Spring leaves and flowers bloom again. Autumn comes, and the moon reflects upon the water. Turns out I'm just that one. Drunken butterfly. Just then, Lin Ye abruptly stopped. The 5 children, who had been shaking in perfect rhythm, nearly stumbled. Keep going. Why did you stop? Yeah. What comes next? Keep singing. Their legs had been shaking halfway through the song, and now they suddenly felt incredibly uncomfortable. You want to learn this song? Lin Ye smiled mysteriously. Yes. All 5 children answered at once. But there's one condition. Huh? What condition? If each of you calls me Dad once, I'll finish the song and teach the whole thing to you. A sly, big bad wolf-like smile appeared on Lin Ye's face. What? How can we call a nanny Dad? Exactly. Absolutely not. Then do you still want this song? Lin Ye smiled and said nothing. The 5 children exchanged troubled looks and began whispering among themselves. Big sis, the competition is the most important thing. Yeah, this song is so good. If we learn it, we might actually win. And besides, calling him dad once doesn't seem like such a big deal. Actually, Siua hugged her teddy bear and spoke timidly. I think Wuha looks a lot like him. Fourth sis, don't talk nonsense. This handsome young man is unbelievably handsome. How could I possibly look like him? Humph. Wuha unhappily sniffed. Actually, they really do look alike. The more I look at him, the more similar they seem. Could he really be our dad? The children stared at Lin Ye with wide, curious eyes. Well, have you made up your minds? The corners of Lin Ye's mouth curled upward. This song even has its own dance and a DJ version. What? There's a dance too? Ichuan's eyes immediately lit up. Her big, watery eyes spun around 3 times. Then she slapped her little hand on the table. Dad, dad, dad. Seeing Ichuan take the lead, Hua and the others no longer hesitated and began calling out one after another. Ha, good kids. Lin Ye affectionately ruffled their hair. Now follow my movements. Left hand, right hand, kick your leg. Good. However far I fly, I can never escape this colorful world. Turns out I'm just a butterfly drunk on wine. Whoa, the dance is addictive too. The 5 children immediately became excited and began swaying along with Lin Ye. When the flowers bloom, when the flowers fall, when the moon is full, when the moon wanes. Turns out I'm just that one. Drunken butterfly. Squeak, squeak. The entire car bounced up and down rhythmically, drawing curious glances from pedestrians passing by. When they returned to the villa, the 5 children immediately took out their instruments and began enthusiastically playing. With Lin Ye's guidance, the entire villa became incredibly lively. A short while later, Li Shirlan arrived with the 2 youngest boys. One wore frameless glasses and silently hugged a drawing board. The other wore a taekwondo uniform, had his hair tied into a small braid, and walked with an energetic, imposing stride. Bang, clang, bang, clang. The moment the 3 of them entered the house, they heard loud noises coming from inside the villa. Why is it so noisy? Li Shirlan's pupils contracted. Oh no, those 5 little brats haven't already turned the whole house upside down, have they? Li Shirlan knew her children's personalities very well. They were practically lawless. She simply couldn't believe Lin Ye could control them. That Lin Ye. He can't even keep an eye on them for this short amount of time? Useless. Thinking of this, Li Shirlan hurried anxiously into the villa. However, the moment she pushed open the door, her expression became extremely strange. Staring at the scene before her, Li Shirlan was completely stunned. This? How is this possible? Hashtag Chapter 5, call me daddy. Left, right, kick your legs. That's it. Number 5, shake your butt a little more. Got it, daddy. Looking at the scene before her, Li Shirlan's expression became extremely strange. It was completely different from the chaotic mess she had expected. In the living room, under Lin Ye's guidance, the 5 children were actually dancing and playing their instruments obediently. How is this possible? Looking at her happy children, Li Shirlan felt as if she were dreaming. These children were all extremely proud and stubborn. None of them listened to anyone. In the past, she had hired countless professional tutors to discipline them, but not a single one had been able to control them. Yet now, in such a short time, Lin Ye had somehow managed to make all 5 children behave themselves. And they were even calling him daddy. It completely overturned everything she thought she knew. Oh, President Lan, you're back. Seeing Li Shirlan and the 2 boys beside her, Lin Ye waved his hand. Stop. Instantly, all 5 children stopped what they were doing and respectfully called out to Li Shirlan. Welcome home, Mommy. Mommy, you must be tired. This? Li Shirlan was stunned. Were these really her own children? They were being unbelievably well-behaved. How did he do it? Looking at Lin Ye's smiling face, Li Shirlan remained stunned for a long time. Hey, who are you? Why are you in my house? Just then, a childish voice rang out. Chilla stared at Lin Ye warily. Hee, so you 2 must be Lucia and Chilla. I'm your daddy, Lin Ye. Lin Ye smiled warmly. Come on, call me daddy. Daddy, Lucia called out calmly. Then, without saying another word, he hugged his drawing board, walked to the corner, and put on his headphones. Holy crap, he's that obedient. Lin Ye was pleasantly surprised. That was much easier than he had imagined. He immediately looked expectantly at Chilla. I'm gonna. Just then, Chilla suddenly raised his leg and launched a side kick. Whoosh. His tiny foot stopped right between Lin Ye's legs. Holy crap. Lin Ye's entire body shuddered, and he froze on the spot. If that little guy had kicked just a little farther forward, Lin Ye would have been crying. TSK, you couldn't even dodge my attack, yet you want me to call you daddy? How ridiculous. Chila wiped his nose and waved a finger disdainfully. Mommy told me that my daddy is a peerless hero. You're not worthy. With that, he jumped onto the sofa and started playing video games. Damn it. I refuse to believe I can't handle a little brat like you. Lin Ye's mouth twitched as he shamelessly walked over. Playing games. Humph. Chila turned his head away. What game are you playing? Humph. You're pretty good at martial arts. Who taught you? Humph. Want some water? Humph. Looking at the completely uncooperative Chila, Lin Ye's face darkened like the bottom of a cooking pot. How is it? Wanting to be these children's father isn't so easy, is it? Li Shirlan looked amused. Do you dare make a bet with me? Lin Ye smiled, showing no sign of giving up. What are we betting on? If I can get Chila to call me daddy, you have to agree to let me call you my wife. Looking at Li Shirlan's perfect figure, Lin Ye couldn't help swallowing. Li Shirlan stared deeply at Lin Ye. Then she suddenly smiled. Her smile was as beautiful as a begonia blooming in spring, leaving Lin Ye momentarily mesmerized. Interesting. I'll take the bet. But if you lose, you'll obediently work as a nanny from now on. And you're not allowed to reveal your true identity to outsiders. Deal. Lin Ye nodded and walked toward Chila. Li Shirlan poured herself a cup of coffee and sat down nearby, looking like she was waiting for a show. Chila had the most stubborn personality among all 7 children. Once he made up his mind about something, he would never change it. Li Shirlan was very curious to see what Lin Ye could possibly do to win this child over. Humph. Seeing Lin Ye approach, Chila immediately turned away and continued playing his game. Lin Ye didn't get angry. Instead, he sat down opposite him. Yo, you're pretty good at this game. Humph. But I heard that kids who are good at video games usually have terrible grades. You're not one of those kids, are you? What a joke. Chila looked extremely proud. I'm ranked first in my entire class. You? First in your class? Doesn't look like it. Lin Ye shook his head suspiciously. I bet you don't even know basic addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division within 10. Who are you saying doesn't know them? Chila immediately exploded. I don't believe you. Want me to test you? Test me then. Scared I'll make you look stupid? Bring it on. Seeing Chila's face turn red with anger, Lin Ye secretly chuckled. As expected, he was just a little kid. He had taken the bait. Look carefully. What number is this? Lin Ye held up 3 fingers. TSK. 3. Chila looked disdainful. And this one? 5. Impressive. Looks like I'll have to increase the difficulty. Lin Ye gave a sly smile and held up 8 fingers. 8. What did you say? I didn't hear you. 8. Are you deaf? What? You're speaking so quietly. Did you not eat today? Lin Ye rubbed his ear. 8. 8. Daddy, did you hear me? Chila impatiently shouted. Good boy. Daddy heard you. Lin Ye grinned. Li Shirlan. Chila. Damn it. You tricked me. Chila finally realized what had happened and glared furiously. Whether it was a trick or not, you really are my son. Lin Ye looked completely sincere. Bah. I'm your daddy. Chila was furious. My son. Your daddy. My son. Daddy. Chila was completely confused. What had just happened? Why had he called him daddy again? Ding. Congratulations, host. Mission completed. Reward. Grandmaster Martial Arts Inheritance Gift Pack. Hearing the system notification in his mind, Lin Ye's face lit up. Double-layered trap. Let's see how you're going to escape this one. You sneaky bastard. I'm going to get you. Chila angrily slammed down his phone and jumped to his feet. Trying to kill your own father? That's against the laws of heaven. Lin Ye shuddered and immediately turned around and ran. You sneaky bastard. Stop if you've got the guts. Catch me if you can. You. Chila was so furious that he screamed. Although he had extraordinary martial arts talent, he was still only 5 years old. There was no way his tiny legs could outrun Lin Ye. Lin Ye easily ran circles around him. Screech. Just then, 2 black stretched Lincoln limousines suddenly stopped outside the villa. Dozens of bodyguards stepped out one after another. They were all dressed in black suits and black sunglasses. Dozens of men stood in 2 perfectly straight rows, hands behind their backs, their expressions cold and emotionless. Click. The car door opened. An elderly man wearing a traditional Chinese tunic suit stepped out, leaning on a cane. Uncle Gong. Seeing the newcomer, Li Shirlan's brows furrowed slightly. Stop fooling around, she shouted before getting up and walking outside. Humph. You got lucky this time. Sheila glared fiercely at Lin Ye. The other children also followed curiously. Greetings, young miss. Seeing Li Shirlan, Uncle Gong bowed respectfully. What did that old man send you here for this time? Li Shirlan's expression was cold. Miss, so many years have passed. You still refuse to forgive master? He is your father, after all. Uncle Gong shook his head bitterly. He doesn't deserve my forgiveness. I, Li Shirlan, cut all ties with the Li family long ago. You are not welcome here. Please leave. A trace of anger appeared in Li Shirlan's voice. Miss, blood is thicker than water. Master wants me to take the young masters and young ladies back with me. Uncle Gong narrowed his eyes and looked toward the 7 children. Chapter 6. How dare you bully my son? You can forget about it. Li Shirlan was furious. I will never let my children become sacrifices in the family's power struggles. Go back and tell that old man that no one is taking my children away. Miss, you know what the family head is like. Uncle Gong frowned slightly. I hope you won't make things difficult for me. Get out. Otherwise, I'm calling the police. Li Shirlan threateningly pulled out her phone. In that case, I'm afraid I'll have to offend you. Before Uncle Gong could finish speaking, a throwing knife suddenly shot out from his sleeve. Smack. The knife struck Li Shirlan's phone, instantly sending sparks flying. Uncle Gong, what are you trying to do? Li Shirlan's expression changed dramatically. Miss, I'm sorry, but I cannot disobey the master's orders. Uncle Gong coldly waved his hand. Take them all away. Yes. Several bodyguards immediately rushed forward with cold expressions. Stop. Just then, a childish shout rang out. Sheila stepped in front of Li Shirlan and assumed a defensive stance. Who dares bully my mommy? My mommy. The bodyguards exchanged glances, barely managing to suppress their laughter. Little boy, don't cause trouble. The leader shook his head mockingly and reached toward Li Shirlan. I'll hit you. Just as his hand was about to touch Li Shirlan, his body suddenly jerked. Crack. A faint cracking sound rang out. Ah! The bodyguard screamed in agony, clutching his crotch and dropping to his knees. Holy crap. Thank goodness I ran fast enough earlier. Seeing this, Lin Ye suddenly felt a chill between his legs. Little 7, you're awesome. Great job. The other children happily clapped their hands. Humph. Chilo wiped his nose and arrogantly flicked his little braid. Who else? Whoa. Before he could finish, a withered hand suddenly grabbed the back of his pants and lifted him straight into the air. You bastard. Let me go. Chilo struggled wildly, kicking and waving his arms, but it was completely useless. Hee, young master, I'm sorry. You'll just have to endure this for a little while. Uncle Gong smiled faintly. You bastard. That's not fair. You ambushed a 5-year-old. Wah. Chilla flailed furiously. What the hell? You're bullying my son? Lin Ye instantly became furious. Sure, his son was mischievous, but who did this old man think he was to bully him? Ding. System mission issued. Mission name. An angry super dad has serious consequences. Mission description. Your child has been bullied. Do you really need to think about it? Of course you should beat the crap out of him. Complete the mission to receive a random reward. Even if the system offered no reward, Lin Ye couldn't possibly tolerate this. Let go of my son. An angry roar rang out, instantly drawing countless gazes. Lin Ye, don't. Li Shirlan was about to stop him, but Lin Ye waved his hand and interrupted her. Don't worry. I told you before. I'll take responsibility for you and the children to the very end. With that, Lin Ye tossed his hair back and strode forward. Looking at his not-so-tall figure, Li Shirlan inexplicably felt a sense of security rise in her heart. Let go of my son. You bastard, stop shouting nonsense. Who said he was your son? Sheila glared fiercely at Lin Ye. Who are you? Uncle Gong frowned slightly as he sized Lin Ye up. My name is Lin Ye. I'm the father of these children. You're taking my son away without even asking me, his father, for permission? Lin Ye spoke coldly. You're Lin Ye? A trace of coldness flashed through Uncle Gong's eyes. Very good. I was looking everywhere for you, and here you are. Break all 4 of his limbs and bring him back for the family head to deal with. Crack, crack, crack. At Uncle Gong's command, several bodyguards pulled out their batons and charged toward Lin Ye. Damn, do you really have to be this ruthless? Whatever you say, I'm technically your family's son-in-law. Lin Ye's expression darkened. Lin Ye, run. Li Shirlan looked extremely anxious. Run. Looking at the bodyguards charging toward him, Lin Ye smiled. If this had happened before, he might really have run. But today, he was going to become his children's peerless hero. He was going to become a true, indomitable father. Activate the inheritance. Before Lin Ye could finish speaking, A warm current surged from his dantian and spread throughout his entire body. At that moment, he felt as though he had ascended to the heavens. So this is what power feels like. Whoosh. The bodyguards showed no mercy. They swung their batons directly toward Lin Ye's arms. It's over. Seeing Lin Ye standing completely motionless like an idiot, Li Shirlan despairingly closed her eyes. The weakest of her bodyguards had all been trained as special forces soldiers. Their attacks were fierce and ruthless. One strike from those batons could easily leave a person half dead. But just then, Lin Ye suddenly opened his eyes. A sharp glint flashed through his pupils. This aura. Not good. Sensing the change in Lin Ye, Uncle Gong's expression changed. Retreat. However, by the time he shouted, it was already too late. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Ye threw a single punch. Several bodyguards were sent flying simultaneously. Ah, my arm. Everyone who had attacked Lin Ye suffered broken bones and collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. How is this possible? Li Shirlan stared in disbelief. Wow, Daddy is amazing. Beat up those bad guys. The children finally reacted and began cheering excitedly. You dare touch my children? Then you're asking for death. Lin Ye roared. He charged into the group like a tiger among sheep. Bang, bang. Ah, none of the bodyguards could withstand even a single blow from him. In the blink of an eye, every one of them was lying on the ground, crying out in pain. A martial artist? Uncle Gong frowned as he stared at Lin Ye. A throwing knife was already poised inside his sleeve. Just then, Lin Ye suddenly turned his head and looked at him. Gasp. This kid. At that instant, Uncle Gong felt as though he had been struck by lightning. His spine turned ice-cold, and beads of sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. Damn it. This aura. Uncle Gong's entire body stiffened. Facing this young man, he actually couldn't even summon the courage to attack. Let go of my son. Lin Ye spoke in a low voice. Uncle Gong's expression turned ugly. After struggling with his decision for a moment, he finally released Chila. Bah! Chila spat on the ground and immediately ran away. Uncle Gong stared intently at Lin Ye, his expression solemn. Young man, I underestimated you. I never expected a small place like Nanjiang to have an expert like you. Today, I admit defeat. Heh. If you weren't already 70 or 80 years old, I would have smacked you by now. Lin Ye rolled his eyes. Miss, they still carry the blood of the Li family. How long do you think you can protect them? After saying that, Uncle Gong turned around and left with the injured bodyguards. Watching them disappear into the distance, Li Shirlan lowered her head and bit her lip. Wife, what exactly is going on with your family? Lin Ye asked curiously. That has nothing to do with you. Li Shirlan replied coldly before turning around and walking back into the villa. Hey! Lin Ye was about to follow her when a group of children immediately surrounded him. Daddy! Daddy! Are you Superman? You're so amazing. Exactly. Daddy was so cool today. Of course. Lin Ye smiled proudly and looked toward Chila. So, how was your daddy's kung fu? Humph. It was just okay. He's nowhere near as good as my master. Chila proudly raised his chin. Looking at the child's arrogant expression, Lin Ye smiled mysteriously. At least the kid didn't hate him as much anymore. That meant he had taken another step toward becoming a qualified super dad. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received the Master-Level Culinary Arts reward. Please claim it. Hearing the system notification in his mind, Lin Ye's face lit up with delight. Hashtag Chapter 7. Winning over the kids through their stomachs. Dynamic light beam. Bayou. Wooha. You're wiping your runny nose on the sofa again. Wah. Erhua stole my doll. Mommy, I need to poop. Humph. How childish. Lu Shi shook his head, put on his headphones, and continued drawing with his paintbrush. Lin Ye looked curiously at his sixth child. He noticed that the little guy seemed somewhat different from ordinary children. He neither cried nor made a fuss, remaining so calm that it seemed as though everything happening around him had absolutely nothing to do with him. Lin Ye, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and take Siyue to the bathroom. Oh. Hearing Li Shirlan's voice, Lin Ye got up and carried Siyue to the bathroom. Looking at Li Shirlan, who was being driven half crazy by the 7 children, Lin Ye sighed emotionally. Sure enough, taking care of children was no easy task. Li Shirlan had to deal with company affairs every day while also taking care of the children. She had no idea how much hardship she had endured, while he had known nothing about it. A deep sense of guilt rose within Lin Ye. Gurgle, gurgle. Wuha clutched his stomach with a pitiful expression. Mommy, I'm hungry. I'm hungry too. I want a big chicken wing. The children immediately started shouting over one another. Okay, stop making a fuss. Mommy will order takeout right away. Li Shirlan rubbed her temples and pulled out her phone. Takeout? How can we do that? Lin Ye looked extremely serious. The kids are growing right now. Takeout isn't exactly clean, and it doesn't have enough nutrition. How can you let them eat takeout? You're being way too careless as a mother. Do you think I want to? Li Shirlan rolled her eyes. Do you think I have a choice? She was busy with countless things every day. She normally had a professional housekeeper responsible for the family's meals and hygiene, but the housekeeper had quit yesterday because of personal matters. Li Shirlan had been too busy and simply forgot about it. I saw plenty of ingredients in the kitchen. Why don't we just cook ourselves? Lin Ye checked the refrigerator. It was fully stocked with chicken, duck, fish, meat, and all kinds of other ingredients. Li Shirlan's face flushed with embarrassment. It wasn't that she had never tried cooking. It was just that the first time she entered the kitchen, she had practically blown the whole thing up. I never thought the mighty business queen would have something she couldn't do. If you're so capable, then you do it. Ding. System mission issued. Win over the stomachs of your wife and children. Mission description. Prepare a sumptuous dinner and receive praise from your wife and children. Mission completion will grant a random reward. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes and smiled. Sure, I'll do it. Huh? You actually know how to cook? Li Shirlan looked suspicious. You're a grown man. Are you serious? I know a thing or two. Lin Ye gave her a mysterious smile and walked into the kitchen. After selecting the ingredients, he swung the kitchen knife in his hand. Clack, clack, clack. His knife flashed as his hands moved. In an instant, the entire kitchen seemed to be filled with flying vegetables and dazzling knife work. Li Shirlan stared at the scene with an extremely strange expression. This guy, he really can cook. Lin Ye's smooth, flowing movements looked even more impressive than those of a five-star hotel chef. Mommy! Ichuan tugged at Li Shirlan's arm. What is it? Mommy, listen to the new song we prepared for the finals. Do you think it sounds good? Ichuan looked extremely excited. Sure, Li Shirlan nodded. These children were only truly easy to deal with whenever they were immersed in music. Mirror band, get ready. Ichuan waved her hand. Wuha sniffed his runny nose and quickly grabbed his drumsticks. The moment they touched their instruments, the children seemed to transform into completely different people. Their eyes were filled with passion for music. Boom, 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 boom. A rhythmic drumbeat rang out. At first, Li Shirlan was somewhat distracted. But in an instant, her expression became strange. She actually found herself wanting to unconsciously shake her leg along with the rhythm. This intro is pretty interesting. How could I ever escape this colorful world? The moment Ichuan began singing, Li Shirlan was completely stunned. Although she wasn't a professional musician, as the owner of Xinging Entertainment, how could she fail to recognize the value of this song? The lyrics seemed simple, and the melody was repetitive, but it was extremely catchy and strangely addictive. Combined with those hilariously eye-catching dance moves, it was practically a perfect match. Although it was essentially a lightweight pop song with little depth, there was no doubt that once released, it could become a huge hit. It might even have what it took to break into the mainstream music charts. Mommy, what do you think of this song? Can we beat TFBOYS with it? Only after the performance ended did Li Shirlan come back to her senses. Good. Very good. Li Shirlan looked at Ichuan seriously. Xiaochun, what's this song called? ***, drunken butterfly ***. Hearing such a tacky title, Li Shirlan frowned slightly. Why have I never heard this song before? Of course you've never heard it, Mommy. This song was only written for our band by Daddy today. Yeah, isn't Daddy awesome? What? Lin Ye wrote it. How is that possible? Li Shirlan looked completely incredulous. This guy knows martial arts, knows how to cook, and now he even knows music? Knowing a little about music would be one thing, but this was a potential hit song. Even famous musicians might not be able to produce something like this. If Lin Ye really had such talent, how could he have struggled so badly before? This song must have been copied. Li Shirlan pondered for a moment. Still, she could understand it. After all, what father wouldn't want to earn the admiration of his children? Dinner's ready. Just then, Lin Ye walked out of the kitchen with a small bowl, smiling proudly. That's it. A trace of disappointment appeared in Li Shirlan's eyes. Lin Ye, you've been messing around in the kitchen for so long, and this is all you made? Yeah, Daddy. That's not even enough for Chilla alone. Chilla can eat 2 big bowls in one meal. I'm proud of how much I can eat. And I'm definitely not eating anything made by this bastard. Forget it. I'll just order takeout. Li Shirlan shook her head and and picked up her phone. Hey, honey, don't rush. Lin Ye chuckled. This is just the appetizer. With that, he turned around and walked back into the kitchen. 3 minutes later, the entire dining table was covered with all kinds of dishes. A rich aroma filled the room. Every dish looked incredibly appetizing, making everyone's mouths water. Wow, it smells so good. What kind of dish is this? It's so pretty. Gulp, gulp. The children rubbed their little hands together, their eyes glowing as they swallowed repeatedly. Li Shirlan's eyes flickered with surprise. She counted the dishes. There were a full 12 different dishes in front of her, and each one had a completely different style and preparation method. She simply couldn't believe they had all been made by the same person. Don't rush, everyone. Lin Ye grinned. I prepared special dishes for each of you based on your individual needs. Ichuan is the lead singer, so you use your voice a lot. That's why I made you lotus seed and loquat porridge to soothe your throat and help clear internal heat. As for Erhua and Sanxiao, I noticed you two have poor appetites and aren't getting enough nutrition, so. Lin Ye continued talking enthusiastically, practically spraying saliva everywhere as he explained. Li Shirlan was completely dumbfounded. He had prepared personalized dishes for everyone in such a short amount of time. 7 children plus 2 adults. Wasn't that a little too outrageous? And as for you, honey. Who's your honey? Li Shirlan shot Lin Ye a charming yet annoyed look. Lin Ye shamelessly grinned and continued. This bowl of goji berry and snow fungus soup nourishes the blood, replenishes energy, beautifies the skin, and helps maintain your complexion. It's absolutely perfect for you. Looking at the fragrant bowl of snow fungus soup in Lin Ye's hands, Li Shirlan couldn't help swallowing. Just because it looks good doesn't mean it tastes good. I'll try it. She picked up a spoon and took a bite. The moment the soup touched her tongue, Li Shirlan was completely captivated. Hashtag Chapter 8. 10 years of grinding a sword. Li Shirlan swore that she had never eaten anything as delicious as this snow fungus porridge. The silky smooth snow fungus practically melted in her mouth, while the sweetness of the goji berries blended perfectly into the broth. With every bite, all her taste buds seemed to awaken. The gentle texture and rich aroma made her feel as though she were basking in the warm spring sunshine, lying among fragrant grass and breathing in the scent of roses. This is way too delicious. Li Shirlan could no longer restrain her appetite and began wolfing it down without the slightest concern for her image. I want some too. Seeing Li Shirlan's reaction, the children, who had already been drooling, couldn't hold back any longer. One by one, they began eating enthusiastically. Wow, this is so good. This is spicy awesome. Oh my gosh. Is this food enchanted with magic? Ichuan's eyes sparkled with delight. Even Erhua and Sanxiao, who normally had poor appetites, were eating with great enthusiasm. The others were shoveling food into their mouths nonstop. Gulp, gulp. Smelling the rich aroma, Chila, who was sitting on the sofa munching on a sausage, couldn't help swallowing repeatedly. Chila, Daddy's cooking is really delicious. Do you want to try some? Wuha said with his mouth stuffed full of food. Chila, am a man of my word. I said I wouldn't eat anything made by that bastard, so even if I starve to death or die of craving, I won't take a single bite. Chila raised his chin stubbornly. Are you sure you don't want any? Lin Ye looked at him teasingly. Your braised pork ribs are actually the most fragrant dish here. Looking at the glistening braised ribs, Chila desperately wanted to stubbornly say that he wouldn't eat them, but before the words could leave his mouth, they were drowned out by his own drool. That bastard is too cunning. He actually made my favorite braised pork ribs. Wow, they smell even better than my fish. Wu's eyes lit up. Chila, since you don't want them, it would be such a waste. Fifth brother will help you finish them. With that, he reached out with his little hand and grabbed a rib. Hey, let go of my ribs. Chila could no longer resist. He dashed forward and snatched the rib back. Gulp, gulp. Staring at the fragrant, juicy rib in his hand, he swallowed 3 mouthfuls of saliva before opening his mouth and taking a bite. So delicious, Chila's eyes instantly lit up. Ding. Congratulations, host. Mission completed. You have received a reward of 50 million yuan, along with a Swiss Bank Supreme Black Card. Buzz. Space seemed to ripple. A sleek black bank card suddenly appeared in Lin Ye's hand. This system is pretty generous. One reward comes with another. Lin Ye's eyes lit up. Looking at the children's happy and satisfied smiles, he smiled like a farmer admiring a bountiful harvest. Chila, why did you steal my fish? Stop. You're already fat enough. I'm helping you out, you stingy brat. Wah. Mommy, Chilla stole my meat. Half an hour later, every dish on the table had been completely devoured. The children patted their stuffed bellies and returned to their rooms like satisfied little gluttons. Ah, I'm so full I could burst. Li Sherlan let out a satisfied burp and lazily stretched out on the sofa. Her graceful figure was wrapped in a black lace nightdress. The soft curves of her body were accentuated under the warm lighting, creating an alluring and captivating sight. Gulp. Lin Ye had just finished eating, but after seeing such a beautiful scene, he suddenly felt hungry again. Ahem, honey. It's getting late. Shouldn't we go to bed? Lin Ye rubbed his hands together, looking expectant. Time for bed. Li Sherlan stretched lazily and got up to go upstairs. As she passed Lin Ye, a faint, alluring fragrance drifted toward him, making his heart race. Watching her graceful figure disappear upstairs, Lin Ye instantly felt his blood begin to rush. After 10 years of sharpening my sword, tonight is destined to be a great battle. He grinned shamelessly and hurried after her. What are you doing? Li Sherlan suddenly turned around and stared coldly at Lin Ye. Sleeping. We're going to sleep. You sleep in the guest room. What? The guest room? Li Sherlan's words were like a bucket of cold water poured directly over Lin Ye's head. Wait, that's not. Bang. The bedroom door slammed shut. Lin Ye's face turned as dark as the bottom of a cooking pot. How is this different from what I imagined? But it doesn't matter. Being close to the water means I'll eventually get the moon. I refuse to believe that after spending every day together, I won't be able to win over this ice-cold beauty. Time to sleep. Lin Ye yawned and pushed open the guest room door. Although he was a little disappointed, even the guest room was countless times better than the tiny apartment he had rented before. Breathing in the lingering fragrance, Lin Ye soon drifted off to sleep. Sunlight streamed through the window. Magpies chirped outside. Another beautiful day had arrived. Li Sherlan hurried off to work early in the morning. Naturally, the responsibility of taking care of the children fell to Lin Ye. Fortunately, Lu Shi and Chila had dedicated tutors, so he only needed to take care of the 5 girls. After breakfast, Lin Ye took the children to the best recording studio in Nanjiang. He wasn't short on money anymore, so of course he wanted to give his children the best possible environment for practice. Besides, practicing at home was boring. Taking them out was also a good way to get the kids some fresh air. Wow, it's huge. Big sis, do you think this is a giant super beehive? Wooha! This vase is even taller than you. As soon as they entered the lobby, the children were captivated by the unusual decorations and furnishings around them, curiously looking at everything. Whose kids are these? Why are they making so much noise? Just then, a sharp female voice suddenly rang out. Why is she here? Lin Ye frowned when he saw the person approaching. Why are you here? He Mei Wei was stunned. Then she broke into a mocking smile. Didn't expect to see me here? Thanks to you, Lin Ye, I found an even better job. You thought you could mess with me? You're not even close. But what about you? You're working as someone's nanny now. He Mei Wei covered her mouth and burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Lin Ye, you really have no shame. A grown man actually went to work as a nanny. But then again, someone as useless as you probably only deserves a lowly job like that. What I do has nothing to do with you. Lin Ye looked at her coldly. Your life has nothing to do with me, sure. But you bringing these brats here to freeload off the air conditioning does have something to do with me. He Mei Wei's expression darkened. Take these little brats and leave immediately. This place doesn't welcome trash like you. Sorry, but I'm a customer of your company. Lin Ye shrugged. He a customer? You? He Mei Wei sneered. Lin Ye, stop pretending. My boyfriend already investigated what happened yesterday. It was just an accident. I was simply unlucky. Don't tell me you actually think you're some rich second-generation heir now. Get lost immediately, or I'll call security. Crash. Before He Mei Wei could finish speaking, a huge porcelain vase suddenly shattered on the floor. You scared me. Wu He patted his chest, his little face turning pale with fright. Damn it. Seeing what had happened, He Mei Wei widened her eyes angrily and rushed over. You little brat. What did you do? I didn't mean to. Wu He's eyes turned red as he looked at her pitifully. You didn't mean to? Are you blind? You couldn't even see such a huge vase? Where did this wild little brat come from? Clearly you were born, but never properly raised. Do you think something like this is something you can just touch? He Mei Wei planted her hands on her hips and yelled, spraying saliva everywhere. You yelled at me. Wah! Wu He covered his face and burst into tears. So noisy. Shut up. He Mei Wei impatiently shoved him. Wu He stumbled backward, losing his balance. He was about to fall directly onto the sharp shards of broken porcelain. Hashtag chapter 9, I broke them. Got a problem? Not good. At the critical moment, a strong hand suddenly grabbed 5He by the waistband. 5He, are you okay? Wah, sob. 5He threw himself into Lin Ye's arms and cried even harder. Looking at the sharp shards glinting beneath him, Lin Ye was furious. If he had been even a moment slower, 5He would have been covered in cuts. Mimi, what the hell are you doing? Lin Ye growled through clenched teeth. Why are you yelling at me? Mimi sneered. That brat smashed something in our company. What's wrong with me scolding him? You didn't just scold him. You even insulted him. And you pushed him. Erhua and San Xiu angrily chimed in. Shut up. Mimi snapped. You little brats are making a racket in here. I haven't even complained about you yet. What are you babbling about? Mimi apologized to 5He. Lin Ye's gaze turned icy. Apologize. Say you're sorry. The children all joined in. What? You want me to apologize to that brat? Are you kidding me? Mimi sneered. You broke something, and now you're acting like you're in the right. I'll pay for whatever was broken, Lin Ye said coldly. But you bullied my son. You have to apologize. Oh, really? You'll pay. Mimi clutched her stomach and burst out laughing as if she had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Lin Ye, do you even know what these vases are? They're handcrafted pieces from Jingdezhan. Each one costs over 10,000 yuan. Can a broke loser like you afford them? Handcrafted pieces? Lin Ye smiled. Yichun, Erhua, do you want to stand up for your little brother? Yes. Of course. The 4 children nodded eagerly. Good. Then smash every single one of these vases. Lin Ye spoke calmly. What did you say, Lin Ye? Are you crazy? Mimi stared at him in disbelief. Smash them. At Lin Ye's command, Yichun didn't hesitate. She kicked the large vase beside her, sending it crashing to the floor. Crash. The exquisite porcelain shattered into pieces. You scared my little brother. Stupid vase. Erhua and the others immediately joined in. Crash. 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 Asterisk. In an instant, the entire lobby erupted with the sound of shattering porcelain. You bastards. Are you crazy? Stop. Stop right now. Mimi finally snapped out of her shock and hurried forward to stop them. Unfortunately, the 5 children scattered in every direction. Mimi chased after them, but it quickly turned into a game of tag, and the children were having the time of their lives. Stop, you little brats. Mimi stomped her feet in rage, but there was nothing she could do. Haha, stupid lady. Come catch me. Seeing her furious expression, the children laughed triumphantly. 5He even provocatively peed on the floor. You little bastards, you. Mimi was practically foaming at the mouth. Lin Ye, you're dead. Humiliated and furious, she grabbed the intercom. Security. Security, get in here. Someone's causing trouble in the lobby. Before long, several security guards rushed inside with hostile expressions. The bad guys are here. Run. Daddy. Daddy. Seeing the security guards, the children hurriedly hid behind Lin Ye. Go ahead and smash them. Why the hell did you stop? Mimi sneered viciously. Security, grab all of them. Stop. Just then, a middle-aged man in a suit walked down from upstairs. Manager Hu, you're finally here. Mimi immediately put on a flattering smile. What happened here? Manager Hu, this bastard brought all these children into our company just to freeload on the air conditioning. I told them to leave, but they refused. Then they started smashing everything. They're obviously here to cause trouble. Mimi gritted her teeth as she spoke. Manager Hu glanced around the wrecked lobby, his expression darkening. You broke all these things? Yes. Lin Ye's expression remained indifferent. Sir, you really? Manager Hu was about to lose his temper when Lin Ye raised his hand and slapped a card onto the table. This is... The moment he saw the card, Manager Hu's expression changed drastically. A Swiss Bank Supreme black card. You broke these things? Lin Ye asked calmly. Got a problem with that? And no problem. Manager Hu immediately lowered his head, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. This was a Swiss Bank Supreme black card, limited to just 500 cards worldwide and available only to the world's top-tier billionaires. Forget smashing a few vases. Even if Lin Ye smashed him, he wouldn't dare say a word. A word. Lin Ye, what are you pretending with that bus card? Mimi waved her hand arrogantly. I'm telling you, you're not leaving until you kneel down, apologize, and pay for everything. What are you waiting for? Take them down. I'll take your damn uncle. Manager Hu finally lost his patience and slapped Mimi across the face. Smack. Mimi was completely stunned. Feeling the burning pain on her cheek, she looked at Manager, who with disbelief. Manager, he smashed our things. Why did you hit me? Because I hit idiots who don't know who they're dealing with. Manager, who roared. He Mimi, I'm officially informing you that you're fired. Get out of here immediately. What? Fired? Manager, have you lost your mind? Damn it, you still dare to talk back to me? Get her out. Manager, who waved his hand. Several security guards immediately grabbed Mimi. Let go of me. You're all crazy. All of you are crazy. Mr. Lin, I've always thought these vases were ugly and were hurting our company's image. You've actually done us a huge favor. I really don't know how to thank you. Manager, who bowed obsequiously. I'll pay for the vases according to their value. Lin Ye interrupted him. I brought the children here today to record music. You're the client who made the reservation? Manager, who froze. He inwardly cursed Mimi for being an absolute idiot. This woman had actually accused Lin Ye of freeloading on their air conditioning. She had nearly gotten him into serious trouble. Mr. Lin, on behalf of the company, I sincerely apologize for what happened today. We'll cover all your expenses. Manager, who gestured respectfully. Please, this way. Okay. Lin Ye nodded and led the children into the recording studio. $1,000,000 recording studio? Looking at the luxurious equipment, Lin Ye was slightly surprised. He had only brought the children here to practice, not to record an album. Top-tier recording studios were extremely expensive. Even professional singers generally use studios worth a few $100,000, while this company had only 2 studios worth over $1,000,000. He hadn't expected Manager who to bring them directly here. Of course, Lin Ye had no reason to refuse. The acoustics and resonance environment here were far superior. Mr. Lin, if you need anything, just call me. I won't disturb you. Manager, who smiled and left the room. Thanks. Lin Ye nodded. Wow, so many honeycombs. The instruments here are so pretty. The children were already excitedly looking around. All right, kids, let's get this party started. Lin Ye clapped his hands. Instantly, the recording studio came alive. At the same time, in another $1,000,000 recording studio next door, a young woman with long hair, dressed in a white dress, stood in front of the microphone, singing her heart out. This is love, ah. Her voice was soft and heavenly, and the song had reached its final climax. Very good. Your breathing is steady. Keep it up. Her assistant watched with a serious expression. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, a wild burst of drums suddenly rang out from next door. The girl's voice trembled. She instantly went off key. Hashtag chapter 10, a complete loser. Sigh. The young woman let out a soft sigh. Her delicate, flawless face was filled with disappointment. Beside her, Assistant Hao frowned, anger flickering in her eyes. Miss Liu, take a break for now. I'll go out for a moment. Sis Hao, there's no need. Before the young woman could finish, Assistant Hao had already left the recording studio. The girl lightly pressed her lips together, cleared her throat, and began practicing quietly again. Let's get wild. At that moment, Lin Ye and the children were completely immersed in their chaotic music, having the time of their lives. Click. A sudden sound cut straight through the noise. Before Lin Ye could figure out what had happened, everything went completely dark, and the lively atmosphere instantly disappeared. Did the power go out? Lin Ye wondered. The next second, he turned to the children and said, Daddy isn't going anywhere. Stay here and don't run around. With that, he groped his way toward the entrance of the recording studio, intending to open the door and ask Manager what was going on. Daddy, where are you? It's so dark. Boo-hoo. In the darkness, Sanxiu began to cry. Sanxiu, Daddy's right beside us. He won't leave the recording studio. Yi-chun comforted her. Just as Lin Ye opened the studio door slightly, creating a narrow gap, the lights suddenly came back on. Lin Ye froze for a moment. His hand was still resting on the door, ready to push it open, but he didn't exert any more force. Instead, he instinctively turned around. The luxurious studio was still there, and all the equipment remained pristine. Before he could celebrate with the children, Lin Ye suddenly felt the weight on his hand disappear. He quickly turned around. The door had already been pulled open from the outside. Standing in front of him was a woman who looked to be around 30, dressed in a black uniform. She was staring coldly at him. Who is she? Why is she so hostile, as if I've offended her somehow? And was she the one who cut the power just now? Assistant Hao glanced past Lin Ye at the group of children behind him. The trace of caution in her eyes immediately disappeared. She said coldly, You look like you're only in your 20s, so you must be a nanny. If you're a nanny, then just do your job properly. Nannies are easily replaceable, you know. And this recording studio isn't a place for making a racket. I was the one who cut the power. By the end, her voice had risen sharply, and her tone was full of contempt. The moment Lin Ye heard the word nanny, an inexplicable surge of anger rose inside him. Before Assistant Hao could say anything else, Lin Ye suddenly stepped forward. The distance between them was now less than a meter. The difference in their height became immediately obvious. As the taller one, Lin Ye's expression instantly turned cold as he stared down at her. First of all, I'm their father, not a nanny. Second, those percussion instruments behind me are there to be used, aren't they? You suddenly cut the power and interrupted us. My children were frightened because of you. Apologize to me right now. Assistant Hao never expected this supposed nanny to be even more aggressive than herself. A surge of anger immediately rose in her chest, and her face flushed. You disturbed our young lady first, and now you still have the nerve to argue? How ridiculous. You're so young. You're not even 30, yet you claim to be the father of this group of children? That's absurd. You're the one who should apologize. Her voice rose again, becoming increasingly shrill. Her shouting immediately attracted the attention of Manager Hu, who happened to be passing by outside. His pupils contracted. Every person using the studios he managed was a big-name client. If these two started fighting, his position as manager might be finished. Manager Hu immediately opened the door and rushed inside. Inside, sure enough, he saw Mr. Lin and Ms. Hao standing opposite each other in a tense confrontation. Lin Ye noticed Manager Hu standing behind the shrew in front of him. Manager Hu was desperately waving at him, his eyes filled with pleading. Lin Ye's gaze flickered. He glanced at the woman in front of him, whose mouth was still moving non-stop despite the fact that he had already tuned her out. He gave a disdainful chuckle and stepped back, making room for Manager Hu. Gentlemen, ladies, let's talk this out. Please, calm down. Talk things out with a nanny? He doesn't have the qualifications. Assistant Hao sharply interrupted him. Manager Hu was instantly speechless. A nanny with a Swiss Bank Supreme black card? That was absurd. But the young woman Assistant Hao worked for, Lu Xiaoman, was no ordinary person either. The Lu family might not be one of the absolute top families in Nanjiang, but they were certainly a first-rate power. Manager Hu hurriedly put on an apologetic smile. Since this unpleasant incident happened here, I bear some responsibility as well. How about we? Your responsibility probably isn't small. Assistant Hao coldly glanced at Manager Hu and interrupted him again. Manager Hu could only smile bitterly. He desperately wanted to ask what had actually happened, but he couldn't even finish a sentence. The percussion instruments are there for normal use, aren't they? Seeing Manager Hu's helpless expression, Lin Ye shook his head slightly and went straight to the point. He didn't want to waste any more of the children's time. Manager Hu's pupils contracted slightly. He immediately understood what had happened. With a helpless sigh, he said, "Those percussion instruments are mainly there to make the recording studio look more professional and fully equipped. They aren't really meant to be used directly. I suppose one of you used them just now, which disturbed the other, and that's why you two started arguing?" Manager Hu sighed again, his voice becoming increasingly dejected. Not many people have used this studio in the past, and most of them rarely touch those percussion instruments, so I overlooked this issue. But this is still my fault. I should have explained everything to you beforehand. I take full responsibility. I sincerely apologize. I don't care whose fault it is, Assistant Hao said coldly. All I care about is that this person was messing around and disturbing Xiaoman's practice. Why are you wasting so much time explaining? Since those instruments aren't primarily meant to be used, then your job now is simple. Kick this man out. Assistant Hao looked down arrogantly at Manager Hu and pointed at Lin Ye, her shrill voice ringing out again. Seeing that Manager Hu had sincerely apologized, yet this woman was still being so unreasonable, the anger Lin Ye had managed to suppress suddenly flared up again. His expression hardened. He stepped forward and shouted, "Asterisk asterisk enough? Asterisk asterisk." His voice carried the powerful force he had gained from the martial arts inheritance. With just 2 words, Assistant Hao felt as if her eardrums had been struck by a thunderclap. But that wasn't all. The pain traveled directly through her auditory nerves and shot into her head. Assistant Hao suddenly felt dizzy and unsteady. The next second, her face turned pale. She staggered backward, lost her balance, and collapsed heavily onto the floor. She looked completely defeated, like a stray dog that had lost everything. Chapter 11. Let's keep the excitement going. Manager Hu, who was standing to the side, was also pale. He looked at Lin Ye with horror in his eyes, his hands trembling, and his mouth half open, unable to get out of this state. Just as Lin Ye was about to tell Manager Hu about the main switch here, a pleasant, worried voice rang out. Sister Hao, are you all right? Lin Ye looked in the direction of the sound and saw a girl who looked about 17 or 18 years old. She was wearing a white dress, with fair and delicate skin and features so exquisite that it was hard to find any flaws. Miss Man, it was him who laid a hand on me. Assistant Hao realized what was happening and his anger erupted. He pointed at Lin Ye with venomous hatred, perfectly embodying the phrase, a dog relying on its master's power. Seeing that Assistant Hao's behavior was so different from usual, Lu Xiaoman frowned slightly, but still gently helped her up. Following the direction she pointed, she saw Lin Ye looking at her with a mocking expression. Lu Xiaoman frowned slightly and gritted her teeth. Why would a grown man like you hit a woman? Can't you talk things out? Lin Ye had been wondering if her assistant was even more unreasonable, but to his surprise, her tone was quite different from what he had imagined. Compared to Assistant Hao, her tone was not loud and gave people a subtle feeling of tact. He was a little taken aback and did not respond. You're not saying anything, so you're admitting it? Manager Hu, this is your jurisdiction. He's assaulting someone in public. Why aren't you doing anything? Do you want me to call for help? Lu Xiaoman coldly pointed the finger at Manager Hu, who was stammering and had an unusually complicated expression. Good heavens. Please don't drag me into this. I did apologize after all. Manager Hu was internally screaming, not wanting to offend anyone, and was in a real dilemma. Suddenly, he felt a hand on his shoulder, gently patting him twice. He saw Lin Ye smiling and nodding at him. Manager Hu, don't worry about this. I know what I'm doing. Mr. Lin. Manager Hu's expression changed as he was about to say something when Lin Ye stepped forward and stopped less than 2 meters in front of Lu Xiaoman. Assistant Hao, who was next to Lu Xiaoman, immediately looked away when she met Lin Ye's gaze, like a lamb seeing a tiger. Seeing Lin Ye approach, a hint of fear flashed in Lu Xiaoman's big eyes, but she still straightened her back and looked directly at Lin Ye, who was almost 2 heads taller than her. Lin Ye's gaze was calm, and his tone was indifferent. First, I didn't lay a hand on her. She brought this upon herself. Second, Manager Hu has already apologized for this. She was the one who was being aggressive. Don't doubt it. The surveillance cameras in the main hall clearly show everything. Oh, by the way, since this has somewhat bothered you, let me remind you of something. Your assistant has quite a temper. You're so calm and your demeanor is quite gentle. If you're under her guidance for too long, don't let her corrupt you. Is this true? Lu Xiaoman bit her lip, not refuting Lin Ye, but looking at Manager Hu beside her. Yes, it's true. Mr. Lin definitely didn't lay a hand on me. If you don't believe me, Miss Lu, I'll go get the surveillance footage right now. Manager Hu didn't dare to delay and quickly bowed in response before hurriedly leaving. Lu Xiaoman sighed softly, her eyes flickering, and then slowly moved to the side, creating some distance between herself and Assistant Hao. Hao. Assistant Hao noticed a distinct sense of unfamiliarity in Lu Xiaoman's gaze. Her pupils contracted, and a sense of foreboding rose in her heart. Just as she was about to say something, Lu Xiaoman coldly spoke first. Hao Qian, in my eyes you were always a gentle and refined older sister. What I saw today has disappointed me greatly. Upon hearing this, Assistant Hao felt as if a piece of her heart had been emptied. She explained in a flustered manner, No, Miss Man, please listen to me. I was just worried about you, so? Enough. Let's check the surveillance footage first. Lu Xiaoman said coldly. Manager Hu had already rushed over with the equipment. He didn't dare to delay and quickly operated the equipment to show the whole story, including Hao Qian's previous operation of the power switch. Hao Qian, you're fired. Before Hao Qian, whose expression was shifting, could react, Lu Xiaoman spoke coldly and firmly. No, Miss Man, listen to me. I really did it for you. Hao Qian's expression changed drastically. How many people would fight tooth and nail for this job in the Lu family? I don't like people who say one thing to your face and another behind your back, especially someone like you. You've been fired, and from now on, you have nothing to do with the Lu family. Lu Xiaoman's expression was icy, and her attitude was resolute. Hao Qian felt as if the sky had fallen. She was no longer as arrogant as before. She staggered back a few steps and collapsed to the ground with a limp, her eyes lifeless, looking exactly like a stray dog. Seeing this, Lin Ye's lips curled up slightly, and his displeasure vanished. Just as he was about to say something, Lu Xiaoman gently moved towards him and said in a low voice, You can leave now. Hao Qian won't let this go easily. A delicate, enchanting fragrance wafted over, causing Lin Ye to pause slightly before waving his hand with a faint smile. He casually remarked, "Thank you for reminding me, but I have things to do with the children. You should continue with your own business." After Lin Ye finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards his recording studio. The children were the priority, and he left decisively. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoman pursed her lips and shook her head slightly. She immediately turned around and prepared to leave. With Lin Ye around, it was difficult for her to get into the zone. "Miss Lu, I was wrong this time. I will have people further enhance the soundproofing and try my best not to overlook any problems." Manager Hu's voice suddenly rang out. Lu Xiaoman nodded. When she turned around completely and faced the direction of the main hall door she had left, she suddenly realized that Hao Qian was no longer in sight. Lu Xiaoman frowned slightly, thought for a moment, gritted her teeth, and turned around to walk towards the recording studio where Lin Ye was. "Dad, Ichuan just peeked at you through the crack in the door." As soon as Lin Ye entered the recording studio, he saw the mischievous Erhua playfully tugging at Ichuan. "Is it wrong for me to care about my dad?" Ichushin retorted without backing down. "Dad, you were amazing." That wicked woman was knocked down in no time. Erhua exclaimed like a jubilant sprite. "Dad, let's begin. I can't wait any longer," Ichushin said impatiently, waving the microphone in her hand. Seeing the children's joy and hearing them talk about their father, Lin Ye felt extremely happy. "Come on, kids. Let's get this party started. I'll lead you in a dance, so get to the rhythm and get this party started. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. No matter how hard I try, I can't fly out of this colorful world. It turns out I'm just a drunken butterfly." Lu Xiaoman's body was stiff and her face was blank. Her hand seemed to be stuck to the recording studio door where Lin Ye was, which had been opened with a small gap, and she couldn't bring herself to pull it back. Chapter 12. He yelled at a bad woman until she collapsed. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Ye was swaying with the children when he suddenly noticed a lot of light shining in from the doorway of the recording studio. Someone was coming in. Thinking this, he immediately turned around. "It's you." In her daze, Lu Xiaoman heard Lin Ye's voice and came back to her senses. The astonishment on her pretty face could not be erased. "Hello, my name is Lu Xiaoman. May I ask you some questions?" Lu Xiaoman unconsciously ignored her original intention to further remind Lin Ye to leave. Her beautiful eyes shone with determination as she extended her smooth, fair hand. "Dad, who is this big sister? She's so pretty." Lin Ye was about to say something when Erhua's curious voice rang out. "Yes, Dad, I've never seen this older sister before." "Who is she?" Ichuan asked curiously. "Children, be good, she is. I'm a fan of your dad." Lu Xiaoman's playful voice suddenly rang out. Lin Ye was slightly taken aback and was about to say something when the children suddenly cheered. "Wow, Dad is amazing. He has fans, and he's so beautiful. Yes, yes, he truly is our father." Seeing this, Lin Ye couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. He glanced at Lu Xiaoman and said, "I am Lin Ye." "Lin Ye," Lu Xiaoman murmured, imprinting the name in her heart. "Mr. Lin, that song was really great. It's the most unique song I've ever heard. Can you tell me what that song is about?" "This song was written by my father." Before Lin Ye could say anything, Yi-chun spoke up proudly. "Yes, it was specially created for us by Dad." Wu chimed in. "Dad is amazing. We love him." April chimed in. Watching the group of children cheering and jumping for joy, Lu Xiaoman couldn't help but glance at Lin Ye again. "You guys have such a good relationship." "Of course. He's my father." "Sister, are you practicing singing here too?" "Sister, you're so pretty. Why don't you practice here with us?" "Yes, Dad, do you agree?" At this moment, Ichuan blinked her big eyes and looked at Lin Ye. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Ye waved his hand and said, "Of course I agree. No problem at all." "Great. Big sister, you should come too." Yeah. Let's rock and roll together. Let's get hyped." "Dad, slow down, or your older sister won't be able to keep up." Lu Xiaoman hesitated for a moment. Her pretty face slightly flushed, and she took a few graceful steps forward to close the distance with Lin Ye. She lowered her voice and said to Lin Ye, I've never heard that song before. Could I just watch from the side?" However, her words were overheard by Ichuan, who was standing behind Lin Ye. Ichuan pursed her lips and said, "Big sister, why don't you just come with me? Otherwise, with everyone moving around, it'll be awkward for you to stand there all by yourself." Lu Xiaoman's pretty face turned even redder, and she looked at Lin Ye with pleading eyes. Lin Ye said with a faint smile, "Miss Man, come along. Trust me, you'll be completely absorbed in it." Lu Xiaoman pursed her lips, nodded slightly, and stopped insisting. All right. With big sister joining us, we'll definitely be even happier. Seeing this, Ichiharu spoke first. Dad, let's start. I can't wait. Wait. Erhua pouted and said. Lin Ye laughed and said, all right, kids, get to the rhythm and get hyped. In an instant, as the enchanting music filled her ears, Lin Ye's bewitching movements simultaneously came into Lu Xiaoman's view. Under the subtle impact of sight, hearing, and feeling, Lu Xiaoman was surprised to find that her body was starting to become uncontrollable, and she swayed along with Lin Ye's movements. At first, her movements were stiff, but after a few seconds, she felt more and more that a shackle had been broken in her heart. She made up her mind and completely released herself, immersing herself in the dance. Her movements were fully unleashed, smooth and fluid. The beautiful curves she displayed in the dance, combined with the enchanting music, made people sway and have all sorts of fantasies. Time flies, and it's already noon. Inside the recording studio, Lu Xiaoman was already drenched in sweat. Seeing Lin Ye playing with several children, her beautiful eyes welled up with tears, her pretty face flushed slightly, and then she took out her phone to check the time, a sly glint in her eyes. Mr. Lin, I'm so happy. This is the most unforgettable morning of my life. Come on, it's almost noon. Let me treat you and your children to lunch. Lin Ye casually replied, that won't be necessary. My children aren't used to the food at restaurants. Oh, by the way, just call me Lin Ye. Lu Xiaoman was slightly taken aback. She had never invited anyone to dinner before, and now, on this one and only occasion, she was rejected so decisively. She bit her lip slightly. She still had many questions she hadn't had a chance to ask Lin Ye, and she was unwilling to give up. She insisted, Lin Ye, it won't take long to have a meal. It's just one meal. I'm still your fan. No, it's getting late. We should head back first. Lin Ye glanced at the children's bellies and refused quite decisively. Come on, Daddy's taking you home for dinner. I'll cook something delicious for you today. Great. Daddy, give me a hug. Daddy, I want a hug too. Time to eat. Goodbye, big sister. As Lu Xiaoman watched Lin Ye pass by without stopping, the empty recording studio, devoid of the captivating voice from before, suddenly felt an intense sense of defeat. She was dazed for a moment, but her gaze hardened again. Lu Xiaoman, never give up on things I've decided on easily. Back at the villa, Lin Ye was surprised to find his wife, Li Shirlan, who was usually very busy, at home for lunch. Why are you only coming back now? Li Shirlan frowned slightly and spoke first, her tone displeased. However, seeing that the children were all safe and sound, her expression softened a little. Mom, Dad took us to the best recording company to practice singing. Ichiwen was the first to speak up. Yes, Daddy even shouted at a bad woman. Erhua clenched her little pink fist and chimed in. Mom, Dad is amazing. And there's an older sister who's a fan of his. Wu-He chimed in enthusiastically. Li Shirlan was taken aback, watching her children protect Lin Ye one by one, and then glared at him with annoyance. Go and cook for the children. You are not allowed to run out for the whole morning every now and then. Lin Ye affectionately patted the children's heads before walking into the kitchen. He went to the kitchen, and before long he had started moving. He heard Li Shirlan's distinctively rhythmic footsteps approaching. Chapter 13 The Flame Stirred. Wife, if you want to learn to cook, I can teach you step by step, Lin Ye said. But then he saw Li Shirlan standing at the kitchen door, staring at him coldly. What's wrong? Lin Ye put down what he was doing and asked tentatively, vaguely sensing that something was amiss. Li Shirlan gave a soft snort. Her lips parted slightly. What's wrong? Tell me what's wrong. I know my children. They didn't lie. Lin Ye was slightly taken aback, feeling a bit confused. He put on an innocent look and said, Wife, let me guess. It was, who was so blind as to upset you? Humph, you blind fool, standing right in front of me, Li Shirlan said, glaring at Lin Ye. Lin Ye felt wronged and said with a wronged expression, Wife, what did I do wrong? Li Shirlan sighed softly, then rolled her eyes at him. The children were here just now, so I didn't want to say anything to you. I don't object to you taking them to the best recording company, but you went for a whole morning and didn't even give me a message. Sometimes I'm so busy that I forget the time. What if something happens and I don't know about it, and it causes a delay? My dear wife is absolutely right. I will definitely keep it in mind. Without thinking, Lin Ye immediately put on a show of repentance. Li Shirlan's beautiful eyes flickered slightly, and she glanced at Lin Ye before immediately looking away. Lin Ye could see clearly that the frost on her beautiful face had disappeared. But before Lin Ye could be happy, Li Shilin gritted her teeth and continued with a stern face. The children said you were a bad woman who yelled kneel down. What's going on with that older sister Fan? Lin Ye immediately recounted the events that had transpired. Oomph, that's enough this time. Just don't cause me any trouble. Hurry up and cook for the kids. They're all hungry. As soon as Li Shilin finished speaking, her own stomach rumbled loudly, and a captivating blush appeared on her flawless face, making her look delicate and shy. Where was the slightest bit of the aloof female CEO demeanor? Honey, you came back especially because you wanted to try my cooking, right? Seeing Lin Ye staring at her blankly, and hearing him so clearly reveal her deepest thoughts and call her wife, Li Shilin suddenly felt her face burning hot. She subconsciously reached out her slender, white fingers and gently touched her cheek. It felt as if tiny flames were flickering and burning her fingers. She quickly let go, then immediately turned and left the kitchen, leaving behind the words, "Watch your mouth. Who's your wife? Hurry up and cook for the kids." Smelling the lingering, delightful aroma from the kitchen, Lin Ye's lips curled into a slight smile, and his hands moved faster. Before long, the enticing aroma of food filled the main hall and various rooms, constantly whetting their appetites. "Kids, try Dad's cooking today," Lin Ye said, bringing the food to the table. "Wow, it smells so good. Dad is amazing." Hua was the first to jump up and praise. "It smells so good. It's making my mouth water." Ichuan chimed in. "Dad, Mom went to the bathroom. Should we wait for her?" Wu Yi asked, touching the nose that Li Shilin had just wiped his nose. "You don't need to wait for me. I have to go to the company now." Li Shilin's expression was a little unnatural, but she moved quickly, her perfectly proportioned curves swaying at a high frequency as she moved towards the door, as if she had only come back to check on and take care of her child. Now that she had confirmed that the child was all right, she was leaving in a hurry to get to work, seemingly without any time to eat. Just as Li Shilin stepped towards the door, she suddenly felt the aroma of food behind her growing stronger, along with a faint warmth. She couldn't help but stop and slowly turn around, only to see Lin Ye smiling as he handed her a bowl of prepared delicacies. "Wife, you should try it." Gurgle. Li Shilin glanced at her uncooperative stomach and sighed helplessly. "Mom, have some." Dad's cooking is so delicious. I can hear your tummy growling. You must be hungry." Hua said, quickly putting down her chopsticks after taking a big bite of the delicious food in her mouth. "Yes, this is the best meal I've ever had. Mom, don't rush off. Come and try it." Ichuan chimed in. Sancho loves Dad's cooking the most. It's so delicious." Seeing this, Lin Ye said sincerely, "Wife, even if you're really busy, you still need to eat when you get to the company, right? Even if you don't give me face now, what about the children?" "All right, I'll stay and eat." Li Shilin glared at Lin Ye, then readily accepted the offer. At the dinner table, Lin Yejian saw that both his children and his wife, Li Shilin, were eating with great relish. Although they didn't say much, he felt the scene was very warm and cozy. Before long, Li Shilin gently wiped the corner of her mouth. Seeing that the children had all eaten their fill and were happily engaged in their own activities or resting, and smelling the lingering aroma of the food, she suddenly felt a little dazed. She thought of the lunches of the past, which, compared to Lin Ye's lunch at this time, were more upscale and luxurious, but less warm and affectionate. She desperately wanted this kind of life. She wanted it to the core of her being. However, due to various pressures, she has been unable to achieve this. The bond between her and her children has been maintained primarily through material support. But now, Lin Ye's appearance has caused an irresistible force to lift a corner of the shackles that had long been frozen and dormant in her heart. What Lin Ye did seemed ordinary, but in Li Shilin's eyes, it was actually incredibly domineering. She hired some very high-end chefs, but in their eyes, money was the most important thing. How many people wear fake smiles for money? Warmth? Family affection? Romantic feelings? These are like fleeting dreams, easily shattered. And everything before my eyes, especially the children's laughter and joy, the current atmosphere, feels so warm and real. Li Shilin glanced at Lin Ye, seemingly casually. "Lin Ye, I think you're quite capable of this job. Let's give you a raise." Lin Ye shook his head slightly and sighed. "It seems I still need to work harder as a father." Seeing Lin Ye's gloomy expression, Li Shilin's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. A captivating smile curved her lips as she leaned forward, closing the distance between herself and Lin Ye. She parted her lips slightly and whispered to him, Lin Ye, I'm not someone you can easily win over. The fragrance pierced Lin Ye's sense of smell, seeped into his soul, and wildly stirred the uncontrollable flames within him that seemed about to erupt. Chapter 14 is much better than her usual aloof and cold female CEO persona. Noticing the intensity in Lin Ye's gaze, a rare blush crossed Li Shirlan's beautiful face. She glared at Lin Ye, her lips parted slightly as she was about to say something, when she suddenly felt a gentle force on her wrist. She subconsciously looked closely and realized that Lin Ye's large hand had already gripped her wrist without her noticing. Lin Ye, you let go? Lin Ye. Li Shirlan suddenly felt that what she had just said was a bit too much, and she struggled to break free from Lin Ye's clutches. Lin Ye's lips curled up, and beneath his wicked expression, his pupils were filled with the image of Li Shirlan. Lin Ye, I don't want to disturb the children's rest. If you don't let go, don't blame me for taking action. In her desperation, Li Shirlan made a fist with her other delicate white hand, as if she was about to attack Lin Ye. Lin Ye exerted a slight force in his hand, completely ignoring the delicate white fist. At this moment, Li Shirlan, who had been struggling to get away from Lin Ye, found herself being forcibly pulled closer to him by Lin Ye, her body out of control. Lin Ye, you stop right now. Li Shirlan's pretty face flushed red as she swung her fists and punched Lin Ye directly. Smelling the fragrant, soft, boneless tapping on her body, the burning flame in Lin Ye's eyes flared up again. He suddenly exerted his strength, pulling the unresponsive Li Shirlan into his arms, and then wrapped his arms around her warm, fragrant body. Feeling the amazing sensation coming from his arms, Lin Ye subconsciously swallowed. You? Lin Ye, you. This was the first time Li Shirlan had been in such close contact with a man. When she smelled the unique scent emanating from Lin Ye, she felt as if her whole body was starting to heat up. Her heart was pounding wildly. In a daze, she simply stared straight at Lin Ye, who had a wicked smile on his face, with her beautiful eyes. Wife, this is how you should be. Lin Ye whispered gently. He lowered his head and unconsciously tightened his grip on Li Shirlan's arms, gradually moving closer to the dazed Li Shirlan. As Lin Ye's face drew ever closer, Li Shirlan realized what was happening. Her pupils contracted, and she grabbed a glass of water from the table and splashed it at Lin Ye. Feeling a cool breeze, Lin Ye shivered. Looking at Li Shirlan, who was glaring at him angrily in his arms, the flame in his heart was instantly extinguished. Honey, what happened just now was all an accident. All an accident. Lin Ye immediately looked embarrassed. An accident? What do you mean by accident? I don't understand. Li Shirlan glared at Lin Yejiao and shouted. My wife is stunningly beautiful, unparalleled in the world. I was so captivated that I did what I did just now. Lin Ye replied without hesitation. Li Shirlan gave a soft hum, her expression softening slightly. Then, her beautiful eyes flickered, as if she sensed something. She subconsciously turned her head to look at her waist. Lin Ye's large hands were still wrapped around her, occasionally moving a couple of times. Realizing that she was still in Lin Ye's arms, Li Shirlan's pretty face flushed again. You know it's wrong. Why don't you let go of me? Let go right now. Wife, I'm sorry. Ever since I put my arms around you, I found that my hands and my whole body are out of control. I move for you, and I stop for you. You're all I have in my body. Lin Ye said frankly, then released his hands. All right, shut up. Li Shirlan finally broke free, her face flushed as she looked around. Noticing that no one was watching and the children had all gone back to their rooms to rest, she breathed a sigh of relief. Honey, don't worry, your feminine behavior today is much better than your usual aloof female CEO persona. I won't tell anyone, I promise. Lin Ye said with absolute certainty. Just as Li Shirlan had recovered, a blush crept onto her pretty face again. Lin Ye, could you say less? This afternoon, I'm taking the kids to the company for training. You can come along, but don't follow me into the company. Just wait for my message if I need you, understand? Without hesitation, Lin Ye said. I'm their father. Why can't I go in with them? Li Shirlan frowned slightly. As the boss of an entertainment company, once she brought Lin Ye into the company, no matter what role she assigned to him, whether he was a stay-at-home dad or a nanny, the key point was that he was still very young, and this was so abrupt that it would inevitably cause controversy among the employees. I've already said you're not allowed in. If you still don't want to, then you might as well stay home, obediently clean, and act as a full-time nanny. Li Shirlan's tone gradually turned cold. Lin Ye felt a surge of anger, but then he realized that he had never been inside Li Shirlan's company, and apart from Annie from back then, probably no one there had ever seen him. Lin Ye's thoughts shifted, and he decided to go there first. He couldn't just sit idly by at his wife's company. Even if he didn't go inside, he could at least get a direct understanding of the company. Okay, when shall we leave, honey? Hearing Lin Ye mention the word wife again, Li Shilong glared at him deflatedly. Let the children rest for another 10 minutes. After we leave, you better watch your mouth. Wife, does that mean I don't have to worry about you at home? Lin Ye asked with a grin. If it weren't for the fact that you can cook, I wouldn't even bother with you. Li Shilong glared at Lin Ye, neither refusing nor agreeing. Wife, I'm now both scholarly and martial. You'll find that your compromise was a very wise choice. Lin Ye patted his chest and said confidently, Shut up, who compromised? It's about time we left. I need to go call the children. Li Shilong was interrupted by Lin Ye before she could finish speaking. No, 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 I'll handle this. Li Shilong's beautiful eyes flickered slightly, and she glanced at Lin Ye with a strange expression. Lin Ye, I don't want the children to make a fuss or cry after they wake up. Lin Ye's lips curled into a slight smile. Wife, just wait here for my good news. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Hearing Lin Ye's confident words, a rare look of curiosity appeared on Li Shilong's face. She nodded and said, Lin Ye, let me remind you again, waking the children up might not be too difficult, but if they start making a ruckus, don't blame me for mocking you. Lin Ye turned around and strode towards the children's room without looking back. After taking a few steps, he turned his head to the side in a very flamboyant manner, gave himself a thumbs up, and smiled as he showed his profile to Li Shilong. Li Shilong was slightly taken aback, then smiled and followed. What reward do I get in Chapter 15? Lin Ye opened the door and went inside, only to find that this room— no, it could even be described as a large mixed training room for rest. On the left was a rest area that could easily accommodate several children, with various types of beds and different kinds of toys. On the right were various musical instruments. In the middle was an expensive soundproof glass wall panel. The floor had a softness that Lin Ye had never felt before, which made him subconsciously move a few more times. The children were sleeping soundly at that moment. How about it? Doesn't this feel like a large training room? This place is meant for the children to take a nap or play. Sometimes I also personally lead the children in practice, although it's very rare. As Li Shilong finished speaking, her tone gradually lowered, and her expression gradually dimmed. Lin Ye didn't notice the change in Li Shilong's expression. He casually praised her. You're really generous to the children. After saying that, he walked towards the direction of the percussion instruments. Li Shilong's beautiful eyes flickered slightly, then her eyebrows furrowed slightly. She quickly stepped forward and whispered to Lin Ye. Lin Ye, are you planning to wake the children up with these percussion instruments? If so, you'd better not do it. I won't open the soundproofing either. I'll wake the children up myself. Lin Ye smiled slightly. I didn't say I was going to wake up the children. After saying that, he didn't say anything more and found a wireless microphone and a small speaker. The small speaker had several small sound outlets. Lin Ye calculated in his mind that the length of the wire connecting the sound outlets was enough to support each child. Then he went to the direction of the children on the other side. Microphone, speaker. Is Lin Ye trying to wake the children up at close range in various ways? Li Shilong's gaze sharpened, and a surge of anger rose in her chest. She quickly stepped forward, reached out her delicate hand, grabbed Lin Ye, and said in an icy tone, Lin Ye, you still say you weren't going to wake the children? I'm very disappointed in you. Now, please leave immediately. Lin Ye calmly grasped Li Shilong's wrist, then turned around. Seeing her hand being grabbed again, Li Shilong's expression changed slightly. However, when Lin Ye released her the next second, she didn't say anything, but her expression remained cold. Can't I just turn the speaker cooler to the lowest setting? I'll adjust it right now. Lin Ye said with a smile as he started operating the switch. Li Shilong was slightly taken aback and immediately looked suspicious. She did not stop him after watching Lin Ye finish adjusting. Let's go. If we make a sound now, it will probably be even lower than before. After saying that, Lin Ye went to the children who were sleeping soundly. Li Shilong was very curious. She wanted to see how Lin Yedao could wake the children up and keep them calm and quiet afterward, so she followed him. Looking at them so close and hearing their even breathing, Lin Ye suddenly felt a pang of reluctance to wake them and hesitated to take any further action. Lin Ye, what are you daydreaming about? It's not good to rest for too long during lunch break, and the children have training in the afternoon. After that, They have the finals of the Nanjiang Children's Music Competition to participate in. Do you know what I mean? Li Sherlan's voice suddenly rang out at this moment. Lin Ye was slightly startled. After realizing what was happening, he immediately adjusted the speaker's output holes to bring them closer to the children. Then, he cleared his throat and confidently glanced at Li Sherlan, who was staring intently at him. Li Sherlan rolled her eyes at him and said in a low voice, "Hurry up, I don't want to be late in front of my employees." Lin Ye smiled knowingly, adjusted the microphone, and said casually, "Kids, let's get this party started." Upon seeing this, Li Sherlan was utterly astonished. "Lin Ye, you've already turned the volume down to the lowest setting, and that voice was practically a whisper, let alone just those 6 words? Are you kidding me?" "You." Before Li Sherlan could finish speaking, a childish yet bewitching whisper was heard. "No matter how hard I try, I can't escape this colorful world." Li Sherlan was stunned to find that Yi-chun's mouth had already started to open and sing. Erhua's hands were strumming a guitar that didn't exist in the air. Sanxiu was strumming a bass in the air, and Siyu and Wu He were all doing their own things. What stunned Li Sherlan the most was that she discovered her children did not open their eyes immediately. They were all moving with their eyes closed. This. Li Sherlan found herself unable to organize her thoughts for a moment, staring blankly at everything in front of her. Lin Ye's lips curled up slightly. He took the microphone from his hand and said softly to Li Sherlan, "Wife, the children will open their eyes and get up in 5 seconds. None of them will make a fuss. We'll wait and see." Li Sherlan listened to Yi-chun's bewitching voice and, in a daze, did not respond to Lin Ye. "Dad, Mom? Was I just practicing?" Ichiharu was the first to open his eyes. "Dad, Mom." Erhua also realized what was happening. The remaining 3 children also opened their eyes one after another. At this moment, Lin Ye suddenly started shaking and swaying. "Kids, come on, we're going to train this afternoon. Let's get hyped up and have some fun." "Great. I've never heard Ichuen sing a song solo, without background music before." Erhua was the first to jump up. "Yes, I want to listen too, and sway along with Dad." Sanxiu retorted, I want to come too." Even the timid April couldn't help but say, "Me too. Dad, let's start." Wu chimed in. Li Sherlan, standing to the side, seemed to be petrified, staring blankly at the scene of Lin Ye leading the children in dancing. Even without melody or background music, Li Sherlan suddenly realized that her hands and feet were still somewhat out of control, and she wanted to sway along with Lin Ye and the children. Just then, Li Sherlan's phone suddenly vibrated, followed by the doorbell ringing outside the main hall. Noticing this, Lin Ye's eyes flickered slightly, thinking that someone might have arrived to remind them of the time. He then reassured the children to stop what they were doing. The children were surprisingly cooperative, all of them behaving very well, and no one made a fuss. Upon seeing this, a strange light flashed in Li Sherlan's beautiful eyes as she looked at Lin Ye. Then she took the phone and said, "Annie, I'll be right there." After she finished speaking, she hung up, and there was no more doorbell ringing from the main hall door. "Let's go." Li Sherlan immediately turned and left. Lin Ye followed with a gleam in his eyes. "Wife, look at the kids. Not one of them is making a fuss. They're so well behaved." You did a good job," Li Sherlan said casually as she rushed out the door. Looking at Li Sherlan's strikingly beautiful figure and smelling her alluring fragrance, Lin Ye asked with burning eyes, "Wife, what reward do I get?" Chapter 16 and The Protector. Li Sherlan suddenly stopped, her expression turning cold. Seeing this, Lin Ye quickly laughed it off. "Wife, taking care of the child is only natural. Only natural. Let's go? We'll go to the company now." Li Sherlan snorted and glanced at Lin Ye. "We're about to get down to business. You know what you're supposed to do after you leave, right? Remember to watch your words and actions." Lin Ye's eyes flickered slightly, and he nodded silently. Soon, the two opened the door and walked out of the main hall. "Mr. Lan, the vehicle has been arranged and is right in front of the villa. Let's go." Annie greeted us with a smile from outside the main hall. Before long, Lin Ye and his group got into a long black sedan. Lin Ye and the children sat in the back, while Li Sherlan and Annie sat in the driver's seat and passenger seat, respectively. "Dad, are you coming into the company with us later?" Ichuen asked first, blinking her big eyes. "Yes, Dad. Mom's company has lots of fun toys." Erhua's voice rang out. Seeing this, Lin Ye glanced at Li Sherlan, then shook his head slightly, before affectionately stroking the children's heads. "Daddy is near the company. I'll definitely be with you then." Annie looked somewhat dazed upon seeing this scene. She murmured subconsciously. This Lin Ye is actually so close to the children in front of President Lan, and President Lan doesn't seem to mind being called dad at all. Besides, Lin Ye is just an outsider who's only been here for 2 or 3 days. Is this the aloof President Lan? Or did Lin Ye use some despicable means to coerce her? The more Annie thought about it, the more she felt that Lin Ye must have done something shady, based on her familiarity with Li Lan. Annie subconsciously watched Lin Ye's every move through the rearview mirror, a hint of coldness appearing on her slightly childish face. The vehicle moved slowly. Mr. Lan, I want to ask you something. What's wrong, Annie? Just say what's on your mind, Li Lan said casually. There are still seats in the back of the car. I want to get closer to the lively and lovely children, Annie said naturally. Li Lan nodded slightly without refusing, then stepped on the brakes, and Annie quickly got into the back seat. This is an extended version of a modified sedan. The rear seats, which are arranged in a circular pattern against the 4 walls of the car, can comfortably accommodate 2 adults and 5 children. Seeing Nanny sit down in front of him, Lin Ye smiled faintly and was about to greet her, and remained calm, but first said to Li Lan in the driver's seat, President Lan, please concentrate on driving. The children are here and might disturb you, so I'll pull down the soundproofing. Seeing Li Lan nod slightly, Annie pulled down the transparent soundproof panel. Lin Ye's eyes flickered slightly as he observed Annie's movements, but he remained outwardly calm. How do you know my name? Annie's face was slightly indifferent. She tried to turn her head away so that Li Lan wouldn't notice the change in her expression through the rearview mirror. Lin Ye was slightly taken aback, thinking that Annie was probably angry because he hadn't immediately believed her claim of having 7 children, hence her coldness. He then shook his head slightly and said in a harmless manner, Miss Annie, about what happened last time. What happened last time is in the past, Annie interrupted him coldly. Lin Ye was somewhat taken aback. If that's the case, we don't seem to have any grudges against each other. Annie gave a cold laugh and raised her head slightly. Tell me, what despicable means did you use to coerce President Lan? What are your true intentions? Lin Ye was completely bewildered. No, what is all this about? Miss Annie, I did suspect you were a liar last time, but you came up and said I have 7 children. I think any normal person would be surprised. How about this? Let's make a clean break and I'll apologize to you, okay? Lin Ye didn't want to waste time with the children, so he took a step back and spoke. Unexpectedly, Annie did not back down at all. At all. Instead, she leaned forward and sneered repeatedly. Lin Ye, you don't need to try to change the subject. The more you do this, the more I will think you have ulterior motives. Lin Ye shook his head speechlessly, just as he opened his mouth to say something. Sister Annie, Dad, what are you talking about? Yichuan's voice suddenly rang out. Dad isn't a bad person. Hua pouted and chimed in. Yes, Dad is Dad. He even taught bad guys a lesson. Wu He clenched his little fists and started to speak. Seeing that the children were intentionally protecting Lin Ye, Annie's expression changed slightly, and then her pretty face became even colder. Lin Ye, what methods did you use to not even spare a group of children? Tell me, what did you do by bewitching them? Upon hearing this, Lin Ye frowned slightly, and a surge of anger gradually rose in his heart. They are my children. Don't insult the bond between us with the word bewitching. Miss, and if you continue to act unreasonably, don't blame me. What can you do? Do you dare to lay a hand on me in front of President Lan? Annie coldly interrupted Lin Ye, her pretty face tense. Lin Ye actually wanted to threaten her, and a surge of anger rose in her heart as well. Lin Ye, I see you have hands and feet, and you're good-looking too. Don't make me look down on you. Lin Ye took a deep breath, glanced at the children who were staring at him expectantly, and tried to calm himself down. He could also tell that Annie was not simply trying to be malicious, so he simply kept quiet and saw what Annie would say. What? Not saying anything now. Humph. Annie snorted, her gaze fixed on Lin Ye. Lin Ye, President Lan is very beautiful, stunningly gorgeous. You might pursue her, I don't object to that, it's your choice. But I want to tell you clearly what cruel reality is. There are many people coveting President Lan's beauty, and there are always plenty of rich kids among them. Can you, a third-rate college graduate and office worker, compare to them? You should really think about yourself. Furthermore, I despise a certain type of person, those who, knowing they are incapable, instead of seeking self-improvement and change, resort to despicable means to achieve their goals. I'm talking about you. I think I've already guessed your motives. You must be after President Lan's beauty and her wealth. Tell me, What shady things did you do to President Lin and the children to force them to compromise? Seeing Annie's growing momentum, Lin Ye's confusion dissipated, and a faint smile reappeared on his face. Miss Annie, my relationship with your boss is perfectly legitimate. I haven't used any despicable means. I'm just like the children. I'm completely innocent. You're so protective of your boss. I think President Lin would be very pleased if he heard that. Lin Ye remained calm and composed, and the tension that had been subtly present in the atmosphere gradually dissipated. Chapter 17. Just a few seconds left. Hang in there. Annie gave a soft snort, stared at Lin Ye for a few seconds, and seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, her expression softened slightly. However, thinking of Li Shirlan's usual aloof demeanor, her brows furrowed again. I know President Lin better than you do. She wouldn't just let you ignore your behavior towards the child. Not only that, her expression wasn't colder than usual. On the contrary, it seemed to soften, even compromise. That's the truth. You must have done something. Am I right? Lin Ye's lips curled up slightly, and he nodded, about to say something. Ding, system is issuing a task. At this moment, a familiar and friendly voice rang in his mind. Mission objective, stabilize the vehicle. Mission description, what's coming will come. Your wife and kids are in the car. Do you even need to think about what to do? Mission successful. Reward, a mystery gift package. Lin Ye frowned slightly. Was what was coming to pass? Should he steady the car? Just as Lin Ye was somewhat taken aback, a loud bang came out of nowhere. Lin Ye's pupils contracted. A strong sense of crisis surged within him. The vehicle immediately began to swerve wildly. The children and Annie suddenly felt dizzy. Someone tampered with the tires. Lin Ye reacted quickly, without thinking, and immediately opened the soundproofing panel. He saw Li Shirlan turning her head anxiously. Lin Ye, quickly think of a way to protect the children. The brakes have failed. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye's expression changed drastically as she was about to tell Li Shirlan how to park the car smoothly. Now they were in the city streets and alleys. Although it was just past noon and the traffic wasn't too heavy, Li Shirlan was in a hurry and had already increased her speed. Moreover, there was a T-junction not far ahead, and there was a wall directly in front of her. She had to turn without braking or slowing down, and without colliding with other vehicles. Danger lurks everywhere. Lin Ye didn't have time to consider who was so malicious as to tamper with the tires and brakes of Li Shirlan's car. He shouted at Li Shirlan. Check if the handbrake works. No, the gear is already in neutral. Li Shirlan quickly responded, her hands gripping the steering wheel tightly, which had become uncontrollable. Her pretty face had lost all color. Open the skylight. Lin Ye suddenly shouted loudly, his eyes red. Feeling as if her vehicle was about to crash into an abyss at any moment, along with her children, Li Shirlan didn't have time to think and immediately did as she was told. Lin Ye suddenly leaped out of the sunroof, his view suddenly opening up. He immediately locked his gaze on a horizontal traffic sign on the road ahead. Lin Ye's expression turned serious. He then jumped back into the car and shouted to Li Shirlan. See that road sign? Take control of the steering wheel and steer that way. Li Shirlan didn't understand why it was arbitrary, but she still did as instructed. Look, that car's front tire has blown out, hasn't it? What the heck? Doesn't the driver know to control the steering and slow down gradually? Didn't he even notice? I think he's probably drunk. Anyone would know that a flat tire is an excuse to slow down. Not necessarily. Don't you ever think about what if the driver's brakes also failed? Holy crap. Who's so ruthless? They're going to kill the car owner and everyone in the car all at once. Look, someone in the car has opened the sunroof and is sticking their head out. Is he trying to avoid a car accident from up there? Passers-by on both sides of the street witnessed this scene and began to discuss it endlessly. At this moment, Lin Ye had adjusted himself to his peak condition, his eyes fixed on the approaching aerial landmark. Behind this road sign lies an abyss staring down on them. A T-junction where vehicles can be seen crossing sideways. Closer, 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters. Wait, he's already leaned out of the car, so why hasn't he jumped out and run away? Could it be that someone else in the car also wanted to escape, and in that life or death moment, a struggle broke out, and this person was pulled back? Stop guessing. Let's see what's going on first. There are less than 2 meters left. A sharp glint flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. Suddenly, he exerted force with both hands pressing on the roof of the car. The previously smooth roof shook slightly, and 2 dents appeared. The next second, Lin Ye's remaining half of his body inside the car sprang up, his feet gripping the sides of the car window, his body bent at a certain angle, and his hands suddenly gripping the thick road sign pole tightly. Holy crap! He's gone mad. I thought he was going to jump out of the car and run away, but I never expected him to try to stop the car like this. Does he think he's Superman? Putting aside the speed of that car just now, the inertia of the vehicle itself could easily have torn a person to pieces on the spot. I can't stand it anymore. The wise choice is either to stick your foot out and let the car fend for itself, or to let go and see what happens. Sigh, they actually dared to think of themselves as the person who stops the vehicle, not realizing that humans are ultimately no match for machines. Nor are they machines. They are truly absurd. What a pity for such a young man. No one had high hopes for Lin Ye. Some mocked him, others sighed, revealing the full spectrum of human nature. At this moment, Lin Ye's forehead veins bulged and his eyes were bloodshot. He felt his body being suddenly torn apart by a huge force. His waist, which had been bent at an angle, was gradually pulled straight. Lin Ye clenched his teeth. From his ankles to his calves, knees, waist, hips, and upper body, he felt a taut tension in his nerves, as if they were about to snap at any moment. Just a few seconds, hold on. Lin Ye shouted hoarsely as he looked at the signpost that was gradually bending and deforming. The roof of the car he was hooking under his feet had already bulged out. Finally, the tires of the vehicle, which had carried everyone into the abyss, stopped spinning. All around, the sounds of brakes, whispers, and even the gentle breeze seemed to have stopped at that moment. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Ye's figure, which shimmered with a heart-stirring light under the sunlight. Lin Ye was panting heavily. His face was pale, as if he were completely exhausted. He stood on the roof of the car, trying his best to calm himself down and ignore everything around him, but his vision began to darken. Suddenly, he noticed several familiar figures opening the car door, and Lin Ye forced himself to remain calm. He didn't want the children to see his hurt, vulnerable side. Li Shirlan parted her lips slightly, staring blankly at Lin Ye. The thrilling, life-or-death scene just now was completely shattered by the man in front of her. She knew that she and her children were safe at that moment. Absolutely safe. Chapter 18. So many people are watching. Can Lin Ye escape on his own? Absolutely. But he didn't do that. Not only that, he also chose to abandon his own great safety and resolutely stood up. In a daze, Li Shirlan suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. The sense of satisfaction at this moment is like the first ray of sunshine in spring when everything is reviving, constantly nourishing her person, her heart, and even her soul. She suddenly felt that Lin Ye's figure in the car was so majestic. His imposing stature captivated her. Lin Ye, she murmured softly, her beautiful eyes rippling and gradually becoming hazy. Unconsciously, a blush had spread across Li Shirlan's stunningly beautiful face. Annie, who was standing to the side, noticed the change in Li Shirlan's expression. She then bit her cherry lips and looked at Lin Ye again with deep guilt. I was so stupid, so arrogant. He's so dazzling. How could I doubt him? I had no right to doubt him at all. Those so-called despicable methods were a huge insult to him. It turns out that such a towering man is truly qualified to enter President Lan's heart. Annie murmured in a daze, and as she spoke, 2 lines of tears filled with guilt slid down her cheeks. Quick, take a picture of this right now. This guy didn't just save one car, he saved the entire road. Hey everyone, come take a look. I'm not exactly a pro, but I have a really amazing short video that's absolutely breathtaking. It's got visual and auditory impact. It's seriously explosive. Don't fight over it. Just transfer 99 right now. First come, first served. Go ahead, I'll transfer the money right away. The silence will eventually pass, and the extraordinary clamor will return to normal. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission and receiving this superb driving skills gift pack. Hearing the voice in his mind, Lin Ye relaxed slightly. Driving? He shook his head inwardly. He had no mind to think about driving skills right now. He forced himself to resist the waves of exhaustion and made his exit from the car as natural as possible. Dad, you were so strong. You even bent that signpost. Ichuan walked over with her big eyes wide with admiration. Dad, you're amazing. Wu chimed in. Daddy, I want a hug. Hua, the most lively of them all, skipped over to Lin Ye's side and opened her arms. Lin Ye forced a smile. He had just opened his arms to pick up Hua when a familiar fragrance wafted over, and Lin Ye subconsciously turned his head. Li Shirlan had walked over at some point. She held a wet wipe in her hand and gently wiped her sweat. Lin Ye, you look a little pale, and there's sweat on your forehead. You Don't push yourself. I know you're doing this for the children. Thank you. You should rest for a bit. I'll take care of things this afternoon. Listening to Li Shirlan's soft voice and feeling her meticulous care, Lin Ye smiled unconsciously, a smile from the bottom of his heart. No way. Why does that goddess look so familiar? Could it be Li Shirlan, the boss of Xingying Entertainment, the aloof female CEO? My God, this is the first time I've ever seen her like this for a man. Holy crap, what a day full of surprises. Look at how intimate they are. Alas, well, a place deep within my heart, which has existed since time immemorial, is now shattered into pieces. Shattered completely. Even if my goddess just glanced at me, just once, I'd be completely satisfied. She's a cold and aloof female CEO. How could she do this? My life is suddenly filled with despair. As soon as Li Shirlan appeared, she openly and unabashedly closed the distance between herself and Lin Ye, immediately causing a stir among the surrounding crowd. As the coolness on his forehead and face was about to disappear, Lin Ye's eyes flickered slightly. Even though it was difficult to move now, he still raised his arm and gently grasped that fair, soft, and boneless wrist. Li Shirlan froze, her pretty face instantly turning bright red. She looked away and whispered, Lin Ye, so many people are watching. Can you let go? I told you before that you need to be careful about your words and actions when you go out. You may say that, but I didn't sense any attempt to pull away, not even a little bit. As expected of my wife's hand, I couldn't put it down the moment I held it. Consider this a reward. Lin Ye stared intently at Li Shirlan and said, Wife, according to you, does that mean we can wait until no one is watching us, then? You're dreaming. Li Shirlan gave a rare, coquettish snort, rolled her eyes at Lin Ye, and then broke free from Lin Ye's hand. You should get in the car and rest first. I'll take care of the rest. Lin Ye smiled faintly, and as soon as he opened the car door, he lay flat on the seat, his eyelids feeling like they were filled with lead, unable to open them again. As dusk fell, the breeze became gentle, gradually dissipating its heat. A unique and unfamiliar fragrance wafted over, causing Lin Ye's eyelids to twitch slightly before he opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was the perfectly repaired sunroof inside the car. Lin Ye's eyes flickered slightly. He was still in the car, and just as he was about to turn his head to look in the direction of the fragrance, Mr. Lin, you're awake. A voice that seemed to have lost its original liveliness rang out. Lin Ye was slightly stunned. He turned his head and found Annie's small hands fidgeting with the hem of her clothes as if she was at a loss. Her pretty face was tense, she was biting her cherry lips, and she was staring at him apologetically, like a child who had made a mistake. Feeling that he had not suffered any serious injuries and that his physical exhaustion had mostly recovered, Lin Ye immediately sat up. Miss Annie, we're all family. No need to apologize like that. Lin Ye simply waved his hand and said, By the way, No, I must apologize. I shouldn't have doubted Mr. Lin before. Annie stubbornly interrupted Lin Ye. Lin Ye's expression froze for a moment. He hadn't expected Annie to be so insistent. He smiled faintly, then nodded in agreement. All right. I forgive you. Really? Annie's gloomy expression vanished instantly, replaced by a beaming smile. Yes, it's true. By the way, Annie, where are we now? Why is it so dark around us? Where's President Lin? Lin Ye smiled and changed the subject, realizing that the distance he could see through the car window was limited. We're currently in the garage below Xingying Company, in President Lin's private garage. The garage lights recently malfunctioned, and President Lin sent me over to check on them after receiving the news. I thought I could apologize to you on the way, so I came. Is this a recent problem? Have there been similar problems before? Lin Ye's eyes flickered slightly as he subconsciously asked. Chapter 19. The signal was also blocked and interfered with. Before, Annie blinked her big eyes twice, looking thoughtful. After 2 breaths, she shook her head and said, There haven't been any problems before, Mr. Lin. What do you want to say? Annie suddenly felt something was off and asked repeatedly. Lin Ye gestured for Annie to open the car door, and Annie did so. Don't rush to get out. Take the keys and lock the car doors. Remember to turn off the interior lights, Lin Ye reminded him before closing the car door. As soon as Lin Ye got out of the car, Annie felt the huge car was empty. Listening to the only sound left of her own breathing, her pretty face began to turn pale. Mr. Lin, you didn't tell me what you were thinking, and you just made me do it. Please don't leave me, okay? I'm a little scared. Annie pleaded with Lin Ye. Lin Ye's hand, which was closing the car door, paused slightly before he shook his head and opened it again. Has the vehicle issue been resolved now? Annie shook her head slightly and answered truthfully. No. After President Lon had it fixed, he came to the company immediately and hasn't inquired about the matter yet. Lin Ye organized his thoughts and said as quickly as possible, the person behind this is unlikely to let it go. There was also a sudden power outage here, so we can't rule out the possibility that they've intervened. Upon hearing this, Annie immediately understood. Her face paled even more. Her eyes darted around as if she had just thought of something, and she quickly said, Mr. Lin, where are you going? Why don't we go outside first? It's dusk now, much better than the few emergency lights that are on inside. It's also safer outside than down here. If all else fails, we can go find the garage worker together. I know where he is and ask him to see if he can fix the lights. Listening to Anne's words, it seemed to make sense on the surface, but there was still some naivety in them. Lin Ye shook his head slightly. Annie, once the other party decides to make a move, do you think you can still get through the exit here smoothly? Besides, retreating to a safe place first and waiting for an opportunity is indeed a way to solve the problem. But Lin Ye changed the subject. It is also a way to give the other party more time to prepare, or even to change their plans, or even choose not to make a move and retreat as well. As for the staff you mentioned, there are probably some malicious people lurking there. What I need to do now is to confront the problem directly and solve it efficiently, even if it's just to gather relevant clues, rather than waiting for an opportunity. As for having you lock yourself in the car, lock the doors, and turn off the lights, it's for your safety. As Lin Ye spoke, his thoughts raced. Here's what we'll do. After you get out of the car with me, tell me about the road conditions first. We'll check the entrance and exit first, and then go to the staff. That way, you can see the actual situation and get all your questions answered. He had a new plan in mind. With Annie, who was familiar with the area, leading the way, the search would be more efficient than if he were to search alone since he was unfamiliar with the place. Moreover, there were only two of them, and sticking together might not be as risky as hiding alone after they separated. Annie nodded slightly, her gaze towards Lin Ye filled with undisguised respect. Yes, Mr. Lin, I understand what you're saying. How is your recovery going? I know you're no ordinary person. It's all just simple consumption. Let's go? You lead the way. Before Lin Ye finished speaking, he had already gotten out of the car. Annie quickly followed, and the two walked side by side. A few breaths later, the two arrived at the garage exit. I remember this exit door very clearly. It was closed when I came down. Looking at the dark, tightly closed exit door, Annie frowned and muttered to herself. Mr. Lin, there's no need to look at the elevator. It's already shut down for safety reasons. The two immediately turned around, and Annie casually said after glancing at the closed private elevator. Lin Ye nodded slightly, and then the two of them arrived at the empty target workbench. Lin Ye learned from Annie that this was a specially designated area in the corner of the garage, which was divided into two parts, a guard post and a door behind it, behind which was the staff lounge. There's not a single person here. Is the surveillance camera broken? Did no one notify us? Us, Annie muttered in dissatisfaction. There are security cameras here, but the lighting is so dim that they're not very useful. Lin Ye's gaze was fixed on the door of the staff break room. He calmly asked, Do you have a key to this break room? No, Annie replied somewhat dejectedly. Her eyes darted around, and only then did she remember to take out her phone, only to find there was no signal at all. Hey, I remember there used to be a signal in Mr. Land's garage, though it wasn't very strong. Now there's absolutely no signal. The signal here is also being jammed, Lin Ye said calmly, secretly adjusting his state, locking onto the door of the lounge, and gradually closing the distance between them. What? Does that mean someone is really tampering with things? Annie's face turned even paler. Seeing Lin Ye make a move, she was about to follow when he raised his hand to signal her to stop. Annie, stand against the wall for a moment. Don't leave your back to the darkness. Lin Ye's voice gradually faded. Annie bit her cherry lips, looked around at the dim surroundings, gritted her teeth, and said, Mr. Lin, I'll go with you. Otherwise, I won't feel safe. Lin Ye paused slightly, then waved his hand without turning around. You can choose to lean against the wall to get closer to me, but don't follow me into this lounge. All right. Knowing that Lin Ye was worried about her, Annie didn't ask any more questions. After taking her place, she changed the subject. Mr. Lin, this door is quite expensive. Without a key, it might not be easy to open. Should we look for some tools that would make things easier? Lin Ye, who was standing less than a meter away from the target door, did not respond to her. Instead, he slowly raised his hand, and placed it in the center of the door. Seeing this, Annie looked bewildered. Mr. Lin? I think we should find some tools first. You can use your hands. Crack. At this moment, Lin Ye suddenly exerted all his strength. If there were normal lights on now, it wouldn't be hard to see that fine cracks have appeared in the floor beneath his feet. The next second, the seemingly indestructible door in front of Lin Ye was utterly destroyed by his palm strike. However, Lin Ye had only taken 2 steps inside when he was greeted not by an empty, dark place, nor by any so-called employees, but by several blades gleaming with a chilling light. A sharp glint flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. There were 3 cold lights in front of him, one of which was aimed at his waist and hips, and the other 2 were aimed at his upper and lower body respectively. Before the blade even arrived, the sound of it cutting through the air had already begun. Chapter 20 Countermeasures. The knife was fast, but Lin Ye's figure was even faster. Suddenly, he exerted force with his feet, and his figure retreated rapidly. Just as Lin Ye had dodged his attack, a cold wind suddenly came from behind him. Without a second thought, Lin Ye suddenly bent over, and the blade slicing across his back grazed the air, narrowly escaping danger. Lin Ye's expression was icy. The 2 attacks from the other party just now showed no mercy and were meant to either kill or cripple him. The next second, he suddenly turned around, and with lightning speed, he raised his back and swept it directly at the face of the masked man in black, holding a knife behind him. Bang! The man in black was instantly swept to the ground by Lin Ye and fell silent. Impressive skills. Suddenly, a cold, piercing voice rang out. Lin Ye turned his head at the sound and found 3 masked men in black standing in front of him. The leader was of medium build, followed by 2 tall men. Each of the 3 held a gleaming machete. Kid, based on what you just did, I might consider giving you a chance to join us, the masked man in black, the leader, said again, his tone arrogant. Join you, Lin Ye scoffed. Sorry, I'm not interested in a bunch of dogs that only know how to bite. You fucking idiot. You're asking for it. Get him. The leader of the men in black roared, brandishing his machete, and the 3 of them charged straight at Lin Ye. Lin Ye gave a cold laugh, and his entire being instantly transformed into a ghostly figure in the darkness, advancing instead of retreating. Unarmed, you're practically courting death. Seeing that Lin Ye's first choice was not to avoid their attack, the leader of the men in black couldn't help but mock him. He looked at his blade, which was about to strike Lin Ye's shoulder, and his mockery intensified. However, in less than half a second, Lin Ye's figure seemed to merge into the darkness and disappeared in an instant. The leader of the men in black suddenly felt his machete go empty. Just as he was wondering why the knife hadn't pierced his flesh as he had imagined, Lin Ye's emotionless voice rang in his ears. Remember the gift you gave me when I opened the door? Consider this your return gift. The sound of bones dislocating followed immediately. Accompanied by a wolf's howl, the already dimly lit place became even more eerie. At this moment, the leader of the men in black had his arm twisted strangely, twitching painfully on the ground. This happened in the blink of an eye. The other 2 men in black reacted and swung their machetes menacingly down at Lin Ye's head. Lin Ye raised his leg and delivered 2 consecutive side kicks. The 2 men in black were immediately kicked to the ground and rendered unable to resist. Everything returned to silence, except for the black-clad leader convulsing on the ground, his heavy breathing the source of the disturbance. Who are you people? Lin Ye looked at him indifferently, casually removing his mask to reveal a pale, unfamiliar face in his 30s. You have no right to know, the man in black roared menacingly. Lin Ye's eyes flickered slightly, and he suddenly stomped down on the black-clad man's strangely twisted arm. A sound like bones shattering rang out. Ah! The man in black's face turned even paler with pain. If I exert just a little more force, this arm will be completely ruined. Lin Ye's expression was icy cold. The man in black was utterly terrified. The waves of excruciating pain tearing at his nerves from his arm were constantly assaulting his already collapsing mind. Let go. You let go. Excuse me, I used my feet, Lin Ye said in a flat, emotionless voice. The man in black suddenly felt that the person in front of him was not a human at all, but a ruthless demon, a machine. Perhaps in the next second, he would really do something. I'll talk. Your Excellency, please be lenient. I'll talk to you when your answer satisfies me, Lin Ye said indifferently. Your Excellency, it is. Just as the man in black was getting to the crucial point, a scream suddenly came from outside the lounge. Lin Ye's expression changed. Oh no, Annie. Without a second thought, He abandoned the man in black and immediately slipped out of the lounge. Lin Ye's gaze was fixed on a point 10 meters in front of him. There were 3 people there, dressed in black and masked. 2 of them were holding Annie hostage, while the third held a gleaming dagger to her neck. "Let her go," Lin Ye said coldly, slowly moving forward with his feet. "Stop right there, or I'll kill her," the man in black, wielding a dagger, yelled. "Oomph." Luckily, our elder brother had a backup plan, letting us hide outside. "Kid, if you know what's good for you, cut out your tongue and cut off your own leg. That way, we'll consider letting you go, and this little beauty too." Wah. Annie's mouth was covered, and she struggled to shout something, her pretty face pale. "You better behave yourself." The man in black brandished his dagger and coldly barked at her, then turned his gaze back to Lin Ye. "Kid, we don't have that much patience. We'll give you 3 seconds to think it over. If you don't make a move after that time, I can't guarantee that every second that passes, this little beauty will have a permanent scratch on her face." Lin Ye's eyes flickered slightly, and he suddenly said coldly, "Breaking your own leg with your bare hands is difficult to do in a short time. Oomph. You don't need to make things up. There's no shortage of sharp weapons here, especially machetes." The man in black sneered, while gesturing to the person next to him to throw a machete to Lin Ye. "Listen to me right now. You better not try anything funny. Stay where you are and don't move an inch." Lin Ye ignored it, watching the machete flying towards him through the air, a slight smile playing on his lips. Lin Ye took a deep breath to adjust himself and bring his condition to its peak. When the machete was less than a meter away from him, he naturally raised his hand as if to catch it, without moving his feet. However, just as the cleaver entered Lin Ye's hand, he suddenly swung it forward. Then his legs suddenly exerted force, creating a gust of wind as he charged towards the man in black. It was too fast, so fast that none of the men in black could react in time. The blade arrives first. Sizzle. The machete that Lin Ye swung pierced straight into the shoulder of the man in black, who was holding a dagger. Almost simultaneously, Lin Ye's shadowy figure appeared in front of the other 2 men in black. He instantly raised his back, and the 2 men in black were kicked away like arrows released from a bow. The man in black, whose shoulder was pierced by a cleaver, finally realized what was happening and screamed in agony. Chapter 21 Car Chase. Lin Ye ignored her and first untied the restraints on Annie, who was looking dazed. "Mr. Lin." Annie's emotions were in turmoil. Just a moment ago, she was the one being held hostage, and Lin Ye was about to give in. She was filled with despair. But in the blink of an eye, the situation had reversed so dramatically. Noticing the tear stains on Annie's face that hadn't yet dried, Lin Ye smiled faintly and wiped them away for her. "Are you all right?" Annie felt the strange, magical warmth on her face, and a huge sense of security suddenly rose in her heart. Her pretty face flushed slightly, and she murmured softly. She suddenly realized that her cheeks were a little hot. "Sir, spare me. I know nothing. I was just paid to do something. Please have mercy and let me go." The man in black, who was struggling on the ground with a cleaver stuck in his shoulder, managed to speak with difficulty. His eyes were filled with terror. "Whose money did you take?" The crisis had passed, and Lin Ye approached the man in black, removing his mask to reveal a young man in his early 20s. "It's Mu Bin. I'm just a clown who does his bidding. Please spare me." "He was in the lounge just now," the young man wailed in anguish. Lin Ye watched the young man's every move closely. Lin Ye's eyes flickered slightly. The man didn't seem to be lying. He pondered briefly and then said, "Where is the signal jammer here?" The young man quickly told him the location. It wasn't far, just inside the garage. Lin Ye immediately moved aside to handle the situation, but returned after only 2 breaths. "Annie, contact the outside first. Once the door is opened, go out first." Annie nodded quickly and then took out her phone. Lin Ye didn't linger. He quickly slipped away towards the lounge. The person in question, Mu Bin, is the one he is currently trying to capture. However, when Lin Ye arrived at the lounge again, he found that Mu Bin was nowhere to be seen. Lin Ye's eyes flickered slightly. He rushed to the garage exit, where Annie was waiting for someone to open the door. "Mr. Lin, you're amazing. Thank you so much." "I was thinking." Annie's big eyes were filled with joy, but before she could finish her words of gratitude, Lin Ye casually interrupted her. "Annie, did you notice any other noises around here just now?" And paused for a moment, then shook her head thoughtfully. "No, it's very quiet. At the entrance." Lin Ye suddenly shouted, then immediately slipped away. Mr. Lin, where are you going?" Annie's question received no response from Lin Ye. In less than 2 breaths, Lin Ye arrived at the garage entrance. Sure enough, the entrance had been opened, but it was now slowly closing. Lin Ye's figure transformed into an arrow released from a bow, rushing out before the door closed. Hey, stop right there. Who are you? What are you doing in Mr. Land's garage? How is Miss Annie? Lin Ye had just rushed out of the garage when he was stopped by several staff members who were on their way. Lin Ye frowned slightly. He knew that when he arrived, he should have been resting in Li Sherlan's car and hadn't gotten out, so no one had seen him. However, he didn't want to waste time arguing, as that would only widen the gap between him and Mu Bin and create potential problems. He immediately darted up the sidewall and briefly leaped over several people. Stop right there. Don't even think about running away. With skills like yours, if anything goes wrong in the garage, it'll definitely be your fault. Lin Ye ignored the angry shouts behind him and continued running. Looking at the extremely unfamiliar environment and unfamiliar faces, Lin Ye's mind stirred slightly. He knew that Mu Bin's injuries meant he couldn't go far at all. Immediately, Lin Ye changed his route, running towards wherever the sound of vehicles came from. Soon, he leaped over the company gate and caught sight of a disheveled yet familiar figure on the street. It was Mu Bin, who was getting into a black minivan. Lin Ye's eyes flickered slightly. In the shortest amount of time, he scanned the vehicles moving on the street and finally locked onto a taxi that was at least several dozen meters away from him. However, the direction the target taxi was traveling was exactly the opposite of the direction Mu Bin was fleeing, and it had already passed Lin Ye, so it was traveling at a considerable speed. Lin Ye remained indifferent. He slightly bent over, then suddenly exerted force with his feet, creating a gust of wind as he sped towards the taxi. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ye jumped into the taxi of a young male driver whose face was pale with fright. Brother, my car door is working properly. Even if you insist on jumping in through the window, at least let me stop first, the driver said, his lips trembling. He was now regretting leaving the window open to save fuel. Seeing that the driver was a young man, Lin Ye in the passenger seat had a slight glint in his eyes, thinking that he probably didn't have much driving experience. Before the driver could react, Lin Ye put his hand on his shoulder. Buddy, I need to use your car temporarily. I'll take 10 times the responsibility for any problems that arise during the process. Before the young man could react, he suddenly felt an irresistible force on his shoulder. After a dizzying moment, he realized that he and Lin Ye had switched places. Before he could say anything, Lin Ye suddenly turned the steering wheel and stepped on the gas. With the roar of the engine, the car almost made a U-turn on the spot and sped up along the sidewalk. The sidewalk was deserted, and Lin Ye drove at high speed, with no obstruction along the way. Soon, the black minivan in the middle of the road came into his view. The other party seemed to have noticed Lin Ye as well, and suddenly began to accelerate. Lin Ye's lips curled up slightly. He seized the opportunity, turned the steering wheel sharply, and skillfully cut into the busy main lane. Holy crap! Do you even know how to drive? Is this how you drive on the road? Damn it! Get out of the car if you dare. Believe me or not, I'll blow out your tires in a heartbeat. Damn it! You dare to speed like that? Just because you're a taxi driver, you must have a death wish. Damn it! Lin Ye's skillful diagonal cut was met with a barrage of curses, the screech of brakes, and the frantic honking of car horns. However, Lin Ye paid no attention to any of this at the moment. He locked onto the target vehicle, stepped on the gas, and prepared to take the opportunity to intercept it. Ahead is a crossroads, with vehicles passing through on both sides. Seeing that the target vehicle clearly knew there were other vehicles ahead, yet still showed no intention of stopping, continuing to move forward with its swerves, Lin Ye frowned slightly. He knew the risks of forcibly chasing after it were obvious, especially since there was a young driver beside him whom he hadn't had time to get out of the car. Chapter 22, insisting on crashing before braking. Just as Lin Ye was pondering this, he suddenly heard the sound of a large number of vehicles colliding ahead. Lin Ye's eyes flickered slightly as he glanced at the rearview mirror and immediately leaned out to check. Sure enough, it was a large-scale car accident scene. The culprit's black minivan, however, was completely undamaged and drove away. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes and suddenly slammed on the gas pedal. Brother, no. The road ahead is blocked. Do you see those overturned trucks? Why are you still forcing your way forward? I need to get off. Can you stop first? The driver's face had been pale all the way, and now seeing Lin Ye not braking or taking a detour, but instead forcing his way onto the train ahead, he was even more terrified. Don't talk. Fasten your seatbelts. Lin Ye said casually. Stop the car? Let the other party escape? How is that possible? Look, it's that taxi that was speeding recklessly. Holy crap. Looks like I was right. He really has gone mad. He's a complete and utter lunatic. Sigh? Even though the road ahead was clearly blocked, he still chose to fly like a moth to a flame, throwing his eggs against a rock. What a pity. Forget it. I won't curse someone who's about to go to hell. Many passers-by and drivers had already stopped, all noticing the conspicuous taxi driven by Lin Ye, and they were all discussing it endlessly. Boss, I want to get out of the car. I'm still young. I don't want to die. At this moment, the young man in the passenger seat was terrified. He shouted desperately, trying to get Lin Ye to stop the car, tears welling up in his eyes. Lin Ye remained unmoved, calmly pressing the accelerator and surging forward. Closer, 20 meters, 10 meters. Upon witnessing this scene, not only were the young people on edge, but passers-by and many drivers also stared intently at the vehicle Lin Ye was driving. I already anticipated this. What's coming next is a spectacular explosion of art. Quick, take a picture. This is a live demonstration of a vehicle explosion. What's wrong with that car? Could it be that the brakes have failed? But why is it accelerating? For a moment, the taxi driven by Lin Ye became the focus of everyone's attention. The young man in the passenger seat stared wide-eyed, and seeing that the vehicle still did not slow down, he opened his mouth wide and let out a pitiful howl. Lin Ye's lips curled up slightly. Just as his vehicle was less than 5 meters away from the indestructible, overturned truck in front of him, he suddenly slammed on the accelerator and turned the steering wheel sharply. His taxi suddenly made a sharp turn and, already traveling at high speed, overturned. With both wheels off the ground, it suddenly crashed into the front of a sleek sedan parked next to the truck. At that very moment, something unbelievable happened. After colliding with the sedan, Lin Ye's vehicle flipped and spun in the air, eventually successfully leaping over the overturned truck that was blocking the traffic. After landing, it kicked up a cloud of dust that shook the soul and sped away. Hiss. Awesome. Holy crap, that's awesome. It turns out that I, a self-proclaimed street racer, am actually a frog in a well, a clown. He deliberately went up there. It turns out he's incredibly skilled and daring. My God. Sigh. If it were me, I'd probably turn into dust in an artistic explosion right there and then. Guys, take a look at this photo. I just took it through the windshield of his car. He was going so fast that the photo is a bit blurry, but doesn't he look familiar to you? He's the man from earlier in the day, the man who single-handedly prevented a car accident. Lin Ye was completely unaware of the commotion behind him. At this moment, he was focused on the target vehicle ahead and driving in pursuit. The young man in the passenger seat had entered a strange, dazed state, as if his soul was frozen in the thrilling scene from before, unable to escape. As Lin Ye watched the distance between himself and the target vehicle closing, and a wider road appeared ahead with less traffic and fewer buildings and pedestrians, a slight smile appeared on his lips as he looked at a bend in the road ahead. While others slowed down when going around a bend, Lin Ye does the opposite. He slammed on the gas pedal while continuing to turn the steering wheel. As expected, the vehicle began to tilt, but incredibly, Lin Ye's vehicle did not overturn. It's driving at an angle, and it's almost hugging the curve at an angle. The black minivan was overtaken directly from the inside lane. Lin Ye took the opportunity to turn the car around, stabilize the vehicle, and intercept it from the side. Unexpectedly, Lin Ye discovered that the black van not only did not slow down, but instead crashed directly into him. He frowned slightly. He wasn't randomly stopping the vehicles. There was a cliff behind them. No slowing down. Head-on collision? This is a suicidal act. Lin Ye's mind raced. He immediately kicked open the passenger door, then bent down, grabbed the young man's shoulder, and scrambled out with him. Bang! The two had barely landed and taken 2 steps when the taxi was hit head-on. Only after the collision did the sound of the van braking urgently come from behind. The 2 vehicles dragged each other forward. Perhaps realizing that they might slip off the cliff, the driver of the van suddenly swerved, dragging the taxi with him, and crashed into a tall, lush tree in front of the precipice. The taxi, as the victim, was crushed to pieces on the spot. Then, a thick smoke billowed from the front of the car, accompanied by a loud explosion and a towering flame that pierced the sky. Lin Ye's gaze was fixed on the 2 cars that had begun to catch fire and turn black, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Instead of turning away, he stepped forward to examine the area further. Sure enough, Lin Ye spotted a disheveled figure lying face down on the ground, his head in his hands. The figure was positioned so that the vehicle blocked his view of him, and he would not have noticed it if Lin Ye hadn't come. Lin Ye's lips curled up slightly. Mu Bin, why did you do this? Why did you have to crash into me before braking? Did you really want to kill me? Mu Bin, who was lying on the ground, suddenly looked up, his pupils filled with fear. How did you know I was here? I didn't know. I just wanted to see your actual situation, so I came over for a casual look. Lin Ye glanced at the original Mu Bin's van and saw the driver in the driver's seat was a charred corpse, long since lifeless and thoroughly dead. His expression turned cold as he gradually approached Mu Bin. Mu Bin suddenly felt a strong sense of unease rising in his heart. He looked around and his eyes flickered rapidly, as if he wanted to see some kind of help. Chapter 23, Other Discoveries? Your Excellency, we have met at most twice, or rather, we have never met before. The previous events were all a misunderstanding. This is a small token of my appreciation. The password is on it. Please forgive me. Finding himself with nothing to rely on, Mu Bin slowly retreated, his strong will to survive prompting him to quickly pull out a bank card. Seeing Lin Ye accept it directly, Mu Bin was overjoyed, just when he thought things had taken a turn for the better. Lin Ye ignored the bank card and casually tossed it to a young man not far behind him. The young driver, somewhat dazed, touched the high-quality bank card in his hand, and a burden deep in his heart immediately lessened considerably. Sir, what do you mean? There's already quite a bit in that card. Don't be greedy. Mu Bin's expression changed as he realized what was happening, and his face immediately darkened. In response to Mu Bin, Lin Ye suddenly raised his hand and slapped him. Perhaps you're used to being domineering, so you don't realize just how foolish you are in your current situation and how you've acted. Do I need to remind you? Lin Ye said coldly. Mu Bin, who was knocked to the ground, immediately had a bright red handprint on his face. Mu Bin touched his face. It burned and stung. He noticed Lin Ye's gaze, which showed no emotion whatsoever, and his face immediately turned deathly pale. Sir, we have no grudge against each other. I am targeting Li Shirlan. Why are you being so aggressive? Upon hearing this, especially the name Li Shirlan, Lin Ye's aura suddenly changed. A murderous intent emanating from Lin Ye, which terrified Mu Bin to the bone, instantly engulfed him. Sir, let's talk this out. Money is no object. Mu Bin said, when suddenly a series of pains, as if tearing his whole body apart, came from his chest, making him almost faint. He begged for mercy repeatedly. Why would you want to take advantage of Li Shirlan? Looking at Lin Ye at this moment, who was like a demon king from hell, holding a life-or-death warrant, Mu Bin was terrified. It was Hao Qian. She paid me a lot of money to tamper with Li Shirlan's car. I agreed without thinking. But, finish what you're saying. Lin Ye shouted menacingly. I just didn't expect that you could still stop the crisis under those circumstances, so we had to think of other ways to get in touch with Xingying Entertainment Company. At his wit's end, Mu Bin confessed everything. Lin Ye's deep gaze swept across the horizon. Dusk was about to depart, and evening was approaching. It would be time for the children to go home and eat the meals they had prepared. He briefly composed himself and said to Mu Bin, who was cautiously watching him from the ground, Mu Bin, I'll give you 3 times the money Hao Qian paid. You don't need to do anything else. Just use the same methods to turn the tables on her. Regardless of success or failure, tell me the result later. After Lin Ye finished speaking, he shook his head slightly. Hao Qian didn't mean to target Li Shirlan alone at all. She clearly wanted to wipe out the whole family. What kind of deep-seated hatred is this? A woman's heart is the most poisonous. All right, rest assured, Your Excellency, I will do my best to give you a satisfactory answer. Upon hearing that Lin Ye would not pursue the matter further and that there was even more money to be made, Mu Bin was suddenly enlightened. He forgot about the arm that Lin Ye had almost crippled and scrambled to his feet, his face full of excitement and his attitude respectful. Lin Ye didn't want to waste time. He had his wife and children at home. After exchanging a few words with Mu Bin and the young driver, he left immediately. By the time Lin Ye returned to the villa's gate in a taxi, it was already completely dark. He had just gotten off the bus when his phone suddenly vibrated. He picked it up and saw it was an unfamiliar number. Lin Ye's eyes flickered slightly, and he immediately answered the phone. Mr. Lin, is that you? I'm Annie. Lin Ye's expression softened. It's me, President Lan. You're home now. Not yet. She was already late to work today, and she's still busy. Mr. Lin, it's good that you're all right. I haven't told her much about your situation, so she shouldn't be too worried. Hearing this, Lin Ye secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. No need to thank me. It's all the same. The most important thing is that you're all right, Mr. Lin. Mr. Lon will probably be finished in about an hour. I'd like to talk to you about the garage incident today. We've made some other discoveries. Other findings? Lin Ye sensed a subtle change and, thinking he could go to the company and bring the children back with him, immediately replied, "Okay, I'll be right there, you." No need to locate Xingying Entertainment Company. Let's go to a restaurant nearby this time. It's called Huayatong. It's not far from the company, only about 150 meters to the east. Hearing Annie interrupt him somewhat hastily, Lin Yi thought for a moment and figured she must have discovered something that was inconvenient for the company to know. So he replied, "Okay, I'll be right there." Annie's gaze pierced through the bustling traffic on the street and landed fixed on an elegantly designed restaurant. Her eyes darted around, perhaps thinking of something, and her pretty face flushed slightly. However, she quickly frowned and composed herself. Seeing that the cars in front of her had stopped, she looked around and then gracefully crossed the street to the restaurant across the street. "Miss Annie, you are as beautiful as ever. Why are you alone today? Where is Mr. Lon?" As soon as Annie reached the restaurant entrance, a young waitress greeted her with a professional smile. Annie casually said, "President Lon is very busy today, so let me eat first if I'm hungry." Then she prepared to continue walking into the restaurant. Unexpectedly, the waitress suddenly lowered her voice and said, "Miss Annie, Mr. Tai also entered the restaurant just 2 minutes ago." Annie's pretty face changed slightly, a hint of disgust flashing in her eyes. "He probably found out which room I booked too. Take these, please change my room. The farther away from him, the better." After saying that, Annie secretly slipped a wad of cash to the waitress. Feeling the thick wad of banknotes in her hand, the waitress's face lit up with joy. "Miss Annie, don't worry. Leave it to me." More than 10 minutes later, Lin Yi arrived at the entrance of Huaya Hall. "Welcome, sir. Do you have a room reservation?" The waitress greeted him with a professional smile. Lin Yi casually said, "Room 325 was booked by a friend of mine." Upon hearing this, the waitress's eyes flickered slightly, but her expression returned to normal the next second. "Okay, sir, please come in. The private room is on the 3rd floor of the elevator. After you go in, turn right, and you will see the room number." Lin Yi nodded. Not long after he went in, a young man dressed in luxurious clothes, who looked to be in his early 20s and had a sneer on his face, appeared. He was followed by several burly men. "Xiaolon, you did a great job. This is your reward." Chapter 24 is perhaps still somewhat inferior to what I did. The waitress named Xiaolin immediately put on a fawning smile, a stark contrast to her previous attitude towards Annie. "Young Master Tai, no matter what, I'm your person. Just give the word, and I'll do anything you ask," Xiaolon said with a charming smile, while taking young Master Tai's bank card. Tai Xiao smiled sinisterly and said, "Xiaolon, sometimes when I saw you take her money and watched your acting, I really wondered if you had chosen the wrong side. Now it seems she trusted you so easily. She probably already considers you one of her own. Not bad. You've been a worthwhile pawn for me to train for so long." At this moment, Lin Yi had just taken the elevator to the 3rd floor of Huaya Hall. Looking at the spacious and bright corridor in front of him, and smelling the unique and elegant scent in the air, Lin Yi nodded subconsciously. Annie has a good eye for choosing places. The private room number 325 was at the front, by the window. Lin Yi continued walking forward, intentionally or unintentionally observing the surrounding environment. The corridor is about 30 meters long, with white and blue patterns carved on the walls on both sides. Every 5 meters or so, you can see the doors of 2 private rooms facing each other on both sides of the corridor. Lin Yi stopped after walking about 15 meters and did not continue. He narrowed his eyes slightly and then suddenly moved to the door of a private room near the wall. Lin Yi quietly bent down and approached the door of the private room, stopping when his ear was about 10 centimeters away from the door. He then held this position for about 5 seconds before withdrawing. Lin Ye's eyes flickered slightly, and then he walked forward for 10 meters, continuing to strain his ears to investigate. After 2 breaths, Lin Ye's mind stirred slightly. Do all the guests here prefer quiet in their private rooms? Isn't this supposed to be a lively place for dining? Lin Ye shook his head slightly, pondering his doubts. Perhaps he could find the answers by meeting Annie. So he stopped and immediately walked towards the private room 325 by the window at the front. At this moment, in private room 325, Annie was blinking her big eyes, resting her chin on her hand, staring blankly at the large table of delicacies in front of her. If Mr. Lin comes later, will he say I'm wasting his time? She rolled her eyes, parted her cherry lips slightly, and murmured to herself, "He hasn't arrived yet. Has something happened? Could it be that Tai Song stopped him?" Annie thought to herself, her face turning pale, her pupils dilating slightly, and she felt increasingly uneasy. "Let's go out and see Mr. Lin first. At least I can be a reference point." As Annie spoke, she immediately stood up, but she was too fast and accidentally knocked a teacup off the table. A crisp sound rang out. She glanced at the teacup. It wasn't broken, but it had rolled under the sofa not far away. Without thinking about it, she moved gracefully to the door, stretched out her small, white hand, and immediately turned the doorknob. Just as her hand touched the doorknob, click suddenly sounded, and the doorknob turned by itself. Someone opened the door from the outside, and they were very strong. Before Annie could think any further or react, the door in front of her was suddenly opened. The door opened, and the strong wind it created swept towards Annie, and raised her hand to cover her eyes. Before she could react and lower her hand, she suddenly heard a voice. "Annie." "Huh." Immediately afterwards, she felt an irresistible force coming towards her, and then the world spun before her eyes. When she finally came to her senses, she suddenly realized that her feet were off the ground and her arms were wrapped around a warm person. Ahem. Annie, are you all right?" Lin Ye coughed twice. He really wanted to let go of Annie in his arms, but he felt that Annie's feet were currently in the air. If he let go, she would fall directly to the ground. Even if she didn't cause any problems, wouldn't he seem very uncouth? "Mr. Lin." Annie blushed, looking in astonishment at the sharply defined face so close to hers. She had never been so close to a man before, and her heart began to pound uncontrollably. "I think we can talk about this first, Annie. What do you think?" Lin Ye tried his best to appear natural. He could clearly feel the temperature of the soft, fragrant woman in his arms rising slightly, making his mouth dry. Oh, right. It's okay, Mr. Lin. Please let go. I'm watching." Annie's face was as red as a ripe apple. Lin Ye let out a soft breath and then put her down. Annie noticed that Lin Ye's expression didn't change as he put her down. She bit her cherry lips lightly. Her big eyes flickered twice, and she seemed to be thinking about something. "Mr. Lin, what happened to you just now?" Lin Ye withdrew his gaze from looking around and said somewhat awkwardly, "I was almost at the door of the private room when I suddenly heard something fall inside. I was worried about your safety, so I rushed in without thinking to see what was going on. I didn't expect to bump into you. Luckily, I managed to steady myself. But I still have to say I'm sorry. I may have startled you." "It's all right, Mr. Lin. Please have a seat. The dishes here are my own hand-picked selections, and there's also some wine, which is of good quality." Annie quickly composed herself, thinking that an hour wasn't a long time, and she still had to go back to the company afterward, so she took the initiative to start the conversation. Lin Ye didn't hesitate and immediately sat down, then picked up his chopsticks and ate a few bites of the delicious food. It tastes good, but compared to what I make, it's probably still a bit lacking," Lin Ye said casually. Annie glanced at him furtively and said, "Mr. Lin, I never knew you had such amazing cooking skills. You're truly incredible." Lin Ye nodded without any modesty. "By the way, Annie, before we get down to business, I want to ask you about something that's currently on our minds." Annie stared intently at Lin Ye and replied, "Mr. Lin, please don't stand on ceremony with me. Okay, before you walk through these 3 corridors and arrive at this private room, did you hear any sounds from the other private rooms on both sides of the corridor?" "No, there shouldn't be anyone here." Annie's hearing wasn't as good as Lin Ye's, so she answered truthfully, "There are people there, but they're not making any moves in the private room. If they're eating, they're being too cautious," Lin Ye said, shaking his head as he pondered. "Someone's here? By the way, Mr. Lin, now that you mention it, I'm reminded of something. I've been to Huaya Hall before, including the 3rd floor, quite a few times. Whenever someone is here, staff members are always coming and going in the corridor. Did you see anyone when you came up?" Chapter 25. I've been tricked. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye's eyes flickered slightly. "I didn't see anyone. It's possible that the other private rooms on the 3rd floor have been booked. The people inside may be doing something and can't make noise, so it's so quiet. As for the corridor," he finished speaking and immediately got up and walked to the door of the private room. He was preparing to take a closer look at this somewhat unusual situation. Upon opening the door, Lin Ye found the entire corridor deserted. The staff Annie had mentioned seemed to have vanished into thin air. It was eerily quiet. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes slightly. He returned to the private room and said to Annie, "Annie, think back. Did the previous staff members enter and exit the corridor regularly and at fixed times, or were their times irregular? And rested her chin on her hand and pondered for a moment, then shook her head slightly and said, "There's no pattern. Every time I come here, I find that no matter the number of people or anything else, as long as there are customers who need a private room, an employee will come up. Well, wait a moment, I'll observe for a while longer. If there's still no movement, I'm afraid we'll have to do something." Lin Ye's eyes flickered slightly. After he finished speaking, he opened the door of the private room a crack and turned to observe the movements outside. Seeing Lin Ye so focused, Annie glanced at the table full of delicacies and the empty space opposite her, pouted, and suddenly felt a little bored. She suddenly remembered a teacup she had knocked over earlier, so she simply got up and went to look for it. At this moment, Lin Ye was intently peering through the crack in the door at the corridor outside, silently calculating the time in his mind. If the corridor remains the same in 10 seconds, he will prepare to go down and see what's going on himself. 10 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. Just as Lin Ye was about to open the door completely and go out, the elevator at the end of the corridor suddenly opened. The female waitress who had been standing at the entrance of Huaya Hall pushed a cart over, looking completely at ease. Lin Ye noticed that she was alone and had already walked nearly 20 meters towards him without stopping, as if she had come looking for him. Lin Ye's eyes flickered slightly, and before she arrived, he quietly closed the door and said to Annie, who was fiddling with her teacup, "Annie, did you call a waiter?" And paused for a moment, then shook her head and said, "No, but isn't it normal for a waiter to come over on their own?" Lin Ye didn't respond. There were people in the other rooms, so why didn't the waiter go in? Didn't the staff here know that there were guests on the third floor of their restaurant? Lin Ye became secretly on guard. Seeing that the waitress was indeed heading towards his private room, he decided to deal with her as she came. After a moment's hesitation, he returned to the table and sat down opposite Annie as if nothing had happened. "Mr. Lin, you're being too cautious. Let's not worry about that. The food is getting cold, let's eat. Even if there's some danger, it's just a waitress, and I bet she's a woman. With you here, and me here if things get really bad. Are we going to be afraid of her?" Annie said to Lin Ye, blinking her eyes. Lin Ye smiled slightly, nodded, and then began to eat as if it were a natural thing to do. Ding dong. The doorbell of the private room rang at that moment, followed by a very professional voice. "Hello, is this the private room where Miss Annie is? I am the waiter here to provide service." Annie put down her chopsticks and was about to speak when Lin Ye suddenly waved his hand, signaling her to wait. Annie pursed her lips and stopped moving. Lin Ye said towards the door of the private room, "No need, thank you." Lin Yagong refused, but the door was still opened. "Miss Annie, this is Xiaolan. I'm so sorry to bother you. You are a regular customer and a VIP here, so this service is completely free. In addition to the complimentary dishes and drinks in the car, we will also give you a complimentary VIP card from our store." Xiaolan entered the room and spoke first with a smile on her face. Lin Ye's gaze quickly swept over the vehicle and Xiaolan herself, trying his best to capture everything. Upon seeing that they were still on her side, Annie's cautiousness, which Lin Ye had instilled in her, vanished. She quickly stood up and said with a smile, "Xiaolan, instead of staying at your post at the restaurant entrance, you've come to serve us. How can I possibly thank you?" Xiaolan quickly shook her head, looking flattered. "Not at all. I just came to fill in for someone else. Since I'm here, of course I should come to Miss Annie's room first. I still need to go to other private rooms later." What she said seemed perfectly reasonable on the surface, and patted her shoulder gently and said, "Thanks." At the same time, she skillfully pulled out a wad of cash with her other hand and handed it to Xiaolan. Xiaolan's eyes lit up immediately, and she quickly bowed and said, "Miss Annie, you're too kind." Before she could finish her brief words, she had already accepted the wad of banknotes. "Miss Annie, please enjoy these delicacies. This bottle of red wine is one of our store's treasures. You can't even buy it normally. Let me open it for you," Xiaolan said, taking out a bottle of high-end, luxurious red wine from the car's storage compartment. She then opened it and pushed the storage compartment aside, taking out the delicacies and VIP card one by one and placing them on the cabinet against the wall. After Xiaolan finished doing all this, she said, "Miss Annie, everything is here. I still need to go down and continue preparing. If you need anything, just press the service button here." With that, she pushed the empty cart away. "Okay, go ahead," Annie said with great enthusiasm. "What a rich aroma of wine. It seems my frequent visits here have been worthwhile. Mr. Lin, you see, you've been overthinking things," Annie said, eagerly picking up the red wine and pouring 2 glasses. Lin Ye frowned slightly. From the moment Xiaolon came in until she left, she didn't seem to do anything wrong. Am I just overthinking things? Just as this thought crossed Lin Ye's mind, he suddenly realized that something was wrong with his body. Lin Ye's pupils contracted slightly. He suddenly looked at Annie and saw that her eyes were gradually becoming glazed over, and she was shaking her head and looking drowsy. Mr. Lin, I feel a little sleepy. Could it be that I ate too much at once? No. I feel like I have no energy at all. As Annie was speaking, she couldn't hold on any longer and slumped onto the dining table, without making any further sound. Lin Ye took a deep breath and his expression gradually turned cold. Before he could even feel the power draining from his body, he casually rolled up a napkin and used it to plug the bottle of red wine that was still emitting a strong aroma. Then, he flashed to Annie's side, picked her up, and quickly moved towards the door of the private room. Chapter 26. You were just now outnumbered and powerful. In less than half a breath, Lin Ye had already arrived at the door of the private room, carrying Annie. Just as Lin Ye was about to turn the doorknob, his expression changed slightly, and he suddenly stepped back, retreating back into the private room and instantly creating distance between himself and the door. Bang! Just then, the door to the private room was kicked open. Leading the group was a young man in his early 20s dressed in designer clothes. Beside him, Xiaolon was looking at him with a fawning smile. Behind the young man were several burly men. Upon seeing this, Lin Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, a sharp glint flashing in them. The young man walked straight into the private room with a look of disdain, staring down at Lin Ye. Kid, I didn't expect you to still have the strength to walk after being hit by the softening chi. You've got some skills. But, now that I see you carrying my woman, guess how I feel? The young man's face gradually darkened. Now, if you put her down for me, perhaps I'll be in a better mood and only consider cutting off your arm. Otherwise, I can't guarantee you won't be paralyzed. Young Master Tai, you are so majestic. Xiaolon fawned over him. Xiaolon, do you know what you look like right now? Lin Ye suddenly sneered, ignoring the young man. Xiaolan's expression changed, her face filled with disdain. You. She was interrupted by Lin Ye before she could finish speaking. The way you look right now is exactly like a female dog groveling for her master. Oh, let me add one more thing, a wild one at that. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Xiaolon gritted her teeth in anger, her face turning pale and then red. You're the stray dog. How dare you talk to me like that? Don't think that just because you're with Annie and rely on Li Shilon behind her, you can act arrogantly here. With young Master Tai here, you're not leaving today. Not bad. Tai Xiao sneered. Kid, I see you're a martial artist. To hold out for so long without using the antidote, you have some talent. I'm giving you a choice. If you agree to follow me, Tai Song, then after you put Annie down, you'll be one of us, and I'll let bygones be bygones. How about it? Young Master Tai, we can't let him off so easily. Before Lin Ye could speak, Xiaolon suddenly shouted in a shrill voice. Shut up. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you order me around? Tai Song roared, suddenly raising his hand and slapping Xiaolon across the face. You're nothing but a slut. Do you really think you're so pretty just because you know a little acting? Then, as if kicking away trash, he kicked her to the ground and didn't look at her again. Tai Song's gaze fell on Lin Ye again. How about it? I just taught this bastard who tricked you a lesson. Consider it a little sincerity. Kid, have you thought it through? My patience is very limited. Lin Ye remained indifferent, as if he hadn't seen what had just happened. Since you've shown your sincerity, I might as well order some for you too. As Lin Ye spoke, he placed Annie on the sofa beside him. Good, very good. It seems you know what's good for you. Don't worry. Following me, Tai Song, will ensure you. A loud bang suddenly interrupted his condescending remarks. At that moment, a small, red, swollen mound suddenly appeared on Tai Song's forehead. Ouch! Damn, that hurts! Tai Song realized what was happening and instinctively reached out to touch his forehead, only to be met with an even deeper gasp. The teacups here are of pretty good quality. Lin Ye bent down to pick up the teacup he had just thrown out, which had rolled back down, and praised it with a smile, ignoring Tai Song. Tai Song realized what was happening, and his face immediately contorted with rage. He roared, get him. First, tear off one of his arms. Then rip his mouth apart. His tone was so malevolent that he seemed to want to devour Lin Yexing alive. Suddenly, several burly men rushed into the private room and surrounded Lin Ye. Get the hell out of here. Stop dawdling. Tai Song's angry shout came again. The burly men immediately revealed their fierce expressions and pounced on Lin Ye. Seeing Lin Ye surrounded and frozen in fear, Tai Song's face contorted with sarcasm, as if his throbbing forehead had forgotten its pain. Humph. Just wait and see how I torture you. I'll teach you. He stopped abruptly halfway through his sentence. Then his eyes widened, and he pointed tremblingly in the direction of Lin Ye. Young Master Tai, these thugs of yours seem to be all show and no substance. Lin Ye glanced at the several burly men lying haphazardly on the ground. Some were motionless, some were in pain, and some were convulsing. Lin Ye shook his head, then stared mockingly at the dazed Tai Song. Young Master Tai, do you want to join us? The weakest of these bodyguards is at least at the mid-stage of external strength. I underestimated you, Tai Song said fiercely, but was actually weak inside. But don't get carried away. Away. My softening chi isn't just about making you weak and unconscious. It contains a delayed-acting toxin that will make you suffer excruciating pain. Now that you've been poisoned, I'd like to see how long you can last. As he finished speaking, several more burly men appeared at the entrance of the private room, each staring at Lin Ye with an unfriendly expression. I have very little actual sparring experience, but since you're being so proactive, I won't hold back. Lin Ye's lips curled up slightly, and as soon as he finished speaking, he created a gust of wind and charged towards the group of burly men. Lin Ye was like a tiger among sheep. In an instant, several burly men were thrown to the ground. Seeing Lin Ye's unstoppable and invincible advance, Tai Song's face began to turn pale. Impossible. Do you have even greater strength and have restricted the dissipated chi within your body? So young. I don't believe it. Tai Song exclaimed in horror as another of his men was knocked to the ground. Tai Song panicked completely. He didn't care about saving face anymore and couldn't bear to look at Lin Ye, who was exuding an aura of overwhelming power. He turned and ran, rushing back to the elevator he had come from. Lin Ye's eyes flickered slightly. Young Master Tai, you were all outnumbered just now, but in less than a few breaths, you're like a stray dog. Don't you think that's beneath your dignity as a young master? As soon as he finished speaking, he darted forward, instantly closing the distance between him and Tai Song. As Tai Song was running wildly, he suddenly felt a gust of wind behind him that made his heart tremble. Then he felt a sudden weight on his shoulder, followed by an irresistible force. He immediately lost control of his body. His legs suddenly bent, and he knelt on the ground. Hiss! Tai Song's face was contorted with pain. He realized that the hand gripping his shoulder was like a metal clamp, holding him tightly. I think you should be very clear about Chapter 27. Looking at Tai Song, whom he had easily subdued, Lin Ye shook his head slightly. Putting aside Tai Song himself, Tai Song already had quite a few subordinates, but this exchange was hardly a friendly sparring match. It ended in no time, and Lin Ye's original intention to gain some practical sparring experience was ruined. Lin Ye hesitated for a moment, then temporarily put those thoughts aside. His mind raced. Almost half an hour had passed since he entered the restaurant, and Li Shirlan and the children would soon be coming out of the company. What do you want? I deserve to die? I was blind to your greatness, sir. Let's talk this out. I didn't know, and was your woman. Stop right there, stop right there. Lin Ye felt the conversation was going off topic, so she waved her hand to interrupt him. I'm in a hurry, get the antidote out. Tai Song didn't dare to delay, and quickly took out a transparent medicine bottle, but Lin Ye didn't take it directly. Instead, he glanced at him impatiently and said, Test the medicine. Tai Song's face immediately fell. He hesitated and said in a low voice, Your Excellency, there's a specific method to using this antidote. Whether taken before or after poisoning, one dose is enough. I've already used it, which neutralized the toxins. The key is that if I use it repeatedly now, there will be serious side effects. I saw. Tai Song's eyes darted around as he spoke cautiously, when he suddenly realized there was something in his mouth, wet, but not much. When he realized what it was, he saw Lin Ye staring at him with a mocking expression. Young Master Tai, since you've already taken it, please accept my condolences. Tell me what the side effects of this medicine are, and when they will take effect. You bastard. Oucha! Tai Songgang shouted, and his skin began to turn red, especially his face, where small pustules began to swell up, looking rather glaring. It's so itchy, so itchy. Damn. Ouch, it hurts. Tai Song seemed to lose control. He kept tearing at his clothes and scratching his face with his bare hands. He hadn't moved for long before he felt pain and quickly let go. Sir, save me. The wine, that bottle of red wine. It must still be in private room 325. Quick, please help me. Bring that bottle of red wine over. Fight poison with poison. Tai Song said, while lying on the ground trying to grab Lin Ye's trouser leg. Lin Ye gently lifted his leg to avoid it. It seems you're right. Repeated use of this antidote in a short period of time does indeed have side effects. Lin Ye finished speaking to himself, then flashed back to private room 325, leaving Tai Song with a face full of resentment. When Lin Ye arrived at the private room, he didn't immediately give the medicine to Annie on the sofa, but instead took some himself first. In just 2 seconds, he felt the toxins that were restricting his power and eroding his strength gradually fade away. He nodded slightly, and then Lin Ye gave the medicine to Annie. After nearly 10 seconds, Annie's long, curved eyelashes trembled slightly, and then she slowly opened her somewhat drowsy eyes. Mr. Lin, I fell asleep. Am I still in Huaya Hall? Annie said, gradually coming back to her senses. Let's go. It's time to get up. President Lin will be off work in about 10 minutes. We can talk about it later, Lin Ye said casually, and was slightly taken aback, then quickly nodded. Oh, how could I have fallen asleep? She was about to get up when she realized that her limbs wouldn't cooperate, and she felt a wave of weakness washing over her. Lin Ye noticed this, hesitated for a moment, and then simply carried her on his back. You've only recently recovered. What happened just now? At the same time, Lin Ye briefly and quickly recounted what had happened to her. Annie, who was on Lin Ye's back, listened in a daze, especially when Lin Ye mentioned Xiaolon. Her arms around Lin Ye's neck tightened unconsciously, even though she had little strength. I never imagined that Xiaolon was such a two-faced person from beginning to end. Sigh, I trusted her so much. Anyway, Mr. Lin, thank you this time. Annie sighed softly. At this moment, Lin Ye felt Annie's breath warm against his ear. He took a deep breath to adjust himself and said, You're welcome. Isn't this quite realistic? Think about it. If you were Xiaolon, a restaurant waitress, facing this situation where you get paid from both sides and are being treated like royalty, and one of them is some young master Tai who is very generous, wouldn't you be tempted? Oh, Mr. Lin, now that you mention it, I suddenly realize how complicated people are. Annie bit her cherry lips and muttered softly. Otherwise what? Just imagining the number of cells that make up the human body. Doesn't it give you a chill down your spine? Lin Ye replied with a faint smile. Yes, that's true. Annie blushed and softly agreed. She had completely snapped out of her reverie of Lin Ye's account of the incident, and a thought inexplicably crossed her mind. This is my second encounter with Mr. Lin. Lin Ye quickly adjusted his state, then strode forward, carrying Annie back to the familiar corridor. Is that young Master Tai? Annie stared wide-eyed as she spotted Tai Song, who was struggling to move towards her not far down the corridor. At this moment, Tai Song's face was covered with red pustules, densely packed, with a yellowish-red liquid oozing from them. It looked both shocking and disgusting. He was unrecognizable. Mr. Lin, you went a bit too far. To be precise, he killed himself. He made the antidote himself. I was just being extra careful and let him take a small amount first. Lin Ye spoke quickly without stopping. Okay, so what's he doing? Is he going to room 325, our previous private room? Annie, your brain isn't working too fast. He went to our private room to find that bottle of red wine, intending to fight poison with poison, Lin Ye said casually. So that's how it is. It was Xiaolan who opened the red wine back then. Oh well, but this young Master Tai is so slow. When is he going to roll over here? That's his own business, don't you think, young Master Tai? Lin Ye had already arrived in front of Tai Song. Sir, even if you're unwilling to help me, could you please be kind enough to turn off the signal jammer on this floor? It's right there. Oh, it seems Mr. Tai has put in quite a bit of preparation for Annie today, but I think it's better to do it yourself. Mr. Tai, I think you understand this simple principle very well. After saying that, Lin Ye walked towards the elevator without looking back. No, came Tai Song's helpless yet venomous roar from behind him. Chapter 28 Practice Carrying People on Your Back. Soon, Lin Ye paid the bill and left Huayatong. He felt an amazing sensation on his back, accompanied by an abnormally rising temperature, which was becoming increasingly alluring. His eyes flickered, and he noticed a pavilion not far ahead. He then quickly walked over to it. Just as Lin Ye was about to put Annie down so she could rest, Annie, who was on his back, suddenly murmured, Mr. Lin, I don't really want to sit there. Lin Ye was slightly taken aback and subconsciously asked, Do you find that seat very uncomfortable? Well, especially compared to Mr. Lin's warm back. The more I look at that seat, the more uncomfortable I feel. Feeling the increasingly unsettling heat around his ears, Lin Ye's mind jolted slightly. He swallowed hard, forcibly controlling his hands, which were still wrapped around Annie's two elastic and smooth thighs. Annie, I appreciate your compliment. But please, think about it. I'm a living, breathing person, not some machine. So, no, I think you're human. That's true, but you're even better than a machine. Even better at giving people a sense of security. Annie interrupted Lin Ye, and at the end, she began to murmur softly. No, I know my back is warm, but it can't stay like this forever. When I carry you, don't you feel hot? You don't, but I can feel it very clearly. It's already too warm. Lin Ye felt that Annie might have some kind of mental problem, and after thinking about it, he thought it might be because of the poisoning he had suffered before. Don't worry, I'll just rest there for a while, Annie. I won't go far. I'll just sit next to you, okay? Lin Ye was in a dilemma. On one hand, he had to suppress the burning flames in his heart, and on the other hand, he had to try his best to ignore the close and amazing touch coming from behind him. The most important thing was that as long as Annie didn't get down, this touch would intensify with the temperature. No, I just want to stay on Mr. Lin's back for a while. Annie was like a playful child at this moment. Her face was already flushed, and her lips were filled with a strangely comfortable smile. Lin Ye's breathing became slightly rapid. Although he couldn't see any changes in Annie's expression from his perspective, if things continued like this, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to control his temper. Without hesitation, he dashed past the pavilion, and Annie, on his back, suddenly said, Mr. Lin, that used to be a place where young Master Tai often went. I find it disgusting. Could you grant me this small wish and not let me go there? Lin Ye suddenly paused, then smiled somewhat speechlessly. Miss Annie, if that's the case, you should have said so earlier. We could have just changed to another place, As Lin Ye spoke, his gaze swept around, and for a moment he really couldn't find a suitable place to stand. Mr. Lin, perhaps this is fate. Annie suddenly blurted out, as if possessed. I was indeed a bit unlucky, but from the perspective of bad luck, what you said makes sense. Lin Ye responded awkwardly, but his pace didn't slow down, and he gradually started running. He was going to a small park near Li Shilon's Xingying Company, which he had inadvertently seen when he was chasing Mu Bin. That place wasn't far from where he was now either. Running there would not only distract him from his current state, but it would also bring him closer to Li Shilon, making it easier to get back on time so that she and the children wouldn't have to wait. Mr. Lin, where are you going? Go to a place where you can cool down. Soon, Lin Ye carried Annie to the target park. As soon as Lin Ye entered, he spotted an empty bench and immediately darted over to it. Mr. Lin, may I ask you a question? Lin Ye had just arrived at the bench and hadn't even had time to put Annie down when he heard her somewhat hesitant voice in his ear. What's the problem? Lin Ye didn't force her to put down. Don't like carrying me on your back? Annie's voice was barely audible. Lin Ye suddenly felt a bit overwhelmed. He tilted his head, wanting to see what Annie looked like now, but unfortunately the angle was still a bit off. Did I hear that right? Thinking this, Lin Ye subconsciously repeated, Annie, what did you just say? I said, don't you like carrying me on your back? And murmured again. Lin Ye suddenly realized that his hand, which was wrapped around Annie's thigh, had actually squeezed it quite unconsciously. He couldn't see that at that moment. The blush on Annie's face, which was on his back, had spread to the base of her neck, making her look incredibly shy and alluring. No, I have to put it down for her right now. Lin Ye didn't respond to Annie's words. Instead, he made room for her on the bench and sat down. Annie, I'm so tired I'm sweating and my mouth is so dry. You should get down first. If you don't get down soon, I think I'm going to collapse from exhaustion. Ugh, Lin Ye said, panting heavily, looking like he was really about to collapse from exhaustion. Lin Ye originally thought that after he made such a gesture and was already sitting on the bench, Annie would follow suit. However, things didn't turn out as he expected. Instead, they became even worse. Lin Ye felt Annie on his back, like an octopus full of inexplicable power, with her arms tightly wrapped around his neck and her two long legs locked around his waist. In that instant, the deadly allure that was so intimately connected to him behind him, so intoxicating and soul-stirring, suddenly increased several times over. Lin Ye's mind was suddenly jolted. He found his body stiffen, and his hands, as if completely out of his control, began to move on their own. Hey, Grandma, look, That big brother and big sister are so strange. Why are they doing that? Why are they sitting down with their backs to people? At this moment, a young child passed by, blinking his innocent eyes and asking his grandmother curiously, "Let's walk, let's walk, there's nothing to see." Maybe they're practicing carrying people on their backs. Young people these days are getting more and more open-minded. This park isn't very big, and there are quite a few people here, Sai. Lin Ye's pupils dilated slightly. The child's voice, though not his child's, still awakened a certain power within him, and he immediately exerted a slight force throughout his body. Annie, who was on his back, was immediately and gently shaken off by a force she could not resist, and then she sat down on the bench. In a daze, and suddenly felt a void in her chest, and then a faint, dark light flashed in her eyes. Chapter 29, It's about time to go home. Mr. Lin, you haven't answered the question I asked you before. Annie, can we take this opportunity to talk about serious matters? Lin Ye could finally see Annie's face now. He noticed an unfathomable strangeness in Annie's eyes and changed the subject, feeling a bit overwhelmed. To be honest, at his age, full of youthful vigor and inexperienced in matters of love and sex, he probably wouldn't like to hide behind a beautiful woman's back. Who would believe that? And gently bit her cherry lips, then nodded slightly. All right, Mr. Lin, do you remember those staff members you saw heading towards the garage before you left at dusk? Lin Ye's eyes flickered slightly, and then he nodded, and continued, although they went to the garage, I didn't actually notify them to go. As she spoke, An's eyebrows furrowed slightly. That group of people was managed by Wu Gaoyang, but Wu Gaoyang's department is quite far from the garage, so I didn't contact him immediately. Instead, I called the supervisor who lived closer. But I didn't expect that the first to arrive would be someone from the faraway department, someone I hadn't notified. Putting aside how he knew about the situation in the garage, the result makes it seem like Wu Gaoyang had already arranged for people to be near the garage. As An spoke, her brows furrowed more deeply. No, it's not just similar, it's exactly like him. And it's as if he had foreseen what would happen, or perhaps he had other motives. After An finished speaking, she fell into deep thought. Lin Ye's mind raced. It seemed there was more to this than just Mu Bin. And since Wu Gaoyang was Li Shirlan's subordinate, he wouldn't stand idly by. After a short while, Lin Ye asked Annie, Annie, do you have any information about Wu Gaoyang? Annie nodded and said, Wu Gaoyang has been working for General Manager Lan for quite some time now, and I've never seen him make a mistake. But right after you went there today, something happened in the garage. Mr. Lin, do you think this is a coincidence? Whether it's a coincidence or not is hard to say. What was found during the inspection of the garage? Lin Ye changed the subject, preparing to start by understanding the actual situation of the garage and its surroundings at that time. Yes, the problem is with the power lines inside the garage, Annie nodded in response. Power cord. Lin Ye's eyes flickered slightly. Although I only went to the garage once, it left a deep impression on me. The design must have been quite meticulous. Are you sure it's just a problem with the power cord? Hearing Lin Ye say this, Annie also looked doubtful, but she still nodded firmly. That's right, I saw it clearly at the time. Whether it was a manual inspection or the detection system inside the garage, it showed that there was a problem with the power cord. Lin Ye hesitated for a moment, seeing that Annie had almost recovered, then checked the time. It was almost 7 p.m. Li Shirlan and the children would be leaving the company soon. He adjusted his demeanor slightly. Annie, do you have any pictures showing the specific circumstances of the garage malfunction? Also, we need pictures of anyone who went into the garage and any signs of their activity, Lin Ye added. Annie's lips curled up slightly, appearing very confident. I'm someone close to President Lan. This little thing is no problem for me. Mr. Lin, do you want to go home now? It's okay. I'll give it to you when I have time. Thank you for this. I'll treat you to dinner again later, so please don't refuse. Lin Ye nodded slightly. Okay, then we'll contact each other later. Don't delay these things. The sooner we deal with them, the better. After Lin Ye finished speaking, he stood up first. He had only taken 2 steps when he suddenly heard the sound of clothes being torn behind him. Although it wasn't his own clothes, Lin Ye was slightly startled and turned around. He saw that Annie was blushing, her hands tightly gripping her shoulders, looking embarrassed, and her eyes darting back and forth. Lin Ye tentatively asked, Annie, what were you doing just now? What's wrong? Mr. Lin, my clothes got torn by the bench. Feeling the cool breeze on her back, Annie's voice grew even softer. Lin Ye glanced at the bench and noticed a small nail protruding slightly on the back of the bench. Annie's torn clothes were hanging on it, and although they weren't wide, they were at least 30 centimeters long. Lin Ye thought that Annie's back was probably leaking too much air, so he subconsciously touched his own coat, then took it off and walked over to Annie to put it on her, and felt a sudden warmth all over her body and smelled a familiar scent, which made her blush even more. Mr. Lin, thank you. All right, let's go back first, Lin Ye said casually, and the two left. Star Shadow Entertainment Company. Inside the elevator, Li Shilon hurriedly pressed the elevator button. A fine layer of sweat appeared on her fair forehead. Standing beside her were 5 children. Mom, I'm hungry. I want to eat Dad's cooking. Erhua pouted and said, I'm hungry too. Mom, why did you get off work later than usual today? Even the timidest April started complaining. Mom, why didn't you let Dad come along? He's really capable, Ichuan said, blinking her big eyes. Seeing the children's expectant and hungry expressions, Li Shilon sighed softly, then murmured, Lin Ye, the children miss you so much. Li Shilon then composed herself and said, You'll see Dad soon. He's resting in the garage. Let's go over there now and ask him to cook us something delicious, okay? Okay. I love Dad's cooking the most. Erhua's slight displeasure vanished instantly. Me too. April waved her little hand happily. Stop talking. I'm starving. Ichuan laughed along. Looking at the children, all brimming with energy, Li Shilon suddenly felt that she wasn't so tired after all. As the elevator was about to reach the first floor, she took out her phone, intending to contact Annie and ask her to bring the car over ahead of time. She had just dialed the number when they arrived at the first floor. As the elevator doors opened, Li Shilon pressed the call button and saw Lin Ye looking at her with a faint smile on his lips. Honey, this is the first floor, and all the employees who were supposed to leave have already gone home. There's hardly anyone here. I hope it's okay for me to come over like this. Lin Ye, Li Shilon murmured, a warm feeling suddenly rising in her heart. The feeling was so warm that she seemed to forget she was still in the elevator and that the elevator doors were quietly closing. Chapter 30, The Hidden Heartache. Dad, you're here. Erhua jumped up excitedly first, and then immediately pressed the button to open the elevator door again. Daddy, let's go home quickly. I'm hungry. April took small steps, and the usually timid girl actually reached out her little hand, gesturing for Lin Ye to hold it. Dad, I want to hold your hand too. Ichuan suddenly shouted and walked towards Lin Ye. Lin Ye laughed heartily and opened his arms wide. Kids, come on. Let's go home. Dad will cook you something delicious. Li Shilon snapped out of her daze, put away her phone, and suddenly noticed that Lin Ye was only wearing a thin shirt. She subconsciously asked, Lin Ye, where are your clothes? Lin Ye's eyes flickered slightly, but he remained calm and composed. Oh, my clothes are in the car. I was in such a hurry that I missed you all, so I left them in the car for a moment. Li Shilon nodded slightly without saying anything, then looked at Annie beside her. Annie had changed back into a business suit. Mr. Lon, the vehicle is ready. Let's go back, Annie said with her usual smile. Okay, Lin Ye, let's go home. The journey was smooth and quick, and Lin Ye and the others soon returned to the villa. After a brief chat with Annie, Annie left. Lin Ye and his companion entered the main hall of the villa. He immediately went to the kitchen to cook for his wife and children. After settling the children in, Li Shilon's beautiful face now showed a hint of worry. She then quickly walked towards the kitchen, her mind filled with many questions. Lin Ye, are you all right now? By the way, what happened today? Our car has never had any problems before. It's so sudden today, someone must have tampered with it. Hearing her words, Lin Ye, who was busy at the moment, did not stop for a moment. He did not want Li Shilon to worry too much, so he casually said, Wife, I think you can go and rest more now. Today's matter is over. Upon hearing this, Li Shilon's expression darkened. Since joining the company, she had been busy with work and hadn't known what had happened in the garage. Annie's report was also very brief and simple. Li Shilon vaguely sensed that Annie was hiding something from her, and after a moment's thought, she realized it was related to Lin Ye. Someone had tampered with the car, and judging by the methods used, it was ruthless. This endangered her and her children's safety. Lin Ye, do you think it's appropriate to just brush me off so easily? Li Shilon's tone gradually turned cold. Lin Ye's cooking movements slowed down considerably, and he hesitated for a moment, somewhat helplessly. If he didn't say anything, Li Shilon definitely wouldn't let it go, but if he did, her worries would likely only increase. Lin Ye, I'm asking you a question. Li Shilon's increasingly cold voice rang out again at this moment. Lin Ye sighed softly, thought for a moment, and said, Wife, do you remember when I took the kids to the recording company? After that, a woman named Hao Qian Lin Ye didn't hide anything and briefly recounted what had happened. After listening to what Li Shirlan said, her eyebrows gradually furrowed and the coldness on her face faded, replaced by a look of deep sorrow. Honey, don't worry. This matter itself isn't that big of a deal. To be honest, I didn't expect Hao Qian to be so malicious. But Mu Bin was right under my nose at the time, so I think he'll tell me the result. Maybe the result will be out tonight. Hey, honey, don't look so gloomy. It's not pretty, although you're still very beautiful. As Lin Ye spoke, he noticed Li Shirlan sighing from time to time, so he quickly changed the subject with an awkward smile. Are you sure it wasn't Lu Xiaoman from the Lu family who did this behind the scenes? Li Shirlan asked, her brows furrowed. Lin Ye nodded without hesitation. I still vividly remember Lu Xiaoman shaking wildly with me in the recording studio, including her words and actions. I observed them all very carefully. Honey, she's fine, don't worry. Besides, even if there were any problems, your husband is as strong and reliable as can be. Do you think I can't handle it? As Lin Ye spoke, he puffed out his chest in a rather smug way. At this moment, Li Shirlan seemed somewhat dazed. Her beautiful eyes flickered twice, and it was unclear what she was thinking about. Then, she glared at Lin Ye with annoyance and said softly, this matter related to Hao Qian is not your fault. Just get to the bottom of it as soon as possible. But you have to let me know, understand? Seeing that Li Shirlan's attitude was gradually improving, Lin Ye immediately gave a not-so-perfect salute. Yes, my dear wife. I guarantee I will complete the mission. Li Shirlan rolled her eyes at him, took a deep breath to calm herself down, and then changed the subject. Lin Ye, the Thai song you just mentioned, is backed by Wang Han, a member of the Wang family. The Wang family? Lin Ye's eyes flickered slightly. You should have heard of them. The Wang family is a top-tier power in Nanjiang, Sai, Li Shirlan said, her eyebrows furrowing again. She sighed deeply, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a melancholy galaxy, concealing untold sorrow. Lin Ye, it wasn't your fault that you went to Huaya Hall with Annie, Sai. Li Shirlan's voice grew softer as she spoke, and she gradually lowered her head, as if lost in thought. A pitiful weariness appeared on her beautiful face. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly felt a faint warmth on her shoulder, containing a gentle force that seeped into her heart and soul. Her thoughts seemed to be gathered together and carried to the heavens by this gentle force. She looked up and saw Lin Ye's calm and composed face, and his eyes, like deep stars, giving people a faint but irresistible sense of security. In a daze, Li Shirlan subconsciously murmured, Lin Ye. At this moment, Lin Ye's eyes were filled with an unbreakable belief. Wife, as long as I, Lin Ye, am here, your marriage and happiness for the rest of your life will not be harmed in the slightest. Lin Ye's tone was calm, but it was filled with a domineering power that shook people's hearts. Looking at Lin Ye so close to her, Li Shirlan suddenly realized that her heart was beating faster than usual, and a beautiful blush had spread across her face. Just as Li Shirlan parted her lips, about to say something, Mom and Dad, what are you doing? Is dinner ready? Erhua's voice suddenly came from outside. Li Shirlan's expression changed slightly. She quickly broke free from the large hand on her shoulder and said rapidly, Lin Ye, I'll talk to you about the Wang family and Wu Gaoyang's matter at my company later. You should start cooking first. After saying that, she turned and left immediately to chat with Erhua and the children. Chapter 31. One Less Enemy. Lin Ye smiled faintly. The food will be ready soon. He then turned away, his expression gradually becoming indifferent. From Li Shirlan's reaction just now, Lin Ye keenly sensed that there might be something between the Wang family and her that she was unwilling to talk about. Is she worried about me? Lin Ye suddenly had this idea, and then the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, and his hands moved faster with practiced ease. Before long, the kitchen was filled with an intoxicating aroma, which then spread uncontrollably throughout the main hall, thoroughly stimulating the taste buds of Li Shirlan and the children who were chatting and playing. Dad's made dinner. It smells so good. Ichuan suddenly stopped playing around, looking completely captivated. It smells so good. Daddy is amazing. Erhua jumped up and praised. At this moment, a charming smile appeared on Li Shirlan's lips. Then she turned around and looked towards the kitchen. Sure enough, the next second she saw Lin Ye hurriedly carrying out the delicacies. Lin Ye was quick, but as soon as he finished serving the food, his first action wasn't to invite everyone to sit down. Instead, he looked at Li Shirlan and asked, Wife, is it 6 or 7? What time is it? What are they? Before Lin Ye could finish speaking, The door to the main hall was suddenly opened. "I'll hit you," as the familiar voice rang out, followed by the feeling of a small gust of wind rushing from behind. Lin Ye's lips curled up slightly. He didn't turn around, but instead casually took a half step to the side and raised his hand at the same time. The next second, Lin Ye easily grabbed one of Chi's legs. "Little guy, your speed seems to have slowed down quite a bit compared to before." Lin Ye looked at Chi with a grin. Chi was slightly taken aback. "When did you seem to become so powerful?" "Hee, I'm your dad. If I'm not powerful, I'd be letting down the title of dad. Why don't I become powerful?" Lin Ye said with a smug look on his face. Faced with this stubborn and arrogant child, Lin Ye didn't think that using his usual attitude would make him truly convinced. Let me go?" "EW? It smells so good," Chi shouted arrogantly, but suddenly his expression changed, and then his stomach rumbled. "It smells delicious, doesn't it? I made this myself," Lin Ye said with a smile. So what if you did it?" "Let go. I'm hungry, I want to eat," Chi said with a very awkward disdain. Lin Ye, all right, stop fooling around and get ready to eat." Li Shirlan's voice came from that moment. Lin Ye nodded with a faint smile. Inadvertently, he suddenly saw Jian Lu carrying his painting tools and walking towards his own room. He seemed to ignore the delicious food he had prepared. Lin Ye was slightly taken aback. "You guys eat first. I'll be right back in 23 seconds. Just as Lin Ye was about to say something, Lu Shi's voice suddenly rang out before the door closed. Upon seeing this scene, Lin Ye was once again taken aback. Noticing the change in his expression, Li Shirlan smiled slightly and said, "Lu Shi has a rather calm personality, but his intelligence far surpasses that of his peers. He likes painting. Let's wait a few seconds. He'll come out." But before Li Shirlan could finish speaking, Chi was incredibly fast. He picked up his chopsticks and instantly grabbed a large mouthful, stuffing it into his mouth. Seeing this, Lin Ye couldn't help but chuckle. "7. How is it? How's Dad's cooking?" Chi glared at Lin Ye, then picked up some food and ignored him. "Dad." 7 started eating by himself again. Ichuan said with a dissatisfied expression. "Yes, why was he allowed to eat first?" Erhua chimed in. April, standing to the side, stared longingly at the plate of food that she had picked up with his chopsticks, pouting slightly without saying a word. Just as Lin Ye was smiling and about to say something. "I'm here." They were in position by 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock, you've finally arrived. Let's hurry up and eat," Ichuan said, but the dinner table became lively. Time always flies when you're enjoying yourself. Soon, the children had fallen asleep, leaving only Li Shirlan and Lin Ye sitting across from each other at the dining table in the main hall. The dining table was no longer as lively as before, but the quiet carried a lingering, indelible harmony, a warm and comforting feeling. "My dear wife, is there anything you need? Is it something you want to do next?" Lin Ye's words were only halfway through when his phone suddenly vibrated. His eyes flickered slightly, but he didn't look at his phone immediately. Instead, he turned his gaze to Li Shirlan, who was also looking at him. Li Shirlan smiled slightly. "Just accept it." Lin Ye then picked up the phone. He glanced at the number on it, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. "Wife, it seems there's been a result regarding Hao Qian." He then answered the phone. "Sir, the matter is settled. You will receive the pictures." Mu Bin said respectfully. "Okay, send me your bank card account details," Lin Ye replied casually. There's no need for that. We were the ones who struck first, sir. We've become friends through this conflict, so let's. Send me your bank account details, and we'll still know each other," Lin Ye casually interrupted Mu Bin. "Okay, all right then," Mu Bin said, and the two ended their conversation immediately. The next second, Lin Ye received a multimedia message. He opened it, and his expression changed slightly. He then clicked his tongue in amazement. It was a picture of a completely mangled red sedan, crushed under an overturned truck. The sedan was flattened, its body almost torn to pieces, and the person in the driver's seat didn't look like a human figure at all. It was clearly a pool of blood. "Lin Ye, what did you see?" Li Shirlan's curious voice rang out. Lin Ye thought for a moment, then suddenly put his phone away. "It's nothing. It's just that Hao Qian has already given us some news." "Then why did you put your phone away?" "I want to see it," Li Shirlan persisted. "Honey, we just finished eating. It's not good for you to look at these things. Besides, I don't think these things are suitable for a beauty like you to watch," Lin Ye argued vehemently. Li Shirlan snorted lightly. "Lin Ye, the more you act like this, the more I want to see. This isn't just about you and me, it's about the children too. Bring it to me right now." As she spoke, she stretched out her fair, delicate hand to Lin Ye. her meaning clear. Lin Ye shook his head slightly. No, I can only say that we've completely eliminated one enemy. If you really want to see it, then let's wait until tomorrow morning when you're on an empty stomach. Upon hearing this, Li Shirlan frowned slightly. Lin Ye, right now your focus isn't on me, but on the children. Similarly, I'm thinking about the children more right now. Besides, do you think being a CEO is easy? I'm not that fragile. Quickly, give me your phone. Chapter 32 Subtle Changes. Lin Ye was slightly taken aback. What you said seems to make some sense. All right. But don't blame me for not reminding you. All right. Why are you talking so much? Let me see it quickly, so I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Li Shirlan glared at Lin Ye and interrupted him. Lin Ye smiled awkwardly, then showed the screen on his phone to Li Shirlan. The moment Li Shirlan's gaze fell upon the screen, her pretty face suddenly turned pale. She then made a gesture as if she wanted to vomit, but the next second, she forcibly turned her head away, gasping for breath, as if she was trying her best to restrain something. Just as Lin Ye was about to make a move, Li Shirlan waved her hand at him and said, "You don't need to worry about me. I said I'm fine, and I mean it." At this moment, a fine layer of sweat had formed on Li Shirlan's fair forehead. Seeing this, Lin Ye shook his head slightly, then picked up a wet wipe and went straight forward to wipe her. "I told you I'm fine. It's none of your business, you." Li Shirlan had only spoken halfway when Lin Ye had already closed the distance between them without saying a word, and the wet wipe in his hand was already gently stroking Li Shirlan's delicate face, who was not reacting for a moment. Lin Ye's movements were slow and careful, without stopping, until he had wiped the remaining part of Li Shirlan's slightly flushed cheeks before he gradually put his hands down. At this moment, Li Shirlan stood stiffly, vaguely realizing that as soon as Lin Ye's hand, filled with inexplicable power, left, she felt a sense of lingering desire. For a moment, Li Shirlan stared at Lin Ye in a daze, the ripples in her heart beginning to churn uncontrollably. The two were now only 30 centimeters apart. Lin Ye could easily smell the intoxicating fragrance emanating from Li Shirlan. The hand that he had just put down to wipe Li Shirlan turned back to her again, as if possessed. Lin Ye, what are you doing? I feel fine now." Compared to her usual self, Li Shirlan's voice was unusually hesitant at this moment. But although she said that, she didn't actually move her feet at all. Lin Ye's hand once again gently caressed Li Shirlan's bright, rosy cheeks. "Lin Ye, it's getting late. I have to go to work early tomorrow. I'll go back to my room to rest now." Just as Lin Ye opened his mouth, before he could say anything, Li Shirlan suddenly seemed to wake up, left a sentence, immediately turned around, and walked quickly towards the room. Lin Ye savored the lingering fragrance around him, glanced at Li Shirlan's departing figure with its graceful curves, and suddenly said, "Wife, why are you walking so fast? You're right, it is indeed getting late, and I need to go back to my room to rest." As soon as he finished speaking, he darted towards Li Shirlan, who had just opened the bedroom door. Just as Lin Ye had slipped past and was about to step inside with a natural expression, with a loud bang, he was met with Li Shirlan's tightly closed door. "Lin Ye, remember your room. I already told you, it's the guest room. Come with me to the company tomorrow morning. I'll arrange for Annie to work with you and see what's going on with Wu Gaoyan." Li Shirlan's voice came from inside the room, and then there was silence. Lin Ye's lips curled up slightly. Although he was still turned away, Li Shirlan's attitude was already undergoing a subtle change. The next day, outside the villa, the sky in the distance was a hazy gray, and there was still some time before dawn broke. Meanwhile, Lin Ye was already busy in the kitchen. Before long, Lin Ye had already set out a delicious and nutritious breakfast on the dining table in the main hall, with a steaming, refreshing aroma. "Good morning, Lin Ye." Li Shirlan's voice came from that moment. Lin Ye looked in the direction of the sound, and saw Li Shirlan at the door of the room, still wearing her pajamas. Smelling the irresistible fragrance in the air, a captivating ripple appeared in Li Shirlan's beautiful eyes. "Lin Ye, do you know that you are doing something that could very well backfire?" She spoke in a way that sounded like a reprimand, but her tone was not at all offensive. Lin Ye thought for a moment, then smiled faintly and said, "Are you trying to tell me that I get up too early and cook too delicious food, which might wake the children up early and affect their sleep?" Li Shirlan nodded, her beautiful eyes sparkling. "Next time you cook, especially after you've finished serving it to the dining table in the main hall, please cover it with a dishcloth." "Okay, I'll stop here for now. The dishcloth is in that cabinet over there. Just remember it. I'll tidy it up first, then we'll go to the company." After Li Shirlan finished speaking, She turned around and went into the room. Soon, everyone enjoyed a delicious breakfast. At 6 and 7 o'clock, they were taken away by their tutors, Lin Ye, Li Shirlan, and the children were all ready to go. At that moment, the doorbell rang in the main hall. "It's Annie, Lin Ye, let's go," Li Shirlan said, and took the lead in walking towards the door. Lin Ye's eyes flickered slightly. He suddenly smiled faintly and took a step forward to stand next to Li Shirlan. He did not make any other movements or speak. Li Shirlan was slightly stunned. She felt a figure suddenly appear beside her, filling the empty space. A sense of security inexplicably arose in her heart. Then she glanced at Lin Ye, who seemed to be doing nothing, but also made no other move. The next moment, Li Shirlan opened the door and was smiling as she looked at them. "Mr. Lan, Mr. Lin, the vehicles have been arranged. We can depart now." Before everyone got into the car, Lin Ye conducted a thorough inspection of it. Soon, the vehicle began to move slowly. "Huh? Why is the street so congested today?" Annie, sitting in the back seat, looked out the car window at the crowds and the increasing number of vehicles merging into both sides of their car and asked curiously, "What do you think?" "Of course they're here to admire this handsome guy," Lin Ye said arrogantly from the side, and blinked her big eyes twice, then suddenly remembered how Lin Ye had single-handedly shaken the entire audience yesterday. She nodded and said, "Yes, only Mr. Lin could earn their admiration." Lin Ye's lips curled up slightly, and he said mysteriously, "Perhaps it's not as simple as you imagine." Upon hearing this, Annie rested her chin on her hand, her big eyes full of curiosity. "Did Mr. Lin do something eye-catching again after leaving the garage this afternoon?" Lin Ye nodded without denying it. Outside Lin Ye's vehicle, the traffic was completely congested, but even so, their car continued to move forward smoothly. Chapter 33. The gun barrel was suddenly blocked, and paused for a moment. Through the car window, she saw more and more people looking at their car, pointing and gesturing excitedly, talking nonstop. She couldn't help but open the car window a crack. "Look, that's the car. That really awesome guy from before must be inside. Quick, my idol is right in front of me. I must find a chance to get his autograph this time." Sigh. "I really want to go, but I feel like that would disrupt other people's schedules. I'm so troubled." "What are you worrying about? Can't you see your idol's car is still moving slowly? If you just walk a little faster, you can catch up. I think so many cars are there to slow down the speed and give them more time to move forward. Also, once that man gets out of the car, they'll be close together and will all rush over at the same time." Damn, I feel like I've been beaten to it. Even though the car window was only slightly ajar, the heat from outside still rushed into the car. Some of the people who were originally standing on the sidewalks on both sides of the road had already rushed onto the road and crowded around the sides of Lin Ye's vehicle. "Damn it, can't you see I'm driving? I grabbed this spot first. Oomph, if you're so tough, why don't you step on the gas and see what happens? Damn it, stop fighting for seats. What's with all this talk of first come, first served? Idol, please come out for a moment. I don't ask for much, just let me see your magnificent figure once. Just once. They want your autograph? Is that okay? I'd do anything for that." Lin Ye, who was inside the car, had no idea that the heat outside would be so intense. If the vehicle continues at such a snail's pace, the children's time will be wasted. Just as Lin Ye was pondering a solution, the children inside the car started to get excited. "Dad, what are those people outside doing? I heard them talking to us about who our idol is." Ichiharu asked curiously. "Is there even a question? My idol is definitely Dad." Erhua's little face was full of pride. "Dad is amazing." Wu chimed in. Lin Ye affectionately patted the children's heads. "How could Daddy not be amazing?" At that moment, Li Shirlan's somewhat gloomy voice came from the driver's seat. "Lin Ye, it's only been a day, less than that. I didn't realize you were so famous." Lin Ye looked up at her and noticed a strange look in her eyes. He paused for a moment and then said, "President Lan, if you want to praise me, then praise me. I know we're taking up the children's time. How about this? You go ahead, and I'll get out of the car to deal with them and distract them, okay?" "Okay, let's head over there first. Things at the company aren't exactly urgent. If there's anything inconvenient, you can let Annie know first." Li Shirlan tacitly agreed with Lin Ye's suggestion. Lin Ye glanced at the enthusiastic crowd outside the car window. Most of them were young people. He paused, thinking that this was the first time in his life that he had faced so many people, and it wouldn't be good if he didn't make a good start. "Lin Ye, I'll stop the car first, you get out," Li Shirlan said, about to stop the car, but Lin Ye suddenly waved his hand to interrupt her. "Why stop the car? If the car stops, how will I make a cool entrance?" Lin Ye tossed his flowing hair in a very flamboyant manner, and while Li Shirlan was a little stunned, Lin Ye suddenly opened the car window, grabbed the top edge of the window with both hands, and then his whole body was lifted into the air, leaping straight out of the car. Just when Li Shirlan thought Lin Ye only wanted to jump out of the car, she suddenly saw that Lin Ye's legs, which were sticking out of the car window, were not pointing downwards, but instead suddenly hooked upwards and flipped straight onto the car. This scene made Li Shirlan's eyes widen in astonishment. Lin Ye's movements were fluid and graceful, comparable to those of a top-notch gymnast. Wow, no wonder he's my idol. Even his driving moves are so cool. My idol. Could I have your contact information? Shut up. Someone like you think you can get your hands on my dream guy. Boss, ever since I saw your imposing figure and your superb driving skills that day, I've realized I'm completely captivated. Seeing the enthusiasm of the crowd around him, Lin Ye's lips curled up slightly. He waved his hand, signaling everyone to calm down. Immediately, a group of young people seemed to respond to his call, and the surroundings fell silent for a moment. At this moment, the vehicle under Lin Ye's feet was still moving slowly. His gaze quickly swept over the signpost in front of him, which was getting closer and closer. He suddenly stepped forward and jumped. Lin Ye's figure instantly drew a perfect arc in the air. As his hands gripped the marker pole, he suddenly did a 720-degree spin, and after a magnificent leap into the air, his feet landed steadily on the marker pole. Wow, that's awesome. My idol is amazing. Perfect. From the moment he jumped out of the moving car to the next series of movements as he climbed over the signpost, it was absolutely perfect. Wow, my idol is so handsome. Absolutely stunning. At this moment, Lin Ye glanced down ahead and saw Li Shirlan driving past him in a daze. He nodded slightly to her, indicating that she could drive back to the company first. Li Shirlan realized what was happening, rolled her eyes at Lin Ye, and at this moment the resistance around her vehicle was greatly reduced. Without further hesitation, she stepped on the gas and drove straight away. Seeing Li Shirlan drive away, Lin Ye cleared his throat, preparing to give a passionate speech. Suddenly, a microphone voice, amplified countless times, pierced through the completely congested lane. Young man on the signpost, please leave immediately. Your presence is severely disrupting traffic. Please cooperate, or I will take enforcement action. Damn it. This damn traffic officer is really ruining my mood. Idol, ignore him. There are more of us than he can do anything if we ignore him. Yeah, at most they'll send people to arrest you, and maybe we'll even get to see a live parkour performance. My God, just say what you want. If the traffic jam here isn't enough, don't worry, I'll send people to add more layers. 3 more layers inside and 3 more outside, to completely paralyze the traffic. Let's see who dares to stop you. Immediately, a group of young people began to speak out indignantly. Lin Ye looked in the direction of the voice and saw an elderly man in a traffic police uniform standing on a building across the street. He had a speaker next to him and a microphone in his hand, shouting, "Young man, please leave now and cooperate." Lin Ye felt a little dissatisfied. He had already loaded the gun, but the muzzle was suddenly blocked, so he was in a bad mood. Chapter 34 The Male God is taking off again. He glanced at the increasingly congested traffic and shook his head speechlessly. Sigh, sometimes the allure of this is too great. It doesn't seem to be a good thing. As his thoughts raced, he decided to leave first. Get out of here? Microphone, Lin Ye pondered. Then suddenly a slight smile appeared on his lips. He glanced at the middle-aged man on the opposite building. Upon meeting Lin Ye's gaze, the man's expression changed slightly. Just as he was about to continue his warning, his pupils suddenly dilated. Suddenly, Lin Ye's feet exploded, and 3 metal marker poles, each the size of a fist, bent instantly. Lin Ye's figure at this moment was like a falcon soaring in the sky, ready to hunt its prey, drawing a beautiful arc in the air with sharp and domineering power. In less than a second, his hands landed directly on another signpost on the opposite side of the lane. Wow, that's amazing. Is my idol going to perform aerial parkour in public? How is that possible? There are only 2 marker poles, and the position he is in now is the last one that was originally on the opposite side. Yes, I know my idol is amazing, but I'm not blindly optimistic. I don't believe he can actually fly. Lin Ye's sudden action immediately sparked a heated discussion. He didn't stop moving. Like a cheetah running at its limit, he landed on the target point, then quickly turned around with the help of the momentum and suddenly let go. Oh no, the idol has gone mad. He's going to commit suicide. My God, How did his hands leave the marker pole? And while he was turning so quickly, it's over. If I land like this, even if I'm not smashed to pieces, I'll be paralyzed on one side. Damn it. No way. Oomph. I think he just likes to pretend, and then he went too far. Serves him right. Shut the hell up. If you dare to slander me again, believe me, I'll kill you right here and now. Lin Ye's actions immediately caused a breathtaking frenzy throughout the venue. Just when everyone thought Lin Ye was about to be smashed to pieces on the spot, a scene that shocked everyone suddenly happened. Lin Ye's body spun in the air, tracing an arc, but he did not fall to the ground as everyone had imagined. At this moment, his hands were already gripping the branches of a tall tree on the opposite sidewalk. Holy crap, is this for real? That signpost was so far from the tall tree. How could he even get over it? Wow, that scared me to death. My idol is amazing. Hey you, the one who said your idol went too far. Step forward and take the beating. Something's not right. Look, he hasn't stopped moving. Huh? Is my idol going to switch allegiances? No way. There's practically nothing on that wall to climb, except for the windowsills above and below. But the distance between the windows on each floor is too great for a person to climb. Well, I wouldn't mind if the idol were moving horizontally, but that involves up and down movements. One wrong move, and you're in danger of falling. Lin Ye's gaze remained fixed on the building across the street where the traffic control was located. He never stopped moving. Using the resilience of the branch in his hand as leverage, he swung his body around in midair and then released it. Look, our idol is taking off again. Sigh, it feels like I'm in his arms, together. Shut up. With your build, you must weigh at least 200 pounds. The next moment, Lin Ye's hands gripped the second floor of the target building tightly. He then made a slight adjustment and suddenly exerted force with both hands. His figure seemed to be glued to the wall, and then, at an extremely fast speed, he climbed over one windowsill after another. In less than 3 breaths, Lin Ye had already climbed to the top of the target building. Holy crap, did you guys see that? That man who reached the summit. That man who didn't take the usual path. I am 100% certain that he has mechanical parts installed inside his body. My idol is amazing. I'd be willing to block the road here, even if it meant getting stuck here, just to see him with my own eyes. My idol, please tell me your name. I'll do anything you say. How disgusting. Can't you look at yourself before saying such things? Lin Ye quickly adjusted his breathing and then looked at the traffic officer in front of him, who was staring at him in disbelief. Hey buddy, can I borrow your microphone for a bit to give everyone a quick explanation? I'm out of here. Oh, okay. The traffic officer looked dazed, stunned by Lin Ye's incredible actions at the bottom in such a short time, and couldn't react for a moment. Who on earth is this person who can do such an astonishing thing? Lin Ye smiled faintly, took the microphone from his hand, and then stood on the edge of the building. Did everyone enjoy watching that just now? Lin Ye's few words, delivered through the speakers, immediately sparked a wave of excitement. That was awesome. Absolutely awesome. My idol is amazing. My idol is mighty. My idol, this is my personal information, including my family situation. Looking at the excited crowd, Lin Ye clicked his tongue in amazement. He glanced at them briefly and saw that most of them were passionate young people. Lin Ye thought about it and realized that this was something he couldn't delay any longer. Since everyone enjoyed the show, let's call it a day. Lin Ye finished speaking bluntly, glanced at the buildings that weren't too far apart, and prepared to leave. Hey handsome, can you tell us your name? Lin Ye paused, his eyes flickering slightly. He thought that even if he didn't say anything, judging from the current state of the crowd, they would inevitably find out something. It was only a matter of time, and that could very well be a troublesome matter. Then Lin Ye casually said, Lin Ye. These 2 simple words once again sparked a frenzy. Lin Ye had no time to linger. He moved with lightning speed, transforming into a phantom as he darted between buildings and left, leaving the traffic controllers completely bewildered. At Xinging Entertainment, Annie stood prettily in the company, her gaze occasionally sweeping over the bustling traffic on the street in front of her. Every now and then, she would pout, a hint of anxiety appearing on her face. Miss, and the sun is already out. Don't you feel hot? Suddenly, a voice she hadn't heard in a long time came from behind. Annie's face lit up with joy, and she quickly looked in the direction of the voice. She saw Lin Ye walking towards her with a smile. Mr. Lin, you've arrived. I've compiled all the relevant information about the garage, and while I didn't find any trace of Wu Gaoyang, his manager is present. Anyway, where shall we talk? Let's use the garage. Besides the information you have, I'd like to see the surveillance footage. Plus, it's close by, so it'll be convenient to get things done, Lin Ye said casually. Chapter 35, A Lie is Still a Lie. Annie responded repeatedly, and the two then went to the garage management office. Annie pointed to several surveillance screens in front of her and said, "This is what happened that day. It's basically impossible to capture anything in the garage because it's too dark." Lin Ye did not respond, but stepped forward and quickly operated the controls, directly adjusting the playback speed to 32 times. Annie was stunned. Then her pretty face was filled with disbelief. "Lin Ye, there are several screens, not just one. You actually sped up so fast, and the lighting is so dim. Are you sure you can see everything?" Lin Ye smiled faintly, unconcerned. "Otherwise what? Why do you think this surveillance camera is designed to play at this speed?" "Okay, I suddenly feel so insignificant in front of you. Even the phrase 'a small witch compared to a great witch' doesn't quite do it justice," Annie said playfully, her eyes darting around. Lin Ye shook his head slightly without responding, instead continuing to focus his attention on quickly capturing everything on the monitor. Half a minute later, Lin Ye suddenly stopped the monitoring screen. "Annie, hand me the information you've compiled." Lin Ye stared at the monitor screen, a slight smile playing on his lips. Annie glanced at the dark screen, pouted, and then handed the organized pictures and some information about the relevant people to Lin Ye. "Mr. Lin, what did you see?" she couldn't help but ask. "Just like you see, it's all black," Lin Ye suddenly joked, and immediately covered her mouth and chuckled. "Mr. Lin, you're so funny. Look closely at these images and see if you can find anything different," Lin Ye said with a faint smile, changing the subject. Annie curiously leaned closer, but after looking for a long time, she still felt that even though there were figures on the screen, she couldn't make out what they were. Lin Ye shook his head slightly and said, "Did you notice the garage worker in the picture? Don't stare at the dark. Although problems can easily occur in the dark, it's just a possibility and a misleading indicator. You should have seen him clearly when he was at the garage exit." Annie paused for a moment, glancing at the man in work clothes and a baseball cap in the video feed. The man was walking toward the garage exit with his back to the camera. His gait, it's a little off, isn't it? It's like he's trying too hard to imitate someone. Annie thought about the comparison, and suddenly her voice rose, then her eyes widened. "Did you originally think that this so-called staff member came out normally after the problem occurred in the garage?" Lin Ye smiled and voiced his guess. "He is probably the one who actually set up the lighting problem in the garage, and he was switched with the staff inside the garage." "Then how did those people who were lying in ambush get in?" Annie asked, posing a question that seemed illogical. There was bright light outside the garage entrance and exit, and the garage's internal surveillance cameras could easily capture the situation there. She hadn't seen anyone enter at all. Lin Ye's lips curled up slightly. "Annie, you don't have to limit yourself to the current situation. You can think about it from another angle. Aren't there cars as well as people entering and exiting the entrance?" Upon hearing this, Annie paused slightly. Then her pupils widened as if she had realized something, and she suddenly understood. "I know. They had already ambushed the car leading to the garage before the problem occurred. As long as they were hiding in the car for a short while, the surveillance cameras wouldn't be able to capture them." Lin Ye nodded, then chuckled. "This method is actually quite crude. If they had a little more patience and laid an ambush a little earlier, not to mention anything else, just checking the vehicles coming in and out of the garage every day would be a huge and troublesome project." You already know the answer to that question, but the focus now isn't on finding those who were lying in ambush on us, but on finding the manager who came out of the garage, Lin Ye said, changing the subject. "Yes, his name is Su, and he was originally an employee of the garage." Annie briefly stated his information, but the next second, her brows furrowed. If that person was switched with Su, then the original Su should also be in the garage. He might be injured and unable to get up. Why did I see Su enter the garage, but not see him leave afterwards? Crucially, Su wasn't among the employees who were lying unconscious on the ground at the garage station that afternoon. What happened? The more Anne spoke, the more obvious her doubt became. Lin Ye chuckled and said, "What else can we think? Did Su just vanish into thin air? Of course not. It's not hard to imagine. Su was replaced before he even entered the garage. Isn't this person's build, even his appearance, including his height, almost identical to Su's? Huh? So that means he wasn't Su when he came in. I overlooked that," Annie said, quickly capturing the scene of the target entering the garage. Sure enough, his movements were very similar to when he went out earlier, both of them imitating Suasu's actions. The other staff in your garage are quite warm and hospitable, Lin Ye suddenly remarked. Annie looked embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. Mr. Lin, what should we do next? Should we go directly to Suasu? He's under Wu Gaoyang's jurisdiction. Or should we go to Wu Gaoyang? No rush. Let's first check the movements of the target before the lights went out, Lin Ye said, his hands moving quickly. Sure enough, the target on the screen spent half a minute longer than usual in the dimly lit electromechanical system room of the garage during a garage patrol. You know what? It's such a short time. It's so easy to overlook in normal times. Isn't this irrefutable evidence? Annie's pretty face gradually turned cold. Lin Ye's eyes flickered slightly. The so-called irrefutable evidence was still a bit weak. If he went in and corroded the power cord, then there should be traces left by the corrosion, which is not so easy to deal with. After Lin Ye finished speaking, he got up first and headed to the electromechanical systems room, with Annie following closely behind. When Lin Ye came out of the electromechanical systems room, he had a close-up photo in his hand. Although he did a very good job of creating the illusion that there was a problem with the circuit itself, it was indeed easy to believe on the surface. But unfortunately, a lie is still a lie. A closer look reveals that it has been exposed. Annie's face was now covered with a layer of frost. Chapter 36, Shuai Yao's Departure. Damn it. President Lin treated Wu Gaoyang very well, but I never expected him to be such a wolf in sheep's clothing. Mr. Lin, let's go find him right now. Annie's face flushed red with anger. Lin Ye paused, his eyes flickered, and said, "There's no need to rush to find him now. Didn't you say that you called the nearest supervisor first? Since his people haven't shown up yet, and instead sent Wu Gaoyang's people first, that's a bit strange. Let's go see what he has to say." He didn't want to overlook the potential risks, and was slightly taken aback. "Mr. Lin, now that you mention it, I realized I had overlooked him for a moment. I'll take you there right away." The two set off immediately. Mr. Lin, the supervisor nearby, is named Shuai Yao. He has also been working for General Manager Lin for quite some time. On the way, Annie briefly explained the target's information. Lin Ye nodded slightly, his gaze quickly sweeping over his surroundings as he wanted to familiarize himself with the company environment as soon as possible. We're almost there. The two-story detached building in front is where Shuai Yao's main office is located, and pointed ahead with her delicate white finger and said. Lin Ye followed his gaze and then shook his head slightly. It seems that President Lin is indeed kind to his subordinates. A manager actually has a small building all to himself. Compared to the usual office, this treatment is simply the best he could get. Annie raised her head proudly. Of course, President Lin is the best. As they talked, they arrived at the building they were looking for. Annie pulled out a red card, about half the size of her palm, and stepped forward to swipe it at the door. "Annie, your card should be a pass to all places in Star Shadow, right?" Lin Ye said with interest. "Yes, take it, and you can go wherever you want," Annie said happily. Lin Ye casually joked. "Looks like your official rank is even higher than this supervisor's. You can just walk into his office whenever you want." "Hee, I should still thank President Lin," Annie said with a smile, having already swiped her card. However, the door did not respond. Annie's eyes widened. Is the door broken? Or is there something wrong with my card?" As she spoke, she tried it several more times. The door still didn't respond. Anne's brows furrowed tightly, her eyes filled with thought. Seeing this, Lin Ye's eyes flickered slightly. He looked up and quickly scanned the windows on the second floor. They were closed and had no safety nets. "Mr. Lin, please wait a moment while I make a phone call," Annie's voice rang out. Lin Ye nodded slightly, suppressing the urge to take action. A short while later, a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s and had a serious expression walked over. "Miss Annie, I was just about to report to you that Supervisor Xiao has resigned." "What did you say?" Annie stared wide-eyed, her face filled with disbelief. "I can accept it if others quit, so why would he quit?" "Well, I'm not entirely sure either. He left very suddenly, and I only just received the news. I'm in a dilemma about how to report to Ms. Lin, especially since she's very busy and doesn't know about this situation yet. I was thinking of contacting you first to discuss it with you," the man said, frowning. Annie's pretty face gradually turned cold. "Did you see him leave this building?" The middle-aged man shook his head. Annie coldly retorted, "Let him leave. He even managed to break the door for me. Humph. Miss, and I'll send someone to crack this door right away." After saying that, the middle-aged man took out his mobile phone. Annie glared angrily at the door, then turned to Lin Ye. "Mr. Lin, shall we go in?" Lin Ye nodded calmly. Go in and take a look. He was able to leave in such a short time, so perhaps he had already made plans in advance and cleaned up what needed to be cleaned up. As he spoke, Lin Ye narrowed his eyes and changed the subject. Or maybe this was a last-minute decision he made. There was no extra time to deal with the internal situation, so there may be some traces that have not yet been dealt with. This door can also buy him some time. And nodded thoughtfully. Then her expression dimmed slightly. Seeing this, Lin Ye smiled and said, "What's wrong? Does this supervisor have some special status?" "No, Sai. I just find it unbelievable and such a pity. Shoyao has always been the head of this building, and he has always worked diligently. I wouldn't say that his compensation was the highest among similar companies, but it was definitely among the best. I really can't imagine why he would leave so openly. All right, miss, and the door is open. Please let me know if you need anything." A middle-aged man's voice came from behind. "Okay, you can go back now." Annie waved her hand and then turned her gaze to Lin Ye. The middle-aged man left. Lin Ye smiled slightly and nodded. The two then stepped into the target building. Before long, the two were in Shuyao's office on the second floor. As far as the eye could see, the objects and furnishings were fairly tidy, but Shuyao was not here. "Sigh, it looks like I'll probably be working for nothing." Annie pouted and sighed. "I called Shuyao when I came here, but I still couldn't get through." "Sigh." Lin Ye had already begun his investigation. His movements were exceptionally swift. He said, "Annie, contact Shuyao's family first. It would be best if you could locate Shuyao's position," and paused for a moment. Then her face lit up with joy. "That's right. Even though he's gone, it doesn't mean we can't look for him. After all, he must have been partly to blame for this." As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately began dialing the relevant number. However, to her disappointment, she was still unable to get through. Is this Shuyao really so ruthless? Doesn't he care about any past feelings at all? Annie rebuked him coldly. "Shuyao is quite cautious. I didn't expect him to have dealt with the situation here in such a short time." Lin Ye's voice rang out with interest. "Mr. Lin, are you saying he didn't leave anything behind?" Annie asked as she stepped forward. "Well, we can't contact Shuyao right now. If we want to locate his position, there's another way," Lin Ye said, his eyes flashing slightly. "What method?" Annie asked curiously. "Go to his house." Lin Ye blurted out. "You should have his home address." Then, Lin Ye paused and changed the subject. If he's even going to change the location of his home, then no matter how much of a rush he is, he'll have to abandon the supplies at home. "Annie, does he have a wife and children at home?" Lin Ye suddenly asked, and nodded. "He has 2 children and his wife is still alive." Chapter 37: The Long Dragon That Flashed Through. For him who wants to change his address, the obstacles he'll face include his wife and children. By the way, Lin Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, and he suddenly said with a strange expression, "Annie, do you think Shuyao might abandon his wife and children, take his things, or even leave without them, and just go? Although that sounds a bit exaggerated. It'd make it seem like he's running for his life." And shook her head in immediate denial. "That's impossible. I know him to some extent. Besides, he's not that cowardly. This isn't a matter of life and death." "Isn't it a matter of life and death?" A sharp glint flashed in Lin Ye's eyes as he casually interrupted Annie. "Annie, think about it. If the crisis hadn't been resolved in the garage that day, what would have happened to us?" Annie's face paled, and she immediately lowered her head, remaining silent like a child who had done something wrong. "Mr. Lin, I'm sorry." Lin Ye sighed softly. Xiao probably guessed the seriousness of this matter, so he was even more anxious to leave. It's not impossible that he changed his home address. We shouldn't delay. He just left in a hurry not long ago, and we might still be able to find him now. Tell me the route, and I'll drive." And immediately nodded in agreement. 3 minutes later, Lin Ye and Annie were sitting in a black car. Smelling the faint fragrance inside the car, Lin Ye took the opportunity to perk himself up and adjust his posture. "The fragrance in the car might be a bit too strong for a guy. Mr. Lin, why don't you open the window?" Annie casually remarked from the passenger seat. "Open the window? No need. I find this fragrance quite pleasant, and it even has a scent similar to human body odor, which can make people more energized," Lin Ye said with a faint smile, stating the facts. Annie's big eyes darted around, and her voice was a little low. "Actually, this is my car." Lin Ye's lips curled up slightly, and he casually joked, "Isn't it better if girls smell nice? It's easier for men and women to work together, and the work won't be tiring. What do you think?" A cute blush suddenly appeared on Annie's pretty face. She secretly glanced at Lin Ye and asked, "So, do you like it?" Lin Ye paused slightly, thinking it would be good to adjust the atmosphere and mood first, so he said without hesitation, "Of course I like it. Not just me, but any normal person would find it hard to feel repulsed. Besides, considering that everyone is different, the smell in the car is unique." Upon hearing Lin Ye say it so casually, Annie suddenly felt that she had been presumptuous. However, upon hearing the second half of Lin Ye's sentence, the slight disappointment on her pretty face vanished. "Mr. Lin, I accept your praise. Fasten your seatbelts, we're off now." After briefly familiarizing himself with the car's controls, Lin Ye immediately got to the point. "Okay." Annie did as she was told. Seeing Annie in position, Lin Ye immediately got into the zone, his hands moving swiftly and his foot pressing down on the accelerator. "Ah!" Annie cried out in fright as she felt the car suddenly lurch forward. "Mr. Lin, the exit ahead is uphill, and there's no visibility after that. You should slow down." Annie found herself pressed uncontrollably against the seat, and the scenery outside the window was rapidly blurring. She opened her eyes wide and screamed. The time for relaxation and adjustment certainly needs to be adjusted, but the time for action cannot be delayed either. Lin Ye's lips curled up slightly. As they got closer to the garage's uphill exit, Annie's pretty face grew paler with fear. "Lin Ye, this is really going to cause a problem. It's a slope, and even if I don't care if there are other cars outside, at this speed, the car will practically fly off the ground. In the air, how can you control the car and land safely? It's too dangerous. Slow down." Lin Ye remained unmoved, instead accelerating even more. His gaze was fixed on the garage exit he was about to rush out of. When he was less than 5 meters away, Lin Ye suddenly swerved the steering wheel and then floored the accelerator. Feeling her entire soul spinning wildly, Annie screamed in alarm. Lin Ye's vehicle veered sideways out of the exit, then flipped in the air before landing steadily on the ground after tracing a perfect arc. He glanced at Annie, who was still shaken in the passenger seat, and casually said, "At this height and distance, and at this location, although the visibility is limited, it's a no-vehicle zone, so it's very safe. Don't worry." Huff. Annie was panting heavily, her breath coming in gasps, her face still deathly pale. How could you drive like that? Even top professional racers wouldn't dare to do that." "Hey, slow down. There's a corner ahead. You're about to merge into the lane. There are still a lot of cars ahead." Lin Ye's lips curled up slightly. He did not slow down, but drove the car with an aura of domineering arrogance, diagonally across the pedestrian crossing, and then merged into the lane, and was utterly horrified. She simply shut her mouth and stopped talking, gripping the handrail tightly with her small hands. On the driveway, a black sedan sped by, looking extremely out of place. It's always making a rapid overtaking maneuver, and it never misses even the slightest opening. With a constant flow of traffic, the key thing is that it has never made a mistake. This caused the entire convoy to brake suddenly and slow down frequently, and to honk their horns frantically. Originally, the overall speed of the convoy was not fast, and no accidents occurred. "Damn it. Do you even know how to drive? This lane is so narrow. Do you think you're driving a Mini? What the hell? Damn it. Does she really think she's Lin Ye's idol? She can't help but want to imitate him after just one day? That's just wishful thinking. How could you possibly compare to Lin Ye's superb driving skills? I don't even think you're worthy of looking up to me. You're a clown, yet you dare to speed and overtake in public. Damn it." Many car owners rolled down their windows and started cursing. Lin Ye had no time to pay attention to these things at the moment. He used both his hands and feet in perfect coordination, operating smoothly and steadily. "Look, we're about to pass that huge, complex roundabout, and that car still dares to accelerate like that. Holy crap, I think the driver is completely reckless. Oomph, he dared to overtake my car. He deserved it." Sigh, these young people nowadays. They just glanced at Lin Ye's driving skills and think they're awesome too. This isn't just putting themselves in danger, it's practically courting death. Chapter 38 is nothing short of divine skill. Look, that car has merged into the main road. Hey, did you guys notice that other white sedan? It seems to be racing that black car, both speeding and refusing to give way. I remember now. That white sedan. It's the car of Fei Xuan, the king of the Sanxian Mountain racetrack. Damn it. Hurry up and follow. I don't want to miss this race. I'm increasingly convinced that I'm wrong, terribly wrong. The person driving the black car must be Lin Ye, my idol. The group of car owners and drivers, who had gradually gathered together, opened their car windows and began to chatter excitedly. Inside Lin Ye's car, Annie, in the passenger seat, had finally gotten used to the thrill of Lin Ye driving. She noticed in the rearview mirror that a white sedan was closely following them, occasionally glancing at them. Annie was slightly taken aback and subconsciously asked, "Why is that car following us? Isn't it obvious? Look at my dazzling driving skills." He's not convinced, Lin Ye said in a very flamboyant way. Annie glanced at Lin Ye, then carefully examined the white sedan. Noticing the license plate, Annie's pupils dilated slightly. That car belongs to the king of the Sanxian mountain track, Fei Xuan's car. Fei Xuan? This name, combined with what you called the king of the track, sounds like it might actually be something special. Lin Ye had never heard of Fei Xuan before, and casually remarked with interest, "Lin Ye, let's give him the way and let him pass." "Sorry, Annie, maybe Fei Xuan's driving skills are too famous, causing you to forget that we're in a hurry." "A hurry? And you might not believe it, but I'm really focused on driving right now and have no intention of competing with Fei Xuan." Lin Ye interrupted Annie without thinking. Upon hearing this, Annie's expression momentarily dazed. Then her pupils contracted uncontrollably, her face filled with horror. "Mr. Lin, you've already surpassed him. You don't intend to compete with him anymore. Do you really mean to?" "I won't deny that you think that way," Lin Ye said with a faint smile. Annie found her heart pounding wildly. Fei Xuan was the undisputed king of the racetrack. "Look, there's a huge sharp turn ahead. The exciting moment is about to begin." "Wonderful. Unless the person in that black car is Lin Ye. I think he's just asking for death." "Lin Ye, everyone has their own expertise. To be honest, I admit that it's true that he successfully jumped over the truck last time, and he was indeed very impressive. But thinking about it carefully, it was just a technique that happened in a flash, and there might have been an element of luck involved. Even putting luck aside, I admit that Lin Ye's previous technique was already quite exquisite. But Fei Xuan drives long distances every day and has much more driving experience. His previous record is undefeated, which cannot be compared to a simple technique." In an instant, the crowd began to shift their criticism towards Lin Ye. "Mr. Lin, there's a sharp turn ahead. It's an accident-prone area. Please be careful. If you can't manage, we can slow down first, okay?" Inside the car, Annie looked at what was in front of her and couldn't help but scream again. Every vehicle passing by was slowing down. What terrified her even more was that the vehicles in front had almost completely filled the turn, leaving only a small space on the side of the road where a car could barely pass. However, it's no ordinary struggle. If you're trying to make a turn, even the slightest deviation in the steering wheel angle will inevitably cause friction with other vehicles or barriers. The vehicle is made of a hard metal composite, not some tough rubber. Even so, Lin Ye not only did not slow down at all, but instead stepped on the gas pedal even more. He's insane. Regardless of whether he's Lin Ye or not, even if Fei Xuan himself were to take the plunge, I can't guarantee he could get past that bend. Sigh. I originally thought that Lin Ye was able to do those things because of his extraordinary courage and quick and accurate judgment. He has extremely high driving talent. I didn't expect. Now it seems that he was a bit arrogant and reckless. I think the person in that black car is Lin Ye. Go for it, my idol. I believe in you. Oof. I think you're just blindly worshipping Lin Ye because he's good-looking. Most people felt that Lin Ye shouldn't have made that suicidal attempt to attract attention on that dangerous bend. Annie, who was in the car at that moment, felt the astonishing speed and saw the car about to enter the most dangerous bend and pull over to the side. Her face turned pale and she screamed again. "Annie, fasten your seatbelts. Hold on tight. We're starting." Lin Ye suddenly shouted loudly. The next second, he suddenly shifted gears. However, he didn't downshift, he upshifted. Immediately, Lin Ye slammed his foot down on the accelerator. "It's over. Look, even Fei Xuan slowed down, but that black car still dared to speed up." The space available for the black car to pass has been compressed to the extreme. To still dare to accelerate is simply courting death. I think it's just contemplating suicide, trying to grab everyone's attention before it dies. You're not allowed to talk about Lin Ye, my idol, like that. Heh. Even if he wasn't driving that black car, whether it was Lin Ye or not, I was indeed a little interested at the beginning. But now it seems that even if it was him, he was just asking for trouble. They're getting closer. All of you shut the hell up. Be quiet. This scene is so breathtaking. Once the black car really gets past, it will definitely be recorded in history. In an instant, the screech of brakes and the murmurs gradually ceased, and all eyes were focused on the black vehicle that was about to enter the curve. its speed increasing rather than decreasing. At this moment, the black sedan that Lin Ye was driving seemed to radiate an attraction to everything around it. It was a heart-pounding, deadly attraction. Inside the car, Annie was completely lost in thought. Her soul seemed to have left her body prematurely, and she was frozen in the passenger seat, dazed. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Lin Ye's lips curled up slightly. In a flash, he controlled the steering wheel and suddenly turned it left and right. Then with lightning speed, he increased the range of the steering wheel's rotation. The next scene was one that shocked everyone. Everyone saw that the black sedan heading towards the underworld suddenly tilted and stood upright on its side. Only 2 wheels were on the ground. Immediately afterwards, the black sedan cut diagonally through the bend. In an instant, the whole world seemed to fall silent. This is simply unbelievable. It's practically divine skill. Is Chapter 39 a news report? This world is wrong. It must be like this. Even though I can clearly feel the pain coming from my body. He actually managed to drive the car like that. Not only did he solve the problem of the compressed space in the vehicle, but he also made use of the speed that we originally thought would inevitably lead to a fatal accident. This can't be described as just being highly skilled and daring. This is simply a born master of the road and a true vehicle. I'm now convinced that the person in the car must be Lin Ye. My idol. My god. No need to guess anymore. Someone has already started posting photos. That godlike man is Lin Ye. Did you see the car from Feishuan behind us? He eventually slowed down and didn't keep up. It seems the title of king of the track is about to change hands. That's hard to say. The 3 dangerous mountains are the real test of driving skills. Putting aside me, have you ever seen Lin Ye actually race at the 3 dangerous mountains? The scene erupted again. Soon, Lin Ye drove the vehicle and passed the bend without any major incident. Annie, which way to go next? Lin Ye asked. He had considered this beforehand. Sometimes navigation wouldn't keep up with the pace of certain routes, so it was better to bring Annie, who was familiar with the area. Annie and Lin Ye shifted his gaze slightly and found, and looking as if she had lost her soul, her cherry lips slightly parted but unable to close. Lin Ye was slightly taken aback. Could it be that Annie was frightened when they went around the bend? He quickly reduced his speed and found a temporary parking spot to stop the car. Annie, are you all right? Lin Ye said, gently shaking Anne's shoulder. She still didn't react at all. Oh no, could something really be wrong with her? With her? Lin Ye's expression changed, and he immediately reached out and placed his hand in front of Annie's delicate nose. What? She really isn't breathing? Lin Ye's pupils contracted. His expression turned serious. Without hesitation, he adjusted Annie's passenger seat to be flat, then leaned down and aimed at Annie's half-open lips, about to transfer his vital energy on the spot. Just as Lin Ye was looking very serious, his face was less than 10 centimeters from Annie's. Huff. Ah, pervert. Annie suddenly started panting. She saw a face almost touching hers, and her first reaction was to slap it. Lin Ye was slightly taken aback, then simply raised his hand and grabbed Annie's soft wrist. Annie realized at that moment that it was Lin Ye. She suddenly felt her face burning hot. In an instant, a blush spread from her delicate face to her cheeks, making her look extremely charming. Annie, what's wrong with you? I checked you just now, and you weren't breathing. Lin Ye's thoughts were still lingering on the scene from just now. This time it was Annie's turn to be stunned. She thought for a moment and said, I didn't stop breathing just now. I was too scared to even breathe. You almost scared me to death. Lin Ye thought for a moment. He hadn't examined her for very long or taken her pulse. All right, there haven't been any problems at all, have you? After what just happened, are you still worried about my driving skills? Get ready. We'll continue on our way right away. Feeling Lin Ye's hand move slightly, Annie blushed and whispered, Mr. Lin, could you perhaps let go of my hand first? Lin Ye was taken aback, then realized what he meant and quickly let go of his hand. He muttered to himself with a hint of helplessness, Brothers, can't you guys be a little less free? Bang! Just as Lin Ye finished speaking, a sound of someone kicking the car door suddenly rang out. Lin Ye's expression changed, and he quickly locked onto his target. He noticed a group of young men in their early 20s gathered outside the car window. They all had unfriendly expressions. Some were brandishing metal rods, while others looked like thugs. Their hair was multicolored, except for black. Bang! At that moment, another sound of a car door being kicked rang out. Seeing that they were surrounded, Annie's face turned pale. Mr. Lin, quick. Start the car, let's get out of here. Lin Ye glanced indifferently at the people outside the car window. He saw one of them fiddling with a string of nails in his hand, occasionally flicking his fingers and sneering as he told him to get out of the car. Lin Ye's eyes flickered slightly. He said to Annie slowly, "Before we parked here, the only intersection was probably covered with nails. It's unlikely that we could start the car and leave smoothly. What do we do now?" Annie bit her cherry lips, her pretty face growing paler. Lin Ye paused for a moment and then said, "I'll get out of the car first and make sure they're away from the vehicle to ensure your safety. But don't worry too much, the other party didn't attack directly, so there must be another reason. Okay, Mr. Lin, please be careful. If anything goes wrong, I'll call for help immediately." Annie nodded through gritted teeth. Lin Ye nodded, and he was just about to turn around, open the door, and get out of the car. Bang! Another sound of a foot being kicked against the car door rang out. Lin Ye looked up and saw a foot on the car window. Outside the window, a young man was glaring at him arrogantly. Lin Ye frowned slightly, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. The next second, his hand on the car door suddenly exerted force. As the car door was violently opened, the young man was directly thrown to the ground by Lin Ye's move. Lin Ye then got out of the car with a calm expression, and several young men immediately surrounded him. Lin Ye glanced at the young man on the ground who was currently clutching his leg and pulling it out, and shook his head slightly. He felt that he had been a little too cautious. "Kid, I didn't realize you were such a good fighter." At that moment, a red-haired man stepped forward with a sneer and shoved Lin Ye towards him. Lin said indifferently, raising his hand. The sound of bones dislocating rang out. My hand." Red Hair cried out in alarm as a tearing pain shot through his wrist, causing his face to drain of color. It was too fast, so fast that no one could react in time. The other young men looked at each other. Their arrogance vanished, and they all retreated. Lin Ye shook his head slightly and glanced at the black sedan he was driving. The several blatant shoe prints on it were very obvious. "I hope your performance will satisfy me before I make my next decision." Lin Ye's tone was calm, but it contained a captivating power. Immediately, one of the young men couldn't help but tremble. "Sir, let's talk this out. This is all a misunderstanding. We were actually instructed by Brother Fei to come here, to give you a hard time and, incidentally, to probe your strength." "Brother Fei? Is that Fei Xuan?" Lin Ye asked with interest. Chapter 40 The Challenge of Flying Message. "Yes, it's Fei Xuan." The red-haired man, who had been on the ground, stood up tremblingly. He knew that Lin Ye had held back. Otherwise, his arm would probably be crippled. Lin Ye's eyes flickered slightly, and he suddenly turned his head, locking onto a certain direction. A white sedan was slowly driving over when it came to a stop. Then Lin Ye noticed that a young man in his early 20s with dark skin got out of the car and was staring intently at him. "Sir, he is Fei Xuan," the red-haired man immediately whispered in agreement. "No matter what method you use, give the car a quick wash now," Lin Ye said casually, then strode towards Fei Xuan. At that moment, Fei Xuan was also walking towards Lin Ye. The distance between the two people changed from 30 meters to 10 meters, then to 5 meters. "Fei Xuan, you sent a few Tom, Dick, and Harry to spy on me. And now look at them frowning and trying to figure out how to wash my car. Don't you feel ashamed?" Lin Ye's lips curled up slightly. "You are Lin Ye." A cold arrogance appeared on Fei Xuan's face. Genuine, no doubt about it. Lin Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. He also liked to get straight to the point. "See you at Sanxian Mountain tonight at 9 o'clock. I, Fei Xuan, am officially challenging you." Fei Xuan raised his voice at the end, immediately attracting more passers-by who were already on their way. "Did you hear that?" Fei Xuan personally challenged Lin Ye. "He's undefeated, always dominating the leaderboard, and no one would believe he could lose to the king of the track." Just hearing that sentence makes my blood boil. What kind of sparks will fly between a rising star who suddenly appears out of nowhere and a reigning champion who has dominated the top spot for years and whose position is unshakable? Why do I feel like what was supposed to be a passionate scene has turned into a gay situation after you described it like that? Can you please stop being so disgusting? Quick, Lin Ye, my idol, don't back down. Down. You have to say yes. I'm waiting for you to shatter his myth. The crowd immediately started discussing it. You can choose to disagree, but I can't guarantee that you won't encounter people like the red-haired guy behind you harassing you on your future travels. Even if you're a great fighter, I don't think you can withstand being harassed by one or more new, unfamiliar faces all the time. Fei Xuan changed the subject, lowering his voice. Just letting things drag on like this won't have any major impact on you, but I think you'll get increasingly annoyed. Don't worry, my goal is very clear. I want you to have a match with me. If you agree, I promise to take back what I just said. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. He still had things to deal with and hadn't seen Shuai Yao yet, so he didn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble and waste time. Just as he was pondering whether to refuse for the time being. Ding. System has issued a mission. Mission name. Dare to compete with me in driving skills? Mission description. Completely crush him. Upon completion of the mission, you will receive a random reward. Lin Ye's heart skipped a beat. He immediately cleared his throat and then shouted loudly. All right, I accept your challenge. See you at 3 dangerous mountains at 9 o'clock tonight. Lin Ye delivered these words with extraordinary force, instantly igniting a frenzy among the surrounding crowd. Great. That's the kind of commanding presence a male god should have. Lin Ye, I believe in you. Keep it up. Oomph. A bunch of brainless fans. I think you all know better than anyone that although Sanxian Mountain is a well-known excellent place for racing, don't forget that Feishuan is already very familiar with it and handles it with ease. Have you ever seen Lin Ye go there even once? Huh? This. I don't think I've ever seen him there before. What should we do? This isn't fair. Yes, that's unfair. Lin Ye, you can back out. We'll be your witnesses. In an instant, voices of indignation rose and fell. Feishuan frowned. He couldn't tolerate Lin Ye stealing his thunder and performing such a miraculous cornering maneuver, so he made a hasty decision. Well then, since you've never been to Sanxian Mountain before, I'll give you 3 days. If you think that's not enough, I'll give you a week to familiarize yourself with the route. No one else will bother you during that time. Feishuan is quite domineering. With just one sentence, he can shake the 3 dangerous mountains. Nonsense. Do you think the title of King of the Track is just an empty name? He has long dominated the rankings at Sanxian Mountain. His status is extraordinary. With just a word, many fans and his subordinates will follow his orders. Closing Sanxian Mountain will not be difficult at all. That's better. The fairer the competition, the more interesting it is. Yes, Lin Ye should agree as well. There was another round of discussion, but it wasn't as heated as Lin Ye's. However, Lin Ye's next words made everyone's expressions quite interesting. Sorry, I'm very busy. That's all for now. See you at Sanxian Mountain at 9 p.m. tonight. Lin Ye spoke casually, then turned around without looking back and walked towards the brand new vehicle that Hong Mao and the others had already tidied up, leaving behind a message with widening eyes. The area around the scene, which had been buzzing with discussion, suddenly became a vacuum, completely silent, until the black sedan driven by Lin Ye roared with the sound of its engine. Wow! The entire venue erupted in cheers. Hey bro, what did you just hear? I think I need to get my hearing checked. Awesome. This understated style is truly powerful and full of meaning. Do you think Lin Ye just made that casual remark to grab everyone's attention and that he won't actually show up at 9 p.m. tonight? Now that you mention it, although I'm very annoyed, it's not impossible. Could it be that he's really just putting on an act? Stop guessing. Haven't you noticed he's just giving me the runaround? He's actually just trying to save face. He's already admitted defeat. Be rational, everyone. He can't even be bothered to familiarize himself with the roads. There's no way he can defeat the undefeated legend, the one who's been dominating the leaderboard for so long. It's a fact that he hasn't familiarized himself with the roads. So why are you all glaring at me? All right, we'll talk about it when we get there at 9 o'clock. Few people thought highly of Lin Ye. Most people looked down on him for overestimating his abilities. Inside the car, a hint of worry occasionally flickered in Annie's big eyes. Mr. Lin, I know your driving skills are exceptional, and I've personally witnessed them and can attest to that. But that flying message. No buts needed. You've already said my driving skills are exceptional. Why add another but? Don't you have confidence in me? Lin Ye said casually with a smile. He used both his hands and feet to quickly operate the vehicle, which immediately kicked up a cloud of dust that was visually striking. In just 2 breaths, it disappeared from the sight of the crowd who had been watching for so long. Chapter 41. What if I could help you find them? More than 10 minutes later, Lin Ye's car stopped near a residential area. This is where Shuai lives. I know his exact location. Let's go in without delay. As soon as she got out of the car, Annie took the initiative to speak, her pace quickening. Lin Ye nodded slightly, just as the 2 of them passed the gate of the residential area and were about to go in. A blue truck belonging to a freight company suddenly drove out of the residential area. Lin Ye's eyes flickered slightly, and he immediately took a sidestep, blocking the truck's path. The vehicle in front of us is very likely related to Shuai Yao. To everyone's surprise, the truck driver not only didn't brake, but instead swerved the steering wheel and accelerated. He was trying to avoid Lin Ye and Annie. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes. Something was clearly wrong. The next second, he immediately dodged to the side, and at the same time, he suddenly exerted force with his feet, leaped into the air, opened the truck door in an instant, and jumped straight inside. Huh? How did you get into my car? Get out right now. The driver, a man in his 30s, was still in shock. Hey buddy, why are you in such a hurry to leave? I just want to ask you something, Lin Ye said, and with lightning speed, he brought the truck to a stop. The driver's face paled. He hadn't seen how Lin Ye operated the equipment at all, even though Lin Ye was right in front of him. The driver's eyes darted around, and he inadvertently caught sight of Annie approaching. His pupils contracted slightly, and he looked away even more sharply. Lin Ye shook his head slightly. It was too obvious. There was definitely something wrong with him. Buddy, don't panic. Lin Ye patted his shoulder gently, and then a wad of banknotes appeared in his hand. Upon seeing the banknotes, a glint of light flashed in the driver's evasive eyes. Lin Ye's lips curled up slightly. Are you hauling goods for Shuo Yao? Was your action just now at his behest? Is Shuo Yao still in the neighborhood? Yes, I received his instructions before. It was a picture of someone named Annie. He said if you see this person, leave immediately no matter what. It would be best if you could contact him at the same time. The driver explained it quite readily. Just as Lin Ye was about to say something, the driver's phone suddenly rang. He answered it, his pupils dilated slightly, and he cautiously said to Lin Ye, "It's him." Lin Ye's eyes flickered slightly. Tell him everything is going smoothly and proceeding according to plan. The driver quickly answered the phone and did as instructed. Lin Ye then briefly instructed the driver to open the back of the truck, inspect and record the goods inside, and also purchase spare clothes for the truck driver. After 3 breaths, Lin Ye said to Annie, "Let's get started." The two walked at a brisk pace and soon arrived at the floor where they were looking for their target room. Annie, don't walk straight through the stairwell. The peephole can see us. Seeing that Annie was about to go straight through, Lin Ye gently reminded her. Annie immediately stopped in her tracks. Mr. Lin, are we just going to wait like this now? Lin Ye shook his head slightly and said with a faint smile, the clothes I have in my hand, once I change into them, aren't I going to visit you in person? Shuo Yao knows you, but he doesn't know me. Just observe the situation and don't reveal yourself yet. When you hear me cough, take the opportunity to come in. After Lin Ye finished speaking, he immediately changed his clothes. Besides, even if he doesn't open the door, I still have a way to get in. After saying that, Lin Ye immediately swaggered into the corridor and walked towards the target room. He quickly reached the door and pressed the doorbell. Lin Ye adjusted his baseball cap to an angle that allowed him to see part of his face, but not his whole face. After a full 30 seconds, the door opened. Master, please hurry up. This trip will be over soon. Shuo Yao, who looked to be in his 40s, urged anxiously. Lin Ye entered the room as if nothing had happened. His gaze swept quickly around, and he found that there was no one else there except for Shuo Yao. What about his wife and children? Did he arrange for them to leave beforehand? With a flicker in his eyes, Lin Ye moved a box to the doorway as instructed by Shuo Yao. The next second, he suddenly coughed, then continued moving things as if nothing had happened. Master, please hurry. Shuo Yao's anxious voice rang out again in the living room. However, he was met with a cold voice. Xiao, I never expected that President Lin would treat you so well, yet you would make such a decision. How can you face President Lin? Upon hearing this, Shuo Yao's pupils contracted. He hurriedly turned his head and saw Annie staring at him with an icy expression. Shuo Yao gritted his teeth, a resolute glint in his eyes. Annie, I can't believe you're unharmed. My mind is made up. From now on, I have absolutely nothing to do with Xingyin Company or President Lin. Shuo Yao said, a fierce look appearing on his face. Shuo Yao, could it be that you sent people to collude with those people of unknown origin to attack me and Mr. Lin from the inside? Seeing Shuo Yao's domineering attitude, Annie's pretty face was immediately covered with frost. It was me. I did everything. I've served Xingyin for years. Don't tell me that President Lin has treated me well or anything like that. If she really had the guts, she should have transferred half of Xingyin's shares and control to me. Shuo Yao seemed like a completely different person, and at this moment he appeared extremely ferocious. Annie's face paled, and tears welled up in her large eyes. Xiao, I originally thought you might have some unspeakable reason, which is why you disobeyed my orders and didn't send someone to the garage immediately. Now it seems that everything you did was intentional. I'm so disappointed in you. You still want to take over Xingyin? That's just wishful thinking. Shua Yao sneered, and just as a hint of impatience flashed in his eyes, he was about to say something. Lin Ye's calm voice suddenly rang out. Xiao, do you think it's meaningful to take the blame like this? Although his words were brief, they revealed the truth. Shua Yao's expression suddenly changed, and he stared at Lin Ye, speechless for a moment. Shua Yao, you're not good at lying, Lin Ye said, slowly taking a step forward to close the distance between them. I heard from Annie that your wife is alive and well, and you have 2 lovely children, right? What if I could help you find them? Lin Ye narrowed his eyes, wanting to further unravel his suspicions. As expected, Lin Ye's calm tone immediately provoked a very strong reaction from Shua Yao. It was an instinctive, uncontrollable change, the power of blood ties. It was impossible to lie or pretend to do it perfectly. Shua Yao's eyes showed a struggle, and after a few seconds, a deathly gray look of despair appeared on his face. Sai, my wife and children have been kidnapped. Everything I'm doing now is following their orders. Chapter 42, Taking Action. They've promised that once I've done all this, they'll let me see my wife and children again. You say you can help me find them, but can I trust you? A hint of hesitation flashed across Shua Yao's dejected expression. Lin Ye's eyes flickered slightly. Do you have any information about the other party right now? Shua Yao lowered his head and shook his head. Sigh. I also hope I can get news of the other party. Lin Ye pondered for a moment. What else did they instruct you to do? He told me to leave here, as far away as possible, to completely sever all ties with Xingying, and then he would tell me the next meeting place, and tell me to prepare money to go there and exchange people. Shua Yao responded truthfully. Lin Ye's lips curled up slightly. Then let's play along. Just do what you're supposed to do, and I'll make my move when the time comes. Without further ado, get a new number and phone number, and we'll stay in touch. Shua Yao nodded immediately, a hint of expectation flashing in his eyes. He glanced gratefully at Lin Ye and Annie, whose complexion was gradually returning to normal. The 3 acted immediately. Shua Yao was exceptionally efficient. Soon, he had a new cell phone and number. The 3 exchanged contact information, and then, following the other party's instructions, Shua Yao drove with the money to the next location. At this moment, Lin Ye and Annie were driving at a certain distance from Shua Yao, so far that their car looked like that of ordinary pedestrians. Ahead of them, Xiao's vehicle drove across the highway, then made a series of turns before finally stopping near a desolate, abandoned factory. Shua Yao got off the car with a black suitcase in his hand. Just by looking at it, he could give people a visual impact that felt very wealthy. Shua Yao's gaze inadvertently swept in a certain direction, a pleading look flashing in his eyes, as if to say, please. He then turned his gaze to the abandoned factory less than 20 meters away. The factory gate had long since turned into a pile of rotten scrap metal. Looking through the gate, the nearly 100 square meter factory yard was piled with junk everywhere, with various flying insects swarming around it. There was a faint, pungent, and nauseating smell of decay. This place is less an abandoned factory and more a bloody, dark place. In the center of the factory yard, directly opposite the main gate, is a section that can barely be called a road. Further ahead are the workshops inside the factory. The sliding doors of the workshops are already rusted and are now half open, as if someone is still lurking inside. Shua Yao paused for a moment, then gritted his teeth and strode straight into the factory. His pace was slow, his eyes glancing around from time to time, a hint of panic occasionally flashing in his eyes, but ultimately, it transformed into a resolute determination. Soon, he arrived at the door of the target's workroom. He cautiously peeked inside, and the next second, he felt like an ant on a hot pan, his whole body trembling violently. Without hesitation, he immediately pushed open the door and entered the workroom. At that moment, outside the factory, in the tall grass on a steep slope, Lin Ye, who was observing everything, immediately said to Annie beside him, "Don't go in rashly. Wait for my news." Annie parted her lips slightly, a hint of worry flashing in her large eyes. Just as she was about to say something, she suddenly felt a gentle, soft pressure on her shoulder. The next second, she realized that Lin Ye's hand was lightly resting on her shoulder. "Annie, my physical condition is quite extraordinary. Don't worry," Lin Ye said confidently. Then without pausing, he created a gust of wind and quickly ran towards the factory. Annie hesitated for a moment, her eyes darting around, before finally pulling out her phone. However, to her surprise, the signal, which had been strong just moments before, though not very strong in this desolate area, was now completely gone. At this moment, Lin Ye moved with incredible speed, his gaze fixed on the workshop inside the factory, on the top floor. Instead of entering directly through the main gate, he leaped over the wall from the side and entered. He then circled around to the back of the target workshop, looking at a dark window. His gaze then shifted to the windowsill, and in the next second, Lin Ye charged straight at him. His figure was incredibly agile as he climbed up, gripping the windowsill with both hands. Then, with another burst of strength, he used both hands and feet to leap straight to the top floor of the workshop. Lin Ye didn't stop. As soon as he reached the top floor, he quickly arrived at a closed entrance. This spot used to be accessible by ladders, but now there were no ladders. The height of this workspace was at least 10 meters. At this moment, Shua Yao, who was in the workshop, looked at his wife, who was less than 5 meters away, bound and struggling with her mouth gagged, and a masked man in black holding a long knife standing next to her. He was both shocked and angry. "I've brought the money. Release them now." Shua Yao roared at the man in black, his eyes bloodshot. "Where are my 2 children? Why haven't I seen them?" The man in black laughed wildly and said, "Xiao, you really are protective of your family. You actually came all by yourself. I have to give you a good compliment." Shua Yao's pupils contracted. He immediately felt cheated, and an uncontrollable rage surged in his chest. He cursed. "What the hell do you mean? Are you trying to back out?" "Umph. Shua Yao, you may have money now, but do you think you have the right to negotiate with me? Now that you're here, you're not leaving. At this point, I might as well tell you some of the truth. I brought you here so that you could reunite with your wife. Considering you paid for it, I'll let you 2 be a pair of lovebirds going to the Yellow Springs together." After saying this, the man in black laughed wildly again. Shuyao's pupils contracted sharply. His face turned ashen with rage. "How could you be so untrustworthy? You are utterly shameless. Shuyao, those 2 little babies of yours will fetch a good price if you sell them. I should really thank you for finally having children at over 30. Ha ha ha." The man in black became more and more arrogant as he spoke. Shuyao stared with reddened eyes, his whole body trembling, and his face gradually turned ashen. At this moment, the man in black strolled over to him. "Shuyao, I'm giving you a chance now. Go and reunite with your wife," the man in black said sarcastically. At this moment, Shuyao suddenly sprang to his feet, his face contorted with rage as he lunged at the man in black before him. The man in black sneered, "Overestimating yourself. Since you're so eager to die, I'll give you a quick beheading." As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed his long sword across Shuyao's neck, the blade less than 10 centimeters away. No sooner said than done. A whooshing sound tore through the air, and with a clang, the man in black was shocked to find that the long sword in his hand had shattered into pieces in an instant. Chapter 43: Reunite Your Organization. The man in black was shocked, but a strong sense of crisis suddenly rose in his heart. Without thinking, he immediately turned to the side, trying to adjust his position to avoid the danger. Even so, with a bang, the man in black groaned as Lin Ye kicked him to the ground. The man in black felt as if his back had been struck by a massive hammer. He was lying on the ground, struggling to turn around, when he suddenly felt an extremely dull and oppressive pain in his chest, which almost made him faint on the spot. Lin Ye remained indifferent, his eyes devoid of any emotion. He slightly increased the pressure on the man in black's chest with his foot. Suddenly, a sound as if bones were being torn apart rang out, chilling to the bone. Ah! Blood immediately spilled from the corner of the man's mouth. He felt waves of excruciating pain tearing at his nerves throughout his chest and even his entire body. He could no longer control himself and roared at the top of his lungs. "I'll give you 20 seconds to speak." Lin Ye's calm words and cold attitude made him seem to the man in black like a demon lord from hell wielding a death warrant. Cough, cough. "Your Excellency, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. But could you please let me go afterward?" The man in black's mind, and even his soul, were now dominated by a sudden and unstoppable fear. 15 seconds. "No, Your Excellency, please listen to me. I am Shan Yong, a member of the Black Beacon organization. Shua Yao's 2 children are inside the organization, and they are probably being transported right now. I am also working for the organization, doing this for money. I hope you will show mercy and let me go." Despite the excruciating pain that felt like his body was about to fall apart, Shan Yong hurriedly recounted everything. The more he looked at Lin Ye, the more terrified he became. Just a moment had completely rendered him incapable of fighting. In the organization, while he might not be number 1 or 2, he was at least an elite, definitely ranking 3rd. The Black Beacon organization? Lin Ye's eyes flickered slightly. I'm not interested in that. Now, whatever method you use, let me see those two children. Shan Yong's eyes widened, and she quickly nodded. Okay. Lin Ye didn't linger. After settling Shua Yao and Annie in, he and Shan Yong got into a black minivan. 20 minutes later, Lin Ye and his companion got out of the car. The two were currently in the tall grass beside a road. This road looked hastily constructed. The surface was uneven, and no car had been seen passing by since Lin Ye arrived. Sir, this is the only route the organization will take to transport those two children. The target is a gray minivan, and it will be there in about 5 minutes. Shan Yong cautiously reminded him from the side. Lin Ye's eyes flickered slightly, just as he was about to speak. Ding, system has issued a mission. Mission description. Take down this evil organization. Reward for completing the mission is a mystery gift pack. Lin Ye's heart stirred slightly. His original plan was to quickly help Shua Yao return the two children first, and then investigate further. But now it seems, I've developed a slight interest in your Black Beacon group, Lin Ye said, changing the subject. Seeing this, Shan Yong suddenly felt that an opportunity to improve his image in Lin Ye's eyes had arrived, so he immediately started talking about the organization, our Black Beacon group. Lin Ye gleaned several key pieces of information from Shan Yong's words, but then his brows furrowed slightly. He wanted to quickly take down this organization, but in the current situation, he only knew of 5 key figures: Shan Yong, Sheng Qi, and Shi Yuan, who were elite henchmen of the Black Beacon organization, Bai Hong and Lu Hao, who were the masterminds behind the scenes. What made him feel uneasy the most was that they were all carrying out their respective missions in different locations. Lin Ye's brain started working, and 2 seconds later his eyes flickered and suddenly locked onto Shan Yong, who was standing to the side looking bewildered. Your Excellency, what are your orders? The vehicle will be here in 2 minutes. Upon meeting Lin Ye's gaze, Shan Yong immediately became respectful and smiled obsequiously, as if his tail had been stepped on. Since you are an elite member of the organization, you must have a certain amount of influence. Lin Ye's lips curled up slightly. Dan Yong's expression shifted. He felt something was amiss, but he still said obsequiously, Your Excellency is absolutely right. Please feel free to give any orders. After dealing with the two children, you can play along. I need to meet with your organization for a family reunion. The location will be your headquarters, Lin Ye said casually. But Shan Yong beside him was completely stunned. His mind was in turmoil. Although the Black Beacon organization wasn't a top-tier power, it was at least close to first-rate, possessing a formidable deterrent force. And this person in front of him actually wanted to wipe out the entire organization so easily? The more Shan Yong thought about it, the more absurd it seemed. He knew that Lin Ye had indeed subdued him with a single blow at the beginning, demonstrating Lin Ye's considerable strength. However, it had only happened in an instant, and strictly speaking, Lin Ye had clearly launched a surprise attack, catching him off guard. And anyone capable of doing that, not to mention their unfathomable leader Lu Hao, even Bai Hong beside him, could do it easily. Dan Yong tried his best to remain calm on the surface, and he immediately replied, Okay, that's no problem. Please rest assured. Lin Ye nodded slightly. Once the target vehicle appears, go and intercept it immediately. I will appear immediately and take action. Afterwards, you can leave, but the direction you should go is your headquarters. He did not specify what Shan Yong should do after the situation was dealt with. Shan Yong nodded knowingly and said, Don't worry, Your Excellency. I will make sure the other 4 members of the organization are gathered together. Lin Ye turned his gaze to the road in front of him, dialed Annie's number, gave her a few instructions, and then fell silent. A minute later, the roar of an engine came from the direction Lin Ye was looking. Without hesitation, Shan Yong immediately moved to block the target vehicle across the road before it could even appear. Just as he said, a gray minivan appeared. Shan Yong waved at the vehicle, and the van stopped. A man who looked to be in his 30s got out. The man looked respectful and immediately took out a cigarette and offered it to Shan Yong, then lit it for him. Brother Shan, what are your instructions? There are no new instructions. I just want to see if the goods inside are intact. Shan Yong's posture was arrogant and domineering, a complete contrast to his behavior when he was with Lin Ye earlier. All right, Brother Shan, I guarantee it will be perfectly intact, the man said, immediately opening the back door. Chapter 44, Settling the Two Children. In the back seat, 2 children, about 6 or 7 years old, were tightly bound and staring at the man who opened the car door with fear in their eyes. Their clothes were disheveled, and the bright red whip marks on their exposed arms were particularly striking. "Brother Sean, look at these two little kids. They're very well behaved now. They don't dare to resist." At this moment, the man outside the car door said to Shan Yong with a fawning expression, "Good job. You'll get a reward later." Shan Yong was very arrogant in front of his underlings. "Thank you, Brother Sean. The goods are all set. Shall we move out now?" Or, before the man could finish speaking, a chilling voice rang out. "You really should move out now." The man's expression changed, and he quickly looked in the direction of the sound, only to see Lin Ye walking towards them with an indifferent expression. The man gave a cold laugh, then suddenly pulled out a machete from the car and pointed it at Lin Ye. "Kid, who are you? I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. We are the Black Beacon Group." The man was speaking when he suddenly screamed in agony. He realized that the arm holding the knife had been struck by a piece of gravel and slammed into the car. The powerful impact of the gravel, along with his arm, dented the car door, leaving a dent of nearly 5 centimeters. At this moment, the man's arm had undergone a bizarre distortion, as if a large piece had been torn off by something, making it look strange and eerie. My arm. The man lost control of the long knife in his hand. His face turned deathly pale, and he groaned in pain, looking extremely miserable. "Brother Dan, you have to avenge me. Kill him." At this moment, Shan Yong's face also lost all color. He did not expect Lin Ye to attack so quickly and so ruthlessly. As Lin Ye gradually approached him, Shan Yong forced himself to remain calm. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something about their earlier cooperation and ask Lin Ye not to go too far, but when he met Lin Ye's icy gaze, he felt as if his throat was being tightly gripped by an invisible force, and he couldn't utter a word. Lin Ye glanced at the two children in the car and noticed their bright red bruises. They were just 6 or 7 years old. Lin Ye unconsciously clenched one hand into a fist, and his terrifying aura instantly shocked Shan Yong, causing her legs to buckle and her to stagger on the spot. Lin Ye locked his gaze on Shan Yong, and after a moment, he took a deep breath to calm himself down and suppress the surging anger in his heart. "Kid, you're dead. If Brother Dan makes a move, he'll cut you into 1,000 pieces." The man on the ground glared venomously at Lin Ye and roared, "You, shut up." Lin Ye raised his hand, and another pebble shot out from his hand. A chilling sound of bones cracking suddenly came from the man's shoulder. He screamed in agony again, then fainted on the spot from the pain. At this moment, Shan Yong swallowed hard, and his gaze toward Lin Ye was pleading. "Your Excellency, shall we depart now?" he asked, his voice trembling. Lin Ye gave him a cold look. "Shan Yong, do you think it would be inappropriate for you to return to the organization unscathed and explain a mission that was about to fail? Would it easily arouse suspicion?" "This, Your Excellency, I will do whatever you want. I only hope you can show mercy." Shan Yong glanced at the man on the ground, who was motionless like a corpse, and his face turned pale. "Don't worry, I won't put you through anything you can't handle until I see what I want to see, but now." Lin Ye changed the subject. "I think you know that you need to be in a state where you're covered in wounds and desperately trying to escape from my grasp." Dan Yong gasped for breath and nodded repeatedly, like a lamb ready to be slaughtered. Just then, Lin Ye turned his gaze to the road behind him, and within a breath's time, a black sedan drove up and stopped next to the two of them. Annie got out of the car anxiously, her big eyes filled with worry. She moved quickly to Lin Ye's side, carefully examined him, and found that he was all right. Her expression gradually improved. "Mr. Lin, I'm so glad you're all right. Where's the baby?" "They're in the car. Take them away." "Proceed according to plan," Lin Ye said casually. At this moment, Shan Yong cooperated by getting into the car to untie the two children. Unexpectedly, just as Shan Yong's hand was about to leave, one of the boys bit her hard. The boy's face was flushed, as if he had used up all his strength. Dan Yong winced in pain, but noticing Lin Ye's presence, he could only endure it, trying to comfort her while putting on a smile. Seeing this, Annie took out her phone and dialed Shua Yao's number. "Miss, and have you seen my children? How are they?" Shua Yao's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone immediately. "Mr. Lin has found them, and they are safe now. Why don't you say a few words to the children?" Annie held the phone close to the boy, and only then did he relent. After a conversation, the two children got into Annie's car. "Mr. Lin, aren't you coming with us?" After settling the two children, Annie immediately asked Lin Ye, her tone full of concern. Lin Ye waved his hand casually and said, "There's still one step left to complete this matter. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Under Lin Ye's persistent gaze, Annie bit her lip. Besides, she had things to do and needed to take the two children back. So, she gritted her teeth and drove away without stopping. Shan Yong, let's begin. Lin Ye suddenly turned around and said this to Shan Yong, who hadn't reacted yet. Immediately afterwards, Shan Yong felt waves of pain coming from multiple parts of his body. He had no idea how Lin Ye had made his move. After a dizzying moment, he was lying on the ground, struggling to move his limbs and get up. At this moment, Shan Yong was in a terrible state, covered in blood, looking just like someone who had just gone through a great battle. It seems they're more likely to trust you, so I'll hide in your car, Lin Ye said casually before slipping into the vehicle. Shuai Yao dared not delay and limped into the driver's seat. He took out his phone, dialed the number of the leader Lu Hao, gave a passionate speech, and then hung up. As the roar of engines began, the place became deserted. 20 minutes later, in a large clubhouse, for people were gathered in the most prominent position, the leaders of the Black Beacon Group and two elites. Centered on them, a large number of underlings were also gathered around them within a 3-meter radius. Chapter 45, Dying Empty-Handed? You all heard what Shan Yong said just now. In this area, our Black Beacon organization has always been the one bullying others. Now, we just took on a very simple commission, and not only were we countered, but Shan Yong was also beaten almost to a pulp. Lu Hao said coldly with a gloomy face, the veins on his forehead bulging. Brother, I suspect that Shuai Yao is still not giving up and secretly contacted other organizations that are in competition with us to make a move, Bai Hong said with a glint in his eyes. Him? He doesn't even have the guts. He just needs to hand over the money and the child obediently, and then go to his death with his wife. Lu Hao shouted arrogantly, as if this would highlight his status as the leader of the Black Beacon organization. Brother is absolutely right. Then could it be? Before Bai Hong could finish speaking, Lu Hao's phone suddenly vibrated. He picked it up and saw that it was a call from Shan Yong. A ferocious look flashed across Lu Hao's face before he answered the phone. Shan Yong, where are you now? Big brother, I'm almost at the club. Are all the brothers here? Don't worry, we're all brothers, and we're all here now. We'll definitely avenge you. Okay, thank you, brother. The two ended their conversation. At this moment, in the clubhouse's underground parking garage, Dan Yong's car drove smoothly all the way, and after stopping, he and Lin got out of the car. The two went straight to an elevator door, and Shan Yong pressed the button. The elevator goes directly there, Shan Yong casually explained. Lin Ye nodded slightly, stretched his limbs a little, and made some adjustments. Soon, as the elevator doors opened, Lin Ye and his companion walked through a short corridor. As Shan Yong pushed open a door, Lin Ye saw that the large clubhouse was already filled with a group of people, arranged in a fairly orderly fashion. They were all wearing black uniforms and appeared to be between 20 and 40 years old. Their gazes were currently focused on a round table in the center. Big brother, I'm back, Shan Yong shouted suddenly as he walked with a limp. At that moment, Lu Hao and the others who were talking at the round table all changed their expressions. They looked in the direction of the sound, and Lu Hao noticed Lin Ye next to Shan Yong. He frowned slightly, but seeing that Lin Ye was young and well-behaved, he guessed that Lin Ye was a newly recruited subordinate and didn't say anything. Shan Yong, are you all right? Damn it. Did you notice which reckless bastard it was? Lu Hao. We'll make him pay an unbearable price. Lu Hao roared angrily. Although he said he was concerned about Shan Yong, his face showed no concern whatsoever, only rage. Just as Shan Yong's eyes flickered, about to say something, Lin Ye suddenly spoke up expressionlessly. Whose commission did you receive? His tone was calm, and his few concise words instantly plunged the already quiet room into a deathly silence. Shan Yong's heart started pounding wildly. There are at least several hundred people here. He originally thought that Lin Ye would likely take the opportunity to remain patient and wait for the right moment to reveal himself. Unexpectedly, he reacted so directly to such a highly oppressive scene. Moreover, he was clearly empty-handed, carrying nothing with him. If there's an idiom for going to a meeting alone with a sword, then his actions now are simply going to his death empty-handed. Shan Yong's emotions underwent a complete upheaval. He suddenly realized that he had overestimated Lin Ye. What did you say? Lu Hao was stunned. He was in a state of shock, as if a part of his soul had been taken away from him. Who commissioned you? Lin Ye repeated himself calmly, his words clear and distinct, so clear that they resonated deep within the vast clubhouse. Lu Hao couldn't hold back any longer. He glanced at Shan Yong and laughed angrily. Shan Yong, your newbie underling has quite a personality. Not bad, not bad, I admire him. Dan Yong's pupils contracted, his gaze darted away, and he quickly nodded in agreement. I'm also starting to get interested in this place. There are lots of people and the venue is big, so it should be a great place to warm up and have some fun, Lin Ye said again, his voice devoid of any emotion. Damn it, he's asking for death. How dare he act so arrogantly in the Black Beacon group? He's really tired of living. At this moment, a henchman in the front row suddenly shouted and rushed towards Lin Ye. Lin Ye didn't even glance at the henchman, but instead fixed his gaze on Lu Hao and then lifted his leg. With a sudden cracking sound of bones breaking, a muffled groan escaped the henchman's lips as Lin Ye kicked him to the ground, dragging him several meters before stopping, whereupon he fell silent. The entire venue fell silent once again. Brothers, get him. He actually dared to make a move here. He's practically asking for death. As this voice rang out from the crowd, the entire place erupted in chaos. In an instant, Lin Ye was surrounded by layers upon layers of people. Instead of feeling nervous, he felt a sense of excitement. Come on, I just happen to be looking to hone my skills and show you just how capable your Black Beacon group really is. Lin Ye had barely finished speaking when, damn it, brothers, get him, cripple him. Instantly, a group of henchmen rushed towards Lin Ye, their sheer force overwhelming him. Is this guy trying to show off and get the big brother's attention? Bai Hong said with a sneer. The organization's elite members, Shang-Chi and Shi Yuan, echoed each other, their eyes filled with amusement and their tone quite disdainful. Shan Yong, I think you should explain what's going on here. At this moment, Lu Hao first glanced at Lin Ye, who was surrounded by the crowd, with a look as if he were looking at a dead man, and then said to Shan Yong, whose expression was changing. Shan Yong explained the situation with a shifty look in his eyes. Lu Hao raised an eyebrow slightly upon hearing this. Oh, I didn't expect that Shua Yao, a mere nobody with no background or power, could actually hire this somewhat capable young man. The next second, Lu Hao changed the subject. Shan Yong, this incident isn't your fault. After all, you're no match for him. However, besides the client's money, we also lost some revenue in this operation. Do you understand what you're supposed to do? Lu Hao's seemingly calm tone already contained a subtle threat. Dan Yong's face paled, and he quickly said, Don't worry, brother. I will make up for this money. Please give me some time. Lu Hao suddenly lowered his voice and gently patted Shan Yong's arm. Shan Yong, a person only has 10 fingers and 1 arm. You have to cherish them. I'll give you 3 days. Let me and the brothers see your sincerity. Otherwise, every day that passes, your precious parts may leave you one by one. Let's end chapter 46 as soon as possible. Shan Yong's face was deathly pale at that moment. He dared not be negligent in the slightest and nodded repeatedly. Lu Hao suddenly burst into laughter and patted him on the shoulder. Shan Yong, we're all on the same side. If you have any inconveniences, you can always let me know. We'll share the good times and the bad, right? Brother is absolutely right. Bai Hong and the other two fawned over him. Lu Hao wore a disgusting smile. All right, it's almost time. Let me see how the new recruits you sent over today are doing. He finished speaking and looked at the crowd. In just a moment of turning his head, Lu Hao's neck felt as if it had been gripped tightly, and he could not move it back. His pupils gradually dilated. The others noticed Lu Hao's unusual behavior and then followed his gaze. In just a few breaths, the original 3 layers of henchmen have been reduced to only 1 layer standing up. The underlings trembled as they surrounded Lin Ye, none of them daring to step forward, as if they had seen some kind of demon god that filled them with boundless fear. Lin Ye moved forward, and his underlings moved backward. When Lin Ye stopped, his underlings continued to move backward. The radius that had originally surrounded and compressed Lin Ye was now expanding at a visible rate, with some areas even touching the wall, yet he still mechanically lifted his leg, trying to retreat. Wherever Lin Ye went, there were people lying on the ground, unable to get up. This is impossible. Lu Hao couldn't believe what he was seeing. Too fast. How did he do that? He roared in shock and anger, then immediately stood up. This kind of person must not be allowed to live. All 3 of you, attack together. Go all out and kill him on the spot if you can. Lu Hao immediately made a judgment and decisively gave the order. Shang-Chi, Shi Yuan, and Bai Hong exchanged a glance, and a fierce glint flashed in their eyes at the same time. The 3 of them immediately stood up and, with the speed of wind, quickly surrounded Lin Ye. Sensing the distinctly different auras emanating from the 3 individuals, Lin Ye's lips curled into a slight smile. If you had just attacked directly, perhaps I could have ended everything here sooner. How arrogant. You're courting death. Bai Hong sneered and instantly launched an attack. At the same time, Shang-Chi and Shi Yuan launched a fierce and relentless attack on Lin Ye, employing different angles and techniques, but with extremely good teamwork. In an instant, Lin Ye's figure moved swiftly between the three, seemingly only able to evade them in a disheveled manner. Seeing this, Lu Hao smiled coldly. You've injured so many of my people, you won't be leaving here alive today. Lin Ye did not attack at this moment. This was intentional on his part. From the beginning until now, he has always attacked directly. He rarely has the experience of maintaining a continuous state of evasion when surrounded by people with certain strength. He did not want to waste this opportunity. After Lin Ye leaned back to avoid another wave of attacks from Shang-Chi and Shi Yuan, the two exchanged a glance. Immediately, one of them leaped up and delivered a split kick to Lin Ye, while the other directly moved his leg, sweeping it across Lin Ye's legs as he regained his balance. With attacks from both above and below, coupled with harassment from Bai Hong, their combined strategy was flawless, effectively locking Lin Ye down. Seeing this, Lu Hao snorted coldly, a playful smile flashing in his eyes. Shang-Chi and Shi Yuan's teamwork and timing. Even if it were me, I might get injured if I wasn't careful. That kid forced them to this point. Even if he dies, he can be proud. Daring to mess with my Black Beacon group, simply. Lu Hao's arrogant words were cut short as his expression froze once again. He saw with perfect clarity that, facing this unavoidable attack, Lin Ye slammed one hand into the ground, and then his body, as if defying gravity, suddenly shifted from its backward lean to the side and bounced up. Lu Hao's pupils contracted sharply, and he jerked his eye open. Sure enough, he bounced up. This explosive power of a single arm, this is impossible. How terrifying must one's strength be to break through the limits of gravity like this? Lu Hao was shocked. Could it be that there's something fishy about his body, some kind of device implanted inside him? Lu Hao increasingly felt that his guess was almost certainly correct. The three men who were besieging Lin Ye were also temporarily forced to halt their attack by the shock. What? Not going to attack anymore. I've lost interest too. Let's finish this sooner. Lin Ye's lips curled up slightly. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly moved like the wind and flashed to Bai Hong's side. Bai Hong only caught a blurry glimpse. So fast. He had barely uttered a sound of surprise when Lin Ye's fist slammed into his left chest. Bai Hong groaned and fainted on the spot. The words, fast, accurate, and ruthless, perfectly describe Lin Ye at this moment. Not good. Retreat. Shi Yuan had barely finished speaking when Lin Ye flashed by and grabbed him by the throat with one hand. He was lifted up by Lin Ye like an ant that could be crushed at any moment. Shi Yuan struggled frantically and helplessly, but in response, Lin Ye ruthlessly slammed him to the ground. The source of the momentum has stopped moving. It happened so fast. In less than a breath, the situation took a dramatic turn. Shang-Chi's lips trembled as if he wanted to say something. His face was pale, and his pupils were wide. Just a moment ago, he was playing his part with great momentum, but in just a few seconds, he was plunged into despair. Lin Ye didn't stop, and punched Shang-Chi in the left chest. Shang-Chi groaned and fainted on the spot, never to stand up again. Evil. Demon. With what he just did, even if someone isn't dead, they're probably crippled. I don't want to stay here anymore. I want to escape. This place is simply hell on earth. What's the panic? So what if he's powerful? Our leader, Lu Hao, is still here. He'll surely restore his former glory. The remaining few shrimp soldiers and crab generals immediately huddled together, chattering amongst themselves in shock. At this moment, Lu Hao looked at Lin Ye walking towards him, a flash of surprise in his eyes. The arrogance on his face disappeared, replaced by an extremely gloomy look. I admit that your martial arts strength is outstanding, but you have crippled them. Now you have two paths in front of you. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye's eyes flickered slightly, but he did not rush to make a move, remaining calm and composed as he looked at him. First, follow me. With your qualifications, you're more than capable of replacing them. When I'm not around, you'll be the leader of the Black Beacon group. Second, you'll be devoured alive and reduced to ashes by me. Chapter 47, please check. As Lu Hao spoke, his eyes narrowed to slits, and his aura began to become unrestrained. Lin Ye had initially thought that Lu Hao would give some detailed explanation, but after hearing his words, he couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Do you have anything else to say? It seems you didn't make the right choice. Lu Hao said coldly. then suddenly clenched his fists and pushed off with his feet, creating a stronger gust of wind as he charged towards Lin Ye. Lu Hao threw a punch straight at Lin Ye, without any fancy moves. Lin Ye's eyes flickered slightly. Facing the incoming punch, he did not dodge at all, but stood straight. He's gone mad. I reckon he's been scared out of his wits by that attack from his older brother. Oof. He was so arrogant back then. Why isn't he yelling anymore? To die at the hands of his elder brother, and here at that, he has brought glory to his ancestors. The still shaken soldiers and generals, seeing their leader Lu Hao personally intervene, immediately felt emboldened and began to mock Lin Ye again. Oof. You dared not dodge or flinch in the face of my full-force attack. Anyone who dared to do that would have already been sent down to the underworld. Lu Hao sneered, his imposing manner undiminished. Just as his fist was less than 3 centimeters away from Lin Ye suddenly raised his hand. Lu Hao immediately felt his wrist being clamped tightly by a piece of iron. In an instant, a squeezing force came from his wrist, causing him to scream in agony. Lu Hao didn't have time to think about the turmoil churning in his heart. He suddenly raised his leg and swept it towards Lin Ye's face. As Lin Ye slightly turned to the side to dodge, he exerted force on his hand again. Lu Hao finally lost control. He realized that his wrist seemed to be slowly cracking, with each inch and strand of tissue cell on it seemingly being squeezed to death by that hand in an instant. Let go! Let go! Lu Hao's disheveled appearance immediately filled his henchmen nearby with despair. They never imagined that their boss would be subdued in a single move. Whose commission did you accept? Lin Ye not only didn't let go, but instead increased his strength even more. Your client commissioned you to target Shuai Yao like this? To try and kill him. Lin Ye's tone gradually turned cold. You won't even let those 2 children go? As he spoke, he increased the pressure on his hand. The eerie sounds of bones, marrow, and soft tissue being squeezed seemed to echo once more. The pain seemed to have driven Lu Hao mad. His face grew increasingly ferocious, even bordering on insane. Suddenly, a device the size of half a palm appeared in his hand, and he abruptly pressed the button on it. Sizzle. Suddenly, a light gray mist surged into the walls of the huge main hall. Ha ha ha. How could I, the mighty Black Beacon Group, let a nobody like you steal my thunder? Since we're all going to die sooner or later anyway, I might as well tell you. Wu Gaoyang of Xingying Entertainment did indeed commission me to get rid of Shuai Yao. As for the subsequent events, I personally orchestrated them all. With Wu Gaoyang and that fat sheep I've been fleecing, Shuai Yao, both paying out money at the same time, why wouldn't I be happy? Ha ha ha. Lu Hao revealed the truth with a sinister grin. Lin Ye's brain started working at high speed. His eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed that Wu Gaoyang had been lurking in the background as a third party from beginning to end. Since we're all going to die anyway, I'd like to die with some understanding. Has Wu Gaoyang ever cooperated with you before this? He's always been very generous, and we've had quite a bit of contact. That's enough. The exits here are blocked. Kid, you're going to die with me. Lu Hao's face was filled with madness. He felt that today's situation, in front of all his subordinates, was the most humiliating moment of his life. Accustomed to his arrogance and domineering ways, who wouldn't give him face? He simply couldn't tolerate this situation, which was a fatal blow to him. Not to mention what would happen if word got out. As the pale gray mist above continued to compress downwards, some of the panicked underlings were quickly inhaled. In less than 5 seconds, one of them convulsed several times, foamed at the mouth, and collapsed unconscious on the spot. Lin Ye's eyes flickered slightly. He collected his thoughts, quickly released Lu Hao, closed his mouth and nose, and moved towards the underling who had just fallen to the ground. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ye quickly checked the injuries of the person who had fallen to the ground. His expression gradually darkened, and he continued to investigate several more times. Without exception, they all died of exhaustion. How ruthless Lu Hao is. Ha ha ha. Don't even think about leaving. I've already said, no one will leave here alive today. Don't think that closing your mouth and nose will save you. This stuff can slowly seep into your skin. Lu Hao laughed arrogantly again. Then his body gradually began to twitch, completely swallowed by the pale gray mist. Lin Ye was also surrounded by this fog. He gradually felt his head was getting heavy, and then his limbs seemed to start moving unconsciously out of control. He gritted his teeth, glanced at the sealed door, and then forced himself to move towards the elevator entrance he had come from, each step difficult. However, when he walked over, he found that the elevator door, which originally had a gap in the middle, had now been replaced by an impenetrable wall. Feeling his strength gradually dwindling and almost completely depleted, Lin Ye shook his head with a bitter smile. Wife, children, I'm sorry. Just as a final hint of resentment flashed across his eyes. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. You have received a Heavenly Physician Inheritance gift pack. Please check it. This voice, seemingly emanating from the soul, sent a shiver down Lin Ye's spine. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately accepted the mission reward, and at the same time slowly closed his eyes to absorb it rapidly. In just 3 seconds, several silver needles stored in the system reward space appeared in Lin Ye's hand, and he suddenly opened his eyes, which were as bright as stars. He aimed it at himself, and, with the last ounce of strength he had left, quickly began to operate. Before long, dark red drops began to drip from the silver strands. After this series of actions, Lin Ye clearly felt that his internal strength was gradually recovering. A slight smile appeared on his lips, and hope rekindled in his eyes. He then began to operate even more quickly. As he gradually repeated the movements, he became more and more agile. Without hesitation, Lin Ye quickly moved aside, grabbed more than a dozen machetes from the ground, and went to the sealed elevator door. Chapter 48. The cleaver broke through the iron wall. Looking at the impenetrable wall before him, Lin Ye adjusted his breathing slightly, bringing himself to his best state, and then a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. The next second, he swung his sword, its edge gleaming, and slashed straight down at the iron wall in front of him. The blade cut through the iron wall with unstoppable force. With this single strike, a conspicuous gap appeared in the center of the iron wall. The gap was more than 3 centimeters long, and the inside of the gap was completely black, without any penetration through it. Lin Ye glanced at the blade he had just used. With just one strike, it was already covered in fine metallic mottles. He immediately switched to a different blade and struck again. A sliver of light shone through the crack. Lin Ye's lips curled up slightly, and his movements became even faster. 3 minutes later, in the clubhouse's underground parking garage, a shadowy figure flashed by and leaped onto a black minivan. With a roar of the engine, the vehicle sped off like an arrow toward the garage exit. Just as Lin Ye was about to drive out of the garage, he saw a group of people with unfriendly expressions walking towards him. Those men also noticed Lin Ye. The leader, a man who looked to be in his 30s, suddenly glared and ordered his men behind him, "Stop him." Immediately, the crowd lined up and blocked Lin Ye's only way out. Lin Ye's eyes flickered slightly, and then he got out of the car. The man in the lead sized Lin Ye up and down, a cold smile flashing in his eyes. He then glanced at Lin Ye's car and waved to his men. "You guys, go check his car." As the only driver in this car, I was ignored as soon as I got on. To be honest, I'm not in a good mood right now. Lin Ye's lips curled up slightly, and he suddenly shook his head and said this. You're just a lowly driver, at best a lackey of Lu Hao. I'm giving Lu Hao some face right now. If he behaves well in the car and satisfies me, I might give you a chance to cut off your own arms and admit your mistake." The leading man said arrogantly. "If I didn't have things to deal with right now, I might consider playing with you guys a bit more." Lin Ye shook his head and said, and before anyone could react, his figure moved like a dragon, and in less than 2 breaths, he knocked the men who had just walked over to the ground. So fast, the leader's pupils contracted. His eyes flashed, and he made a snap decision. While operating his phone, he immediately turned and ran. "You run away as soon as you meet someone? Don't you think that's very impolite?" Lin Ye's teasing voice suddenly rang out beside him. The man's expression changed drastically. He suddenly felt a lightness in his hand, and the phone slipped from his grasp in an instant. Immediately afterward, he felt an irresistible force coming from his shoulder. The next moment, the man's figure, which was running wildly, was seen to leave the ground like a puppet on strings, and then suddenly crashed into the side wall of the garage exit. The man groaned, feeling as if his whole body was falling apart. The pain throughout his body made his nerves feel like they were being torn apart. "Ah!" The man immediately groaned in pain. "No, Your Excellency, spare my life. I did have an appointment with Lu Hao to discuss cooperation today, but I couldn't get in touch with him for a long time. So I wondered if he wanted to back out and leave, so I came to investigate. Your Excellency, you are so wise and powerful. I think Lu Hao is not worthy to be associated with you at all. This is all a misunderstanding. Please be merciful and let me go." So it seems it was indeed a misunderstanding. Lu Hao and the others reunited inside. But misunderstanding is misunderstanding, Lin Ye said casually, then suddenly changed the subject. "Let me ask you a question. If you had discovered from the beginning that I wasn't Lu Hao's man and had subdued me, would you have continued to cut off my arms?" Upon hearing this, the man's pupils suddenly contracted. Before he could say anything, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. The sound of bones dislocating rang out, and the man screamed in terror. Lin Ye quickly returned to the car, started the engine, and drove away. Cough. "Boss, I think that madman is connected to Lu Hao. Lu Hao must be hiding in the car. Isn't that the van that Shan Yong used to drive all the time?" A henchman struggled to approach the man who was convulsing in pain and said, still shaken. The man grimaced as he got up, clutching his shoulder with one hand and shoving his henchman away, his eyes radiating intense resentment. "Damn it! Don't think you can sneak away by sealing the gate and refusing me entry. Call your men. Everyone else, come inside with me. I want to see what kind of explanation Lu Hao will give me then." After shouting angrily, the man endured the intense pain in his shoulder and beckoned his henchman to enter the garage with a menacing air. They soon arrived at the elevator. The man hesitated for a moment, then pressed the button, which immediately lit up. You, Lu Hao, as the leader of the Black Beacon Group, actually resort to such a despicable escape tactic. As the elevator ascended, the man's mocking smile instantly froze as if it had been frozen solid, and he looked as if he wanted to bulge his eyes out. Before him lay a metal wall, nearly 10 centimeters thick, cleaved open by Lin Ye's sharp edge. Beside it lay dozens of broken machetes. Hiss! One of the henchmen's eyes widened. "Boss, do you think this is a method a human could come up with? And it looks like it actually worked. What exactly is going on? This iron wall is embedded in the ground. And thinking back to the clubhouse's main entrance, it must have been designed to seal off this place. Who on earth has the ability to break through this iron wall with just those machetes? It's simply unbelievable." The breathtaking sight caused everyone to chatter uncontrollably, and the small elevator became a lively scene of chatter. "Wait, can you smell something faint?" The leader suddenly noticed something was wrong and waved his hand to stop the discussion. "There is a little, but it's barely perceptible." "No, there seems to be a bloody smell too." One of the henchmen suddenly changed his expression. The leading man narrowed his eyes. "I wonder what Lu Hao is up to. He even sealed off this place, and it was still breached. Is he planning to do something shady?" As soon as he finished speaking, he laughed self-deprecatingly. He and Lu Hao had a partnership, and none of their shady dealings could be done openly. The man's eyes flickered, but he still stepped into the corridor and then passed the corner ahead. Chapter 49. Wu Gaoyan's composure. At this moment, the original light gray mist in the clubhouse was gone, but the air seemed to be coated with a breathtaking blood red. As far as the eye could see, the ground was littered with the haphazardly lying figures of people with festering skin, and the stench of blood wafted towards the petrified leader and his entourage. Everyone was so shocked by the horrifying scene before them that they were completely stunned. The enormous clubhouse seemed to have become a living hell. Nearly 10 minutes passed before a trace of life returned to the man's pale face. He trembled as he raised his hand, swallowed, and pointed to the hellish scene before him. Go see if any of the people on the ground are alive." The group of underlings looked at each other in dismay, all of them showing fear, as if some cannibalistic demon was lurking in the main hall of the club, and they would be swallowed up instantly if they went in. "Go away. I said something, but nobody heard me, right?" the man said again, trembling. A group of underlings timidly stepped inside. As soon as they entered, they turned their heads to look around in all directions, extremely vigilant. "Big brother, they're not breathing anymore." A moment later, a henchman stepped forward, his eyes wide with horror as he reported the situation. The man's face paled even more. "Where's Lu Hao? Could he be in the car from before?" "Big brother, Lu Hao is dead. His elites have also died." Not far away, a henchman shouted at the top of his lungs, as if only by doing so could he dispel the fear in his heart. The man's mind exploded with a sound like lightning. He was struck by lightning, his body staggered, his legs went weak, and he knelt down. Big brother, the people here must have fallen victim to Lu Hao's own methods. Lu Hao also sealed off this place. Why would he want to commit suicide?" Another 10 minutes or so passed, and a look of confusion appeared on the face of one of the underlings, who was still in shock. Kneeling on the ground, the leading man shuddered and finally realized what was happening. He gasped for breath, and after a moment of calm, a thoughtful look finally appeared in his eyes. Lu Hao is already dead, killed by his own scheme. But that person. Soon, the man figured out the gist of what had happened. He glanced instinctively at the direction the elevator had come from, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Big brother, that guy seems to be a celebrity who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. His name is Lin Ye. Take a look at these videos. Quickly. This is absolutely no small matter. Inform Fuyo immediately. Star Shadow Entertainment, in front of the company gate. A beautiful sight, attracting the attention of passers-by. Annie's delicate face was filled with anxiety. She gripped her phone tightly, pacing back and forth, occasionally taking it out as if to dial a number, only to put it down again as if remembering something. Never mind, let's contact Mr. Lin first. She gritted her teeth and was about to dial the number. Annie, it's only been a short time since we last met, and you're already so eager to see me? Suddenly, a voice she hadn't heard in a long time rang out, instantly dispelling the worries in her heart. Annie's face lit up with joy, and she looked in the direction of the voice, only to see Lin Ye smiling at her. Mr. Lin, I'm so glad you're all right. I was thinking of contacting you, and if that didn't work, I would have sent someone to look for you. Annie smiled sweetly, like a beautiful flower in full bloom. Lin Ye replied with a faint smile. Then it seems I have quite a bit of influence. Thank you. I didn't expect that what seemed like a minor matter on the surface would turn out to be so troublesome. As Lin Ye spoke, the two immediately entered the company. Mr. Lin, please tell me, what exactly happened? Annie asked curiously. Lin Ye's eyes flickered slightly as he recounted the events of the previous day in a very concise manner. After listening, Annie gave Lin Ye a strange look. Mr. Lin, how can you say that? Is it really that simple to get the answer you need by following the clues? Lin Ye nodded, not continuing the conversation, and changed the subject. Is that where Wu Gaoyang is up ahead? Yes, that's it. I've already sent people to keep an eye on him beforehand, and his behavior hasn't been unusual. Annie's pretty face gradually turned cold when she mentioned Wu Gaoyang. What about the switcheroo from before? Lin Ye asked casually after thinking for a moment. He has already resigned, and said, her delicate eyebrows furrowing slightly. Do we need to find him? Upon hearing this, Lin Ye's eyes flickered slightly, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. It seems that Wu Gaoyang has some things, so there's no need to look for him anymore. As the two talked, they arrived at the building they were looking for, and just as Annie was about to go up and open the door opened by itself. Then a man who looked to be in his late 20s, wearing a sharp suit, appeared behind the door. His gaze swept over Annie and Lin Ye, and a seemingly polite smile appeared on his calm face. Miss Annie, Mr. Lin, hello. He bowed slightly as he spoke. This set of actions and demeanor made it difficult to imagine whether there were any dark thoughts lurking in the depths of his heart. Annie's pretty face immediately turned icy. Wu Gaoyang, we had something to discuss with you, but you actually came to us on your own initiative. Humph, that's fine. It saves us a lot of trouble. Wu Gaoyang said calmly. Miss Annie, I consider myself the most loyal employee of the company. Please feel free to ask me anything. After saying that, Wu Gaoyang turned his gaze to Lin Ye and changed the subject. Mr. Lin, your recent performance has spread all over the internet. I think I can't help but become your fan. Lin Ye's lips curled up slightly. Keep your praise for yourself. Wu Gaoyang's face twitched slightly, but his attitude remained unchanged. Gentlemen, what is it? Let's come in and talk in detail. Feeling the intense heat of the sun overhead, Annie gave a soft hum, her large eyes darting around without uttering a word, but her gaze turned to Lin Ye. Lin Ye smiled and said, This is President Lan's place after all, so we won't stand on ceremony. Hearing Lin Ye seemingly ignoring him, Wu Gaoyang's fingers trembled uncontrollably, but he still wore a smile on his face. Please, both of you. Before long, the three arrived at the office on the second floor. Gentlemen, may I ask what brings you here today? Forgive my frankness, but I am already feeling quite flattered, Wu Gaoyang said as soon as the three of them sat down. Wu Gaoyang, you actually have the nerve to ask this? Then I'll just say it directly. Was the lock on the garage that day switched by someone you had someone switch it? And glared at Wu Gaoyang and couldn't help but get straight to the point. Chapter 50 Unable to defend. Wu Gaoyang remained calm and waved his hand, saying, I did send someone to the garage that day, but that person was a new employee who had just arrived. It's only natural to let him go and familiarize himself with the environment. Upon hearing this, Annie frowned slightly. She suddenly realized that Wu Gaoyang was not so easy to deal with. Then tell me, how did you know there was a problem with the garage without notifying you? Where's that new employee you're managing? Wu Gaoyang remained calm and composed. That employee came, felt it wasn't appropriate, and left. As for the problem with the garage, I'll be frank. It's because I already had people around Shuai Yao. Annie's pupils dilated slightly, and her voice gradually rose. You, Wu Gaoyang, I never thought you would dare to admit it. Miss Annie, don't you want to think about why I said that? Actually, my heart has always been with the company. Shuai Yao is getting old, but I am different. That's a fact, so I can't possibly let him go. I think Miss Annie understands that. If Miss Annie really doesn't trust me, then why not investigate Su and the other two who left herself? Shuai Yao replied calmly. Annie was slightly taken aback. She increasingly felt that there was a reason why Wu Gaoyang was so fearless. She even thought that even if they really investigated, the two people would probably have already fled to all corners of the country. Even if they were found, they might have been paid hush money by Wu Gaoyang, or even silenced. Wu Gaoyang, I admit you have some skills, but this can't be faked. Annie's usually cold and pretty face was now filled with resentment. As she finished speaking, she produced several photos and a small video recorder. The above describes the situation where Wu Gaoyang, who claimed to be a newcomer familiar with the situation, entered the garage's electromechanical system room, and then came out half a minute late. Annie showed the picture to Wu Gaoyang, and then took out a picture of the corroded power cord that had not been cleaned up in the past period of time. Annie then stared at Wu Gaoyang with a cold smile. Wu Gaoyang, do you have anything else to say now? Unexpectedly, Wu Gaoyang shook his head and sighed, saying, This is my dereliction of duty. I never expected this person to be so malicious. Miss Annie, I am very sorry about this. If the company suffers any significant losses, I, Wu Gaoyang, will definitely take full responsibility for this matter and will not tolerate it. And was momentarily dazed. After a few seconds, she shook her head violently and shouted, Wu Gaoyang, this is obvious and irrefutable evidence, yet you still pretend you know nothing? Once she came to her senses, Anne's voice rose uncontrollably, and her pretty face was flushed with anger. Damaging the company's interests? Wu Gaoyang has played his cards right. Right. In the end, he didn't actually harm the company's interests at all. It was just a broken light. At most, he'll get a warning and a written self-criticism yesterday, and that'll be it. The more Annie thought about it, the angrier she became. Wu Gaoyang, do you know that after the lights went out, Mr. Lin and I both perished? Wu Gaoyang was taken aback. What? It's that serious? I'm so sorry. I really wish I had been there. Seeing that Wu Gaoyang had been acting like an ignorant fool from beginning to end, Annie couldn't help but stand up angrily. Wu Gaoyang, you bastard. You dare to do it, but not admit it. She cursed directly. Wu Gaoyang smiled slightly. Miss Annie, let's discuss this properly. I really didn't know anything. You saw it yourself just now. The lighting was so dim, who could see clearly? As for those who attacked you, I knew nothing about them either. At this moment, Lin Ye gestured for Annie to calm down, his eyes flashing slightly. While it was true that Mu Bin and his group who attacked them weren't ordered by Wu Gaoyang, that didn't mean he didn't know if Mu Bin and his group might enter the garage. Wu Gaoyang, those people went into the garage and then the lights went out. Do you think that's a coincidence? Lin Ye suddenly asked with a smile. Wu Gaoyang's usually impassive face changed slightly. Mr. Lin, I don't understand what you're talking about. Even if it's a coincidence, I think it's not impossible. Wu Gaoyang, your relationship with Lu Hao seems to be quite good. With a single word, the secret of heaven was revealed. Even though Wu Gaoyang's expression was calm, the uncontrollable shock that suddenly rose in his mind caused his expression to change drastically. Lin Ye continued casually. You seem unaware of the crucial details and weren't even present, but you actually know exactly how things are unfolding. Ever since Mu Bin sneaked into the garage, you've been orchestrating things behind the scenes. You seized the opportunity to intervene, secretly pushing him to successfully infiltrate, not only eliminating your rival Shuai Yao, but even potentially endangering Annie. How does it feel to be the mastermind, silencing those who need to be silenced, and disposing of those who need to cover up the crime? How carefree is that? Fine beads of sweat had already seeped from Wu Gaoyang's forehead, and his unsteady breathing betrayed him, but he still forced a smile to remain calm. Mr. Lin, I must say, you have a very rich imagination. I don't know who this Lu Hao you mentioned is, and as for Shuai Yao, I am also ashamed that such a conscientious person would leave in such a hurry. Lin Ye shook his head slightly, and a miniature video recorder appeared in his hand. The video playing showed Lu Hao's frenzied state at the club and the words he was saying. Wu Gaoyang was terrified. His mind and spirit were shaken. Wu Gaoyang, Do you need me to produce this Black Beacon Organization commission record? Lin Ye's lips curled up slightly. Wu Gaoyang's face was extremely pale at this moment. His breathing became rapid and violent, as if he were doing some kind of strenuous exercise. He swallowed several times, feeling the air burning his throat. Then he lost control of his body and began to tremble and shake, like a clown who had been caught red-handed and was in despair. Impossible, this can't be. Lu Hao is the leader of the Black Beacon Organization. No, how could you possibly have the guts and get there in such a short time? This is impossible. As Wu Gaoyang spoke, his tone gradually rose, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Lin Ye's expression gradually turned indifferent. Wu Gaoyang, although on the surface you only asked Lu Hao to send Shuai Yao away, you actually knew Lu Hao's character and were certain that Shuai Yao would die on the spot. This is also the reason why you entrusted the Black Beacon Organization. No. Aye. Wu Gaoyang shouted in alarm. He wanted to say something, but the images and sounds from the video camera were irrefutable evidence, leaving him speechless and unable to defend himself.